The story begins at the Grand Rodelin Academy, an elite school dedicated exclusively to the children of the Empire's nobility. Although its exterior exuded prestige and tradition, some students and teachers hid their true identities in the shadows of the institution. In the Academy's underground chambers, a dark and stifling place where few dared to tread, Adrius stood with his teacher, observing yet another grim experiment. The professor scolded him harshly, calling him a complete imbecile, unable even to remember the position of the bodies they had worked on the week before. Adrius, ashamed, could only apologize. He knew that the man before him was not just a demanding teacher, but one of the rare necromancers still studying the forgotten and forbidden art of black magic. Both knew the risks they were taking. If their identities were exposed, they would be sentenced to execution under imperial law. That's why their experiments had to be conducted in absolute secrecy. On that day, the professor completed the ritual circle with blood and placed a corpse at its center. Black magic began to flow, and Adrius watched intently, trying to absorb as much knowledge as possible. The body rose through magic, but the result was far from expected. Instead of regaining consciousness or speaking, the creature merely writhed with a twisted mouth, looking more like a soulless zombie. The professor sighed, recognizing another failure, and decided to call it off. He ordered Adrius to clean everything up and then come to his office. As he scrubbed the blood from the floor alone, Adrius thought about how dangerous that place was. But he also knew he couldn't just walk away. Those underground chambers were the only place where rare books on black magic could still be found. Despite the fear, he had no other choice. Later in the office, the professor waited impatiently. He questioned the delay in completing such a simple cleanup and criticized Adrias's lack of effort. Adrius listened in silence, knowing full well that his master never taught him anything directly. He was forced to learn by himself, stumbling through mistakes. The professor, always harsh, said not even simple tasks could be entrusted to him. He warned that no mistakes would be tolerated on the next mission. He ordered Adrias to go to the National Cemetery of Vin Hearts to fetch another corpse. And before dismissing him, he reminded Adrias that he had taken him in after his parents' death. According to him, Adrias had to prove his worth constantly. Both knew what that meant. To the professor, Adrias was merely disposable labor for dark experiments. And that's exactly how Adrias felt. A tool, nothing more. Released, he returned to the academy, and as he walked through the crowded corridors, he felt every gaze turned to him. Some fearful, others filled with disgust or shock. He pushed through the students, irritated, thinking about how miserable his situation was. His name was Adrius Cromwell, a third-year student at the Academy's College of Magic. Despite this, he was considered inept. He had no relatives, no family. Everything he had was destroyed. To make things worse, he was known as a cowardly little villain, the kind no one cared about, a secondary character, irrelevant even within the school. But Adrias hadn't always been Adrias. His real identity was Kim Jin-hwan, a man from the real world who had somehow been transported into the game Picada. After being discharged from the army, Kim struggled to reintegrate into society. His only escape was the game itself, which he had completed 12 times, becoming an expert in its mechanics. However, after finishing the 12th playthrough, something strange happened. He received a call from someone who knew absolutely everything he had done in the game. Panicking, he thought it was a hacker and turned off the computer. But when he came to, he was no longer in his world. He was inside Picada, living as one of the game's characters. And the worst part, he had reincarnated as Adrius, a character who was supposed to die before the main story even began. That was because Professor Karan, his current tutor and also a necromancer, was one of the villains discovered and killed by one of the protagonists. As a result, Adrius died with him. Now, Kim's, or rather Adrius's goal was to survive. He needed to escape from Karan before he died along with him, and at the same time, avoid any involvement with the game's protagonists. Any change could drastically alter the future. As he reflected on all this outside the academy, Adrius wondered whether it was really possible to avoid the fate he knew so well. He understood he would need to become much stronger to stand a chance. His only advantages were the abilities he had unlocked during his 12 playthroughs, but there was one limitation. One skill would be chosen at random. Even with the rare potential to use both magic and sword, he knew how hard it was to master even one technique, let alone two. In the end, everything depended on the last remaining selectable skill. He needed to pick one that had the best synergy with his necromancer powers. That was his only hope of escaping the fate that awaited him. Adrius was determined to survive. He knew that to do so, he needed to grow stronger as soon as possible. The moment he had the chance, he opened the skill selection list. It was the first time he had seen so many options gathered in one place. The choice wasn't easy. He felt overwhelmed. Many of those skills had never even appeared in the original game. Perhaps they were restricted or simply hidden from players. As he analyzed the options, he reflected on the unanswered questions still swirling in his mind. It was clear that something was different about this world. Then, his eyes landed on a skill called evolution. That one, he recognized. It was a rare process capable of turning simple creatures into much more powerful, superior species. Still, he had never seen this ability available for player selection in the game. Maybe it was cut content or reserved only for NPCs, but because it was so rare and powerful, he knew he needed it urgently. Without hesitation, Adrias chose evolution. As soon as he acquired it, his vision of the future became clearer. With his necromancy and this new skill, he could raise all his creatures to the pinnacle of power. He would turn each reanimated being into a perfect weapon. His goal now was simple: to become the king of necromancers. It didn't matter if he was stuck in the body of a failed villain. Even as Adrias or any other despised character, he would survive. Later, in the building known as the Ash Dormitory, a simple, free housing facility for students with no resources, Adrias reflected on the condition of the character he had reincarnated as. It was truly pathetic. Besides being a villain, Adrias Cromwell was inept. He couldn't even cast basic elemental magic. His only talent was necromancy. That's why choosing evolution was a strategic move. It was his only real chance to stand out. Knowing he had to move quickly, he decided to stop by the underground lab before heading to the cemetery. He couldn't waste time. As he walked through the academy's halls, he thought about the constant danger. There was no guarantee he'd survive until the game's main events. Many characters had reasons to kill him, and any of them could act before Karen did. In the secret lab, he searched for books that could deepen his knowledge. He picked up titles like Choices in Black Magic, An Introduction to Black Magic, and The Alluring Power of Black Magic. Despite their ridiculous titles, he knew he'd have to study each one carefully, yet something unsettled him. He could feel the presence of someone else in the room. He quickly realized he had made a mistake. He wasn't alone. Someone else was there, and it was clearly no ordinary human. That presence belonged to a vampire. In the world of Picata, vampires were superior beings. They had incredibly resilient bodies, were unaffected by sunlight, and wielded powerful magic. Adrias wondered how Karan had managed to imprison such a formidable creature. Was this vampire merely an intermediate enemy for the protagonist to gain experience from? Or was there something more? The vampire, trapped inside a magical cage, noticed him. She called out, asking him to set her free. Hours later, Adrias sat on a train, still reflecting on what had happened. He admitted to himself that the vampire's proposal had been tempting. It was a real chance to get rid of Karen without getting his own hands dirty. She had promised to kill Karen if she were freed and said she knew Adrias was terrified, uncertain of when that lunatic might decide to eliminate him. The deal was simple. She would take care of Karen, and all he had to do was unlock her cage. Adrias recognized that the vampire was sharp. She had already sensed he was plotting against Karen, but he also knew he couldn't trust her blindly. Even if she promised not to harm him, she was still a creature far more powerful than a human. Trusting mere words would be foolish, so he told her he needed time to think. Yet as he walked away, he still heard her voice screaming from the cell, furious at not receiving an immediate answer. On the train, he thought about how he needed to research more. There were books on vampires, and it was time to study their weaknesses, habits, and, if possible, ways to control them. If he wanted to use the vampire as an ally, he would need to be careful. The train's destination was the National Cemetery of Vinharts, now under the control of dark mages. When he finally disembarked, he was carrying an extremely heavy suitcase. Muttering about how mages always had absurd ideas, he also reminded himself that, aside from needing money, he had to improve his physical endurance. The journey was just a beginning. As he approached the cemetery's main gate, he quietly spoke the password. He said he was from the house of Genis, the third grandson. The guards, suspicious, asked if he had brought flowers. Without hesitation, Adrias replied, 13 blue butterfly flowers. With that, the gate was open. Inside, he saw one of the workers stretching with visible back pain. The gravedigger looked at Adrias with relief and said he had arrived just in time. That body over there was the knight they had promised to deliver to Karen, and he asked Adrias to take it right away. Adrias, slightly uncomfortable, simply nodded. He knew the body would be heavy, but still managed to fit it into his magic bag, where everything seemed to fit. As he prepared to leave, something caught his attention. A tombstone, simple and unassuming, looked strangely familiar. As he got closer, he read the name engraved on it and was immediately shocked. It was the grave of Nicol Lifehill, the legendary aura master. Nicol's story was known by few and considered almost a myth. For decades, he had trained tirelessly in 6 different sword styles. Even when his body had aged and weakened, he never stopped training. And it was only when he finally mastered aura that his body gave out and he died of old age. In the world of Picata, this story was considered just an Easter egg, with no real relevance to the main plot. Adrias, however, found it strange that the game had created such a detailed backstory for someone almost completely ignored. Officially, no one even knew Nicol was an aura master. Still, if he could use that body as the base for a Death Knight, his power would increase immensely. High-level creatures like that were difficult to control, even for Karan. But now, he had evolution. He knew he needed corpses with potential, and Nicol was perfect for that. Approaching the gravedigger, who whose name was Phimon, Adrias asked if there was any chance he could get another body from the cemetery. But Phimon explained that only Charon's direct permission could authorize that. Doing it on his own would be too risky. Adrias then presented a valuable item, a signet ring belonging to a count, a rare and highly valuable piece on the black market. He said it was all he had left, a sacrifice for something greater. He placed the ring in Phaemon's hands, begging him to accept it. Phaemon, though hesitant and worried about being watched, couldn't resist the temptation. The ring was too valuable to refuse. With some reluctance, he finally accepted the offer. With that settled, Adrias turned his attention once more to Nickel's grave, now with a clearer plan in mind. He could hardly wait to return to the secret lab. His first elite servant would be born there, and Nickel Lifehill would be the perfect foundation. When he returned, Charon examined the body and admitted it was decent. As always, he then ordered Adrias to clean everything. While scrubbing the blood-soaked floor, Adrias found himself wondering why he was so efficient at this task. Could the body's muscle memory still be acting on its own? Either way, the faster he finished, the more time he had to study necromancy. Even after cleaning for the 100th time, his mind was filled with questions. Was it really worth using Nickel's body now, in its current state? If he tried to summon it at this point, he might only get a basic skeleton. He wasn't sure if the evolution skill worked the way he imagined. He also didn't have enough corpses to test before making such a critical decision. While he pondered, he heard the impatient voice of the vampire, still chained in the cell at the back of the lab. She wanted to know how much longer Adrias planned to leave her there. He had thought she was asleep, but clearly not. The creature had already said several times that she wouldn't kill him if freed, and insisted that he'd remain Charon's pawn until he took action. Adrias slowly approached the cage. Seeing him get closer, the vampire thought she was finally being freed, but he still hesitated. He had researched several books, and after much study had finally found the answer to the question that haunted him. How had Karen captured such a powerful being? The vampire stared at him, impatient, demanding to know why he hadn't made up his mind. She warned that if he took too long, she might kill him out of rage upon being freed. But Adrias took a deep breath and said he would release her. He was too tired of being Charon's slave. The creature smiled, satisfied with his decision. She said he had chosen wisely and urged him to remove the chains. But Adrias was cautious. He asked her to swear, in the name of her house, that she wouldn't kill him. From the vampire's reaction, he knew he had struck a nerve. In Picata, vampires couldn't break oaths made in the name of their house. With no alternatives, she agreed. She swore in the name of Lucifer, sealing her vow. Immediately, the system reacted. A silent notification appeared before Adrias's eyes. A condition had been met. A potential candidate for evolution had been found. The system displayed Angela Lucifer's potential, 55%. It was a high value, enough to spark Adrias's interest. He immediately began wondering if he could evolve the vampire. As he examined the invisible system interface, Angela watched him curiously. From her perspective, he was staring at nothing. Adrias suspected that this was related to the oath she had just made. Perhaps the system was only accessible to him because of it. Then a new message appeared. The system explained that evolution was a unique ability capable of raising any non-hostile target to a superior state, provided it accumulated enough experience. It was a function not limited to his own summons, but also available to other entities with whom he had no direct conflict. Now it all made sense. The ability wasn't restricted to the creatures he controlled. It was a perfect opportunity to test his skills. He had nothing to lose. As he accepted the option to begin evolution, Angela felt a wave of energy surge through her body. She screamed in agony as the energy spread inside her, causing excruciating pain. Adrias stepped back, alarmed, unsure of what was happening. She continued to scream, asking what he had done to her. Overwhelmed by power, she seemed on the verge of collapse. He didn't know if this was normal. He tried calling out to her, checking if she was still alive. He wasn't sure if the evolution had worked, or if he had just killed her. He had no answers. Later, still in the lab, Adrias turned his focus to Nickel's body, now resting on the ritual table. He was determined to conduct his first major test. He had already discovered that other species, even undead, could be evolved. This opened the possibility of turning ordinary corpses into legendary warriors. He prepared everything carefully and began the summoning ritual. When he activated his summon skeleton spell, the system recognized the body and indicated that additional effects would be applied. Adrias was puzzled. He didn't fully understand what the system meant, but something different was happening. The mana being released was massive, far greater than usual for a simple summon. Nickel's body began to disintegrate, reducing to bones. The bones soon rose and assumed a firm stance. He had summoned a legendary skeleton. Panting but excited, Adrias watched as the system confirmed that the resurrected corpse had exceptionally high stats, upgrading its class to elite skeleton soldier. That was everything he had hoped for. There was also another important detail: the body's special ability. Nickel was known as the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a master among masters. Adrias was satisfied. That body truly belonged to the Master of Aura. The skeleton skeleton, still speechless, began to make hand signs. It was a greeting, and Adrius understood. The legendary swordsman was alive again, or at least alive enough to be useful. Later in his room at the old and deteriorating Ash dormitory, Adrius was organizing his thoughts. He had only 1 year until Charon's death. He needed to prepare as much as possible to ensure his survival. Even simple necromancy practice helped increase his magical proficiency. Taking advantage of being alone, he decided to let Nickel move freely. He summoned the skeleton again and warned him that to avoid trouble, he'd need to wear clothes. He dressed him in sweatshirts, a scarf, and anything that could hide his cadaverous appearance. Even disguised, Nickel was already practicing his swordsmanship in the middle of the room. He had no sword, but his movements were precise. Adrius watched with fascination. The story was true. He really died training, and even in death he continued. But that wasn't a problem. On the contrary, Adrius saw an opportunity. If possible, he might even improve his own skills by training with him. He caught the skeleton's attention and asked if he could teach him. Nickel responded with gestures, yes. Later, Adrius picked up a simple stick to use as a sword. He tried to imitate the stances the skeletal master demonstrated. He felt his body was stiff, inflexible, but Nickel guided him in a tailored way, teaching him so that even someone as limited as Adrius could follow along. Little by little, Adrius realized the advantage of learning from a true master, one who, despite being obsessed with training, understood the student's limits. He knew most characters in the game had a screw loose, but if he could maintain that pace, maybe he could even master aura one day. Normally, he would have to choose between mana or aura, but his innate dual-core ability allowed him to use both simultaneously. A magic knight was a rare existence, someone capable of using both a mage's heart and a knight's core at the same time. Although the training was difficult and the early stages slow, those who persevered in this path achieved power greater than any other type of fighter. That's how the Empire's first emperor, Edmund, founded his dynasty. As he thought about that, Nickel pinched him, snapping him back to reality. Adrius wondered how a skeleton could be so strong without muscles, but he knew physical training was easy for him. He had been part of the special forces, so this was nothing in comparison. He found it all easy, almost like a game. Later, with the sun already setting, Adrius reflected on the day. He had skipped academy classes just to train his necromancy, and he felt it was worth it. In just 5 hours, he had gained 2 points of progress. His current level in skeleton summoning, especially with Nell, was level 3 with 22 out of 100 points. He thought that pace was great, but he also knew that as he progressed, it would get slower. The time needed to advance increased exponentially. Even so, he still wondered why Karen had told him not to go to the lab that day. That worried him a little, especially regarding the vampire. She seemed fine on the outside, but he didn't know what might be happening inside her. He supposed the evolution process would take time, so he decided not to worry just yet. As he thought, Nickel continued practicing with his sword, as always. Adrius acknowledged that undead really didn't get tired. He imagined that if he had recovery potions, he could train much longer as well. However, those potions were extremely expensive. There was the regeneration potion, useful for healing external wounds, and the healing potion, which treated internal injuries and relieved fatigue. He concluded it would be cheaper to learn to make his own potions, but it wasn't that simple. It wasn't enough to know the ingredients. He needed to understand the process, proportions, and the entire preparation. In the game, it only took a click. In real life, it was different. So, he had no choice but to attend academy classes. The next morning, Adrius entered the potions classroom. Some students recognized him and started whispering, wondering why someone like him was there. They thought he was only after girls or distractions. He heard everything, but chose to ignore it. He didn't want attention. In the corner of the room, a girl was watching him. She seemed to sigh with slight disappointment, though it was hard to tell exactly why. The class began, and after that, Adrius went to his herbology class with Professor Bervan. The content felt very similar to what he remembered from the game, but what interested him most were the correct ingredient combinations. During the class, Professor Bervan explained how to make a stamina potion. He mentioned using mohin leaves and 3 other main ingredients. However, Adrius soon realized the explanation was different from the formula he knew. He found it odd that they were teaching a potion with side effects in an intermediate class. Curious, he raised his hand and asked if the ingredients weren't actually hornfish essence and madarata root bark. The entire class stared at him in shock, as if he were talking nonsense. The professor replied sarcastically, saying that with those ingredients, he should be in a cooking class making soup, but Adrius knew he was right. That was exactly the formula for the true stamina potion. The only explanation was that this recipe hadn't been discovered in this world yet. That meant that he, a mere student, knew more than an academic professor. He concluded that studying on his own would be more effective than relying on such weak instruction. However, once again, he noticed he was being watched by the same girl from earlier. Later, already in the Academy's research lab, Adrius tried to prepare some potions on his own. The system once again showed failure in the brewing. Even Even knowing the formula, the practice required trial and error. The ingredients were running out, and each one cost far more than he had anticipated. He thought about asking for help, but quickly discarded the idea. Who would help someone like him, known as the Academy's loser? Then suddenly the door opened. In came the short-haired girl who had been watching him. She stared at him and said something that showed she already knew who he was. At that moment, Adrias became alarmed. That girl was a playable character. The girl who appeared was Lucia Everlast, one of the playable characters from the game. Recognized as a potion-making prodigy, her presence there made Adrias suspicious. He wondered why she was interacting with him that way. Lucia commented on the smoke coming from his workstation and said he seemed to be failing a lot. Without replying, Adrias decided to ignore her, hoping she would just go away. She then asked what he wanted to do, but he replied that it was a secret. Right away, he realized he had been followed since leaving the classroom. While he tried to keep his distance, Lucia kept insisting. She asked if he was really going to keep ignoring her like that. Adrias just wished she would leave, but Lucia said she didn't expect someone so reserved to be the first to reject her like that. Then she stepped closer and asked if he would like to conduct research together. She said there would be no problem forming a partnership and noted that he seemed talented and creative. She explained that she was looking for an undiscovered cure and wanted to form a bond with someone like him. Adrias remembered that, in the game, Lucia was also seeking a cure, but for herself. The reason she was so respected in potion making wasn't just talent, but the fact that she suffered from a rare disease. If she didn't find a cure, she would die. No doctor or alchemist could help her because the disease was a condition imposed by the game system itself. Only someone who had played the game would know the true cure. However, if he revealed too much, he could end up dead. He figured she approached him because of a few words he had said in class. So he tried to cut things off, telling her he didn't need her help and that she should mind her own business. However, Lucia mentioned the Fiono mushroom, one of the ingredients he hadn't brought up earlier. Adrias was shocked. How did she know exactly which ingredient was missing if she didn't even know what kind of potion he was trying to make? She said she had figured it all out and wanted to help. Still, Adrias responded that he already knew she was rich, and if she was done talking, she could just leave. Lucia calmly replied that she'd give him time to think, but had a feeling he'd change his mind. He answered indifferently, though deep down he had no intention of accepting her offer at that time. It was too risky. Later, Adrias was practicing with Nickel and thinking about everything. He figured he could find the right mixing ratio on his own. But the real problem was money. He needed a solid investment and wondered what to do next. At that moment, Nickel startled him on purpose. Noticing he was distracted, Adrias wondered how Nickel always knew when he wasn't focused. He thought he still had time and needed to find a way to get funding. He resorted to the only possible option. He sent a letter to his younger sister asking for financial help. She replied affectionately, saying she missed him. He thought it was ridiculous, the kind of thing innocent people say, and felt even more ashamed. He knew the character he was playing was a disaster in his personal life, but he hadn't expected his financial situation to be this bad too. While reflecting on that, a girl approached him. She asked if he was Adrias Cromwell and commented on the book he was carrying, questioning whether he was trying to study like a normal person now. She said it was hard to believe someone like him could change overnight. At that moment, Adrias recognized the girl. It was Diane Albion, daughter of the Albin family and a magic prodigy, another playable character, and one who could easily kill him. He remembered that in childhood, Adrias and Diane were close. But after the fall of the Cromwell family, everything changed. He had been so rude to her in the past that a single wrong conversation could seal his fate. He knew he couldn't cooperate with any of these characters. That would be asking to die. In the end, asking his sister for money had been the best choice he could have made. Back in the capital city of Rodelen, Adrias was looking for something specific. He entered a restaurant after being called by someone. Inside, his sister was waiting for him. She asked why he had come there, and he tried to apologize. He said Account's daughter shouldn't be working like that. She replied calmly, saying it wasn't his fault. This was Amy Cromwell, his younger sister. Even though he felt embarrassed, Adrias barely knew how to react. She commented that she already knew he would show up asking for money, so she had prepared an envelope for him. She only asked him not to spend it all at once. He sincerely thanked her. However, she soon noticed the absence of the family ring and asked where it was. Adrias said he wasn't wearing it, so he wouldn't risk losing it. Deep down, he knew he couldn't tell her the truth. Emmy stared at him suspiciously and said she didn't even want to hear the answer. She already knew what he had done. Disappointed, she told him to leave. She said he didn't need to pay the money back. Adrias still tried to say he would recover the ring, but she slammed the door angrily. It was the first time he had seen her like that. Feeling miserable, he thought he needed to recover the ring as soon as possible. Without it, there was no point in trying to survive in that world. He knew it, and for that reason, he decided to take the risk. He was ready to accept Lucia's offer. From a certain morning onward, Adrias began following a new physical training routine. While he dedicated himself to body training, Lucia stayed lying down. But even so, the two conducted various experiments together. Adrias was not only developing his necromancy, but also strengthening his own body. He knew it was difficult to balance physical effort with research, but he considered it necessary. Despite the occasional explosions, Lucia was a useful partner. During one of the sessions, Adrias Adrias asked why it felt like he was doing everything alone while Lucia just rested. She replied casually, as if he were exaggerating, but he thought that, deep down, she was still just lazy. When he was about to adjust the mixture again, Lucia interrupted, suggesting he reduce the amount of madamada and add a bit more todol sap. Adrias acknowledged that, despite everything, her intuition was always spot on. Working with her had been a good idea, even if the initial reason was just the financial investment. Following her instructions exactly, he completed the preparation. When the first drop of the potion fell into the vial, the system confirmed success. He had created an intermediate stamina potion. Surprised by his own success, Adrias stood still for a moment until Lucia asked if he had messed up again. He replied that this time, he had succeeded. The system then notified him that he had acquired a new talent, enhanced potion handling and creation. The talent had a 32% chance of evolving, and the system asked if he wanted to activate the evolution. Adrias was surprised to learn that even abilities could evolve over time. However, he thought 32% was still too low, so he decided to wait. Lucia examined the potion and said it had no side effects and could be sold for a higher than normal price. Adrias told her she could handle the sales part, since he had done all the hard work. Lucia, with a slightly teasing tone, reminded him that he had said he would be too busy. Since she had been lying down until then, she would handle it now. Adrias confirmed in his mind that she had done it all on purpose. Meanwhile, in the underground lab, Angela felt her whole body burning. The pain was intense, but something inside her told her that once the pain passed, something new would emerge. She felt that evolution was near. Back on the train, Adrias was heading toward the test site. He reflected on how much he had trained, improved his necromancy, swordsmanship, and physical conditioning. This would be his first official evaluation, and afterward would come the final test at the Magic Tower. He was also curious about Angela's progress and was already thinking of coming up with an excuse to return and see her. Meanwhile, in another car, some students were chatting about the intermediate elimination exam. They said the groups and missions would be randomly assigned, making everything unpredictable. If someone wanted an easy pass, they'd need to end up in a group with good teammates. DNA overheard and asked if it really made that much of a difference. One of the girls replied that it wasn't that simple. She wondered how hard it would be to end up in the same group as Adrias, but then she noticed that he looked visibly stronger. She was shocked by his physical transformation. Later, the train arrived at the training area. The teacher gathered all the students and announced that the third-year intermediate evaluation would now begin. He explained that it would be a test in randomly assigned groups, consisting of 3 night studies students, 1 magic studies student, and 1 instructor. Each group would have to complete their mission by Monday, and if successful, all members would pass. Adrias felt anxious. He knew that, besides him and Karen, there were other dangerous characters in the academy. To make things worse, he discovered that 2 of the most dangerous ones were participating in this exam. The cultist Hajal Gapri, his first declared enemy, and Viviane Velikan, a completely unstable woman who had already been involved in several murders inside the academy. When he realized he was in the same group as them, Adrias felt like fate was toying with him. Did his character have negative luck? Soon, one of the knights assigned to the group approached. His name was Christopher, and he immediately began mocking. He said he'd heard the mage was trying to become a knight, and laughed at the idea, calling it a joke. He told Adrias to let his guard down, as if he wasn't worthy of that role. Then, Hajal Gapri approached and made a remark about how difficult it must be to deal with antisocial knights, implying that teamwork would be a challenge. Just behind him, Viviane Velikan watched with a disturbing gaze, carrying her reputation for instability and violence. Christopher looked at the group irritably and asked who they were calling social. Within seconds, he and Hajal Gapri were arguing, nearly breaking into a fight right then and there. Adrias was growing more and more anxious. Those 2 alone were already a massive problem, but the situation got even worse. The group's instructor was known for her explosive behavior, which only added to the tension. Adrias thought this team was doomed to fail from the start. The lead teacher was already preparing to distribute the missions among the groups. He reminded everyone of the importance of returning alive, which only heightened the sense of danger. Standing alongside his teammates, Adrias wondered if that was even possible. Later, the instructor formally introduced herself. She identified as Ivy Claire, assistant instructor of Team 9. She then presented a document with the mission details. Their task was to investigate Baron Bolleric's village, where rumors had spread about the murder of the landowner in Surin village. An investigation team had been sent 2 weeks prior, but all contact with them was lost. For that reason, the Mercenary Guild had requested a follow-up investigation. Ivy asked if anyone had questions. Watching her, Adrias thought she looked even more dangerous in real life than in the game. There wasn't much known about her, but it was certain she would soon become the youngest Aura Master in history. Her skills were exceptional, but her temperament made everything harder. Adrias felt that this would greatly complicate the mission. During the conversation, Ivy addressed Christopher, calling him Seaweed Head, and reminding him he'd been playing Knight lately. She said it was laughable to see a mage trying to walk that path. Adrias, already irritated, didn't want to hear that kind of comment from someone so emotionally unstable, who acted like a maniac most of the time. The provocation continued. Ivy said in a threatening tone that maybe she'd prefer to chew on his flesh just to see what would happen. Later, approaching the barony, the group noticed that Baron Bolleric's castle wasn't that large for someone of his title. The Baron personally welcomed them at the entrance, thanked them for coming, and briefly explained the situation. He said the landowner in Surin village was his cousin, a baronet with no heirs. That was all the information he could provide for the moment. Ivy thanked him formally, but suddenly the butler approached the Baron and whispered something in his ear. The Baron discreetly glanced at Adrius, made a subtle gesture to disguise it, then excused himself, saying he had urgent matters to attend to. He wished the team good luck and left. The butler also apologized for the suddenness, saying the young master wasn't feeling well. The group noticed the strange look the butler gave before leaving. Later, back at the temporary camp, Ivy thanked Christopher for handling the equipment while she worked on the reports. Still suspicious, Adrius commented that it seemed odd how distant the Baron appeared, even though he was a direct relative of the victim. Something felt wrong. Ivy asked if that was why he was so eager to investigate. Adrius explained that the rumors about the disappearance of investigators and tax collectors felt staged. It was strange that after a whole month, only one team had been sent. But more than that, what really stood out was the butler's behavior. Ivy recalled the conversation she had with him. He'd said that by the time they left, the sun would be setting and suggested they stay the night. Ivy politely declined, stating that the mission came before comfort. Adrius told the group that when Ivy turned down the offer to stay at the castle, the butler had shown a strange expression, as if he hadn't received the response he expected. Moreover, both he and the Baron seemed constantly uneasy, fidgeting, trembling, and short of breath. It all pointed to the typical behavior of people hiding something serious. Right after that, the group's next stop was the village they were supposed to investigate. They departed by carriage led by a hired coachman. During the trip, Christopher suggested they find an inn as soon as they arrived, but Ivy refused. She said they would begin the investigation immediately, and that their first stop would be the mansion of the former landowner. Adrius agreed silently, feeling like he had no other choice but to see it through himself. On the way, something strange began to happen. Adrius felt the mana around them fluctuate intensely. The sensation grew stronger the closer they got to the village, as if the energy was pulling them in. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Annoyed, Christopher said he'd handle it and yelled to find out what was going on. But it was already too late. The coachman and the horses were completely out of control. The carriage shook violently, swaying side to side. Christopher wondered what was wrong with the coachman, while Ivy, realizing something was off, kicked the front panel of the carriage, creating a hole in the wall. She warned everyone that impact was unavoidable. The carriage barreled through the village gate, smashing everything in its path. It flipped multiple times, dragging people, horses, and luggage with it. The coachman didn't look well at all. Despite the severity of the crash, everyone in the group survived and was unharmed. Around them, the village seemed overtaken by something bizarre. People were dancing in the streets, but it wasn't normal dancing. It was as if they were in a trance, a collective hysteria. They danced non-stop like zombies, unaware of everything around them. Even the horses seemed strangely affected by the environment. Everything felt like part of a massive enchantment. Christopher, confused, turned to Adrius and asked what was going on since he was the mage. But Adrius realized this wasn't just a mana distortion. He sensed dark energy spreading throughout the area. This was definitely black magic. One of the entranced villagers was knocked down by the group, but even on the ground, they kept trying to dance. It was as if the body physically couldn't stop. Vivienne noted that this wasn't the strength of a normal child. Hajal Gapri commented that the child's feet were bleeding from dancing for so long. Christopher, after analyzing the scene, concluded that this was a curse. Hajal asked if this was related to their mission. Christopher said it probably was, but doubted the people had been dancing for over a month. If they had, they'd already be dead. Adrias, however, suggested another possibility. Maybe someone was deliberately keeping these people alive, feeding the curse. The look Christopher gave him showed he agreed with the reasoning. At that moment, the group realized how deep in trouble they were. It was a situation completely out of control. Adrias thought that, in the game, his character would probably have accepted the butler's advice and slept at the castle like a king. But now, in the real world, everything had changed. Investigating the village directly had put them at risk, and he could feel a dark magic presence as strong as Karan's. It was strange that someone was using black magic with such a wide range. He began to wonder if it was being caused by a magical artifact. Christopher asked if the nerd had any idea what was going on, and Adrius replied that they didn't have enough clues yet. They would need to start investigating for real. Later, the group approached the mansion of the village's former landowner. Upon arrival, they found a bonfire where human bodies were being burned. They forced the door open and went inside. The environment was silent. Everyone there was already dead. There were bodies of common villagers and also outsiders. Christopher examined one of the corpses and, based on the clothes, recognized him as one of the investigators sent by the Empire. He'd been dead for a long time. Adrius commented that solving this alone would be extremely difficult. Based on the circumstances, he strongly suspected black magic. Ivy asked what made him say that, and Adrius explained that someone seemed to be stirring people up and gathering their emotions, probably to convert them into energy used in dark spells. Human emotions have always been a powerful fuel for black magic. Ivy believed that the same scumbag who killed the mansion's former owner was also behind all of this. Adrius agreed, imagining that the man may have been involved in shady business. Christopher suspected the nearby corpse fire was part of a dark ritual, and Adrius said that was very likely. Given that, they concluded that everything could be resolved if they captured whoever was responsible. The group decided to search the entire mansion, which was abandoned, dirty, and falling apart. They combed through every corner but found no clues or evidence. Just as they were about to give up, Vivienne called Hajal over to see something suspicious. When Adrias also looked out the window, he saw what appeared to be a crowd of villagers approaching slowly, like zombies. At that moment, Adrias realized the sorcerer had begun his plan. The others hadn't noticed the danger yet. Adrias thought they'd been lured into the mansion on purpose, only to be surrounded. Hajal, confused, asked Ivy what they should do. She said there was no point in continuing the search. They needed to get out as soon as possible. She told Hajal to find an escape route. Running through the mansion's hallways, he quickly realized it was too late. Frenzied villagers had already invaded the building. Shouting, he warned that they were being overtaken. Just as he was attacked and nearly captured, Christopher appeared, pushing the crowd back and positioning himself on the front line. He shouted for them to protect the mage, saying he would deal with the enemies. But at that moment, an explosion struck Christopher's face. Adrias, who was nearby, saw his companion's body fall. A sharp pain struck his chest. The memory of war hit him like a shock. He lost control, breathless and dizzy. As chaos spread, Ivy had to carry him in her arms to escape. Vivienne opened an escape route through the window, and Ivy, with Adrias on her back, jumped out. Even after leaving the mansion, they had to run hard to escape the frenzied mob still chasing them. Only when Adrias managed to react and cast a spell that took down several enemies along the way were they able to create enough space. Ivy teased him, saying he was late as always, and told him to stop wasting energy. Then she asked if he could locate the sorcerer. Adrias replied that he might be able to, since the enemy wasn't hiding his mana. With that, he used his magical detection ability. The dark energy enveloping the villagers served as a guide. Following the traces, he mapped a path through the village until he found the house where the sorcerer was hiding. Once he confirmed the location, he pointed Ivy in the right direction, and she dashed off. She ran so fast it was like a motorcycle, leaving the others behind. The sorcerer, sensing their approach, prepared himself, but Ivy burst in without hesitation, kicking the door down. The place was dark and sinister, as if it had been designed for a ritual. She confirmed it was indeed the hideout of a dark mage. However, a trap was triggered as soon as she stepped inside. A powerful magical barrier formed, trapping only Ivy inside the house. Inside, she saw a child, completely bandaged, groaning in pain. She recognized the boy as Noah. Outside, Adrias realized the barrier was too strong for him to break. Before he could act, a voice invaded his mind, mocking all of them. It said they were insignificant, like moths walking toward the light. Suddenly, a massive barrier enveloped the entire village, trapping everyone inside. The dark mage declared that they would all be sacrificed in the name of sloth. Adrias was shocked by the revelation. Sloth was one of the 7 deadly sins. He remembered that the name of the game was Peccata, and that each sin was part of the first section of the Codex of the Apocalypse. When all the parts came together, the final boss of the game could be summoned. These were the most valuable items in the entire system. But before he could think further, Adrias was attacked. With quick reflexes, he dodged easily. Still, he was stunned. One of the game's most important items had been hidden in a forgotten village, not even mentioned in the main story. He realized he couldn't handle this alone. He needed his group. Dodging attacks, he slipped through the village alleys and fled from the horde. Meanwhile, several enemies were being torn apart by Vivienne, who reduced them to pieces with brutal precision. Vivienne was completely immersed in the slaughter, acting with an intensity that even frightened her companions. She seemed to enjoy eliminating each of those enemies, as if it were liberating. Christopher, watching from afar, wondered why she was acting so violently. Meanwhile, Hajal approached the group, saying he was alive and okay. He mentioned that it was the first time he'd seen Vivienne like that, but Adrias couldn't trust him. He thought one should never trust someone that fanatical. After all, Christopher had been seriously injured because of Hajal's actions and now lay motionless on the ground. Adrias remembered that Ivy, his instructor, was trapped inside a magical barrier. Before he could do anything, he once again heard the same voice in his head. The mysterious presence accused the group of killing regular civilians, innocent people. Adrias was certain it was the dark mage communicating with him. He imagined the sorcerer could only be hiding in the same place where Ivy had been captured. Concerned for her safety, Hajal said he would go there. Adrias, although suspicious, acknowledged that at least Hajal's intentions were clear. It was better to count on someone predictable than to worry about an unexpected betrayal. Meanwhile, Vivienne kept killing everything in her path. Adrias began to worry. If she kept going like that, she would end up being corrupted by dark magic itself. She was already losing control, and the risk of madness was real. Suddenly, Vivienne was surrounded on all sides. Adrias believed there was no way she could escape so many attacks. But to his surprise, she dodged effortlessly and counterattacked, wiping out all the enemies around her at once. It seemed impossible. Adrias wondered what kind of ability that was. Then a new voice echoed in the air. It lamented the way things had turned out, saying that this wasn't supposed to happen. The mysterious figure commented that the only person who still retained their sanity was useless, and not much was expected of them anyway. Still, it found it strange how Adrias remained calm in the face of such chaos. Adrias replied coldly, sensing that the host of all this madness had finally revealed himself. The dark mage seemed surprised by his confidence, but acknowledged his courage. He said Adrias should also undergo a test, and that's when everything changed. Adrias found found himself transported to another dimension. He had let his guard down and was suddenly taken to the edges of the universe. He didn't understand what was happening. He felt his body slowly disintegrating, as if he were being lost in his own existence. Then, he found himself back on the battlefield. Confused, he wondered if it had all been a dream. He looked to the horizon and saw a great explosion. He started running, his head bleeding, desperately searching for his platoon. Then, in the distance, he saw something that paralyzed him. Amid the rubble, there was a zombie, but as he got closer, he realized it wasn't a dead creature. It was a living person, badly injured and about to die. Desperate, he tried to help, but the person's face began to transform before his eyes. It was as if the figure were shifting identities. Adrius wondered if he was seeing his father's face. At that moment, he remembered the day he received the Cromwell family ring. He recalled the words about seeing with his own eyes the weight and power of that legacy, and about the hope that one day his son would find true happiness. These memories awakened something inside him. The illusion began to break. The dark mage, watching from above, seemed confused. He couldn't understand why the false reality was falling apart, but it was clear that Adrius was breaking the curse. The illusion shattered completely. A massive explosion engulfed the area, and when the smoke cleared, Adrius stood there, unharmed. The sorcerer, astonished, asked how he had escaped the curse of sloth. Adrius, calm on the outside, was lost in thought. He found it all pathetic. At that moment, the system triggered a notification. The synchronization between Kim Jin-hwan, his past life identity, and Adrius Cromwell had been successfully completed. He had inherited the combat talent of Kim Jin-hwan, a formidable warrior. Now understanding the curse, Adrius realized it targeted a person's deepest traumas, forcing them to relive their pain and regrets. He thought he shouldn't have expected much from such a weak sorcerer. The dark mage, irritated by the contempt, tried to strike him, but Adrius dodged with ease. He had already noticed the enemy had a special immunity to the barrier, but that didn't intimidate him. Even with the sorcerer yelling at him to shut up, Adrius kept dodging calmly. He thought that although this wasn't a particularly powerful opponent, defeating him without using necromancy would still be a real challenge. Adrius realized that everyone else was trapped in their own curses. That meant no one was watching or interfering. The dark mage approached, intrigued, and asked what Adrius really was. Adrius, still calm, said he'd find out soon enough. With a gesture, he summoned his skeleton. The sorcerer could barely believe what he was seeing. The system detected 25 corpses nearby, but only 9 responded to the summoning ability. So Adrius summoned 9 skeletons. The dark mage, suspicious, asked if he was a necromancer. Then he asked if the assembly had already arrived there. That's when Adrius remembered the black magic assembly, something he had completely forgotten about. But now, he could use that information to his advantage. He summoned 7 regular skeletons and 2 soldier skeletons, declaring in the name of the assembly that he would recover the page of sloth. The sorcerer flew into a rage. He asked how Adrius dared think he could face the power of sloth. Even so, the skeleton army charged toward him. The dark mage laughed and easily destroyed all the skeletons. Explosions filled the area as bones shattered. However, Adrius raised a stone shield and blocked the next strike. The sorcerer mocked him, saying he talked too much and only used cheap tricks. Meanwhile, Adrius continued preparing his real weapon, Nickel's summoning. When the enemy charged, thinking he'd finish Adrius off, he was caught off guard by the special skeleton that emerged, slashing everything in front of it with immense force. The dark mage couldn't believe what he was seeing. How had a simple skeleton managed to slice his black spear in 2? Desperate, the sorcerer grabbed his most powerful artifact, saying he wouldn't lose. Adrius was impressed by the item, but trusted Nickel, who blocked all attacks with ease. Then the enemy began preparing the page of sloth. Adrius knew exactly what that meant. It was a spell far too powerful to ignore. The dark mage said he had gone through a lot to obtain that page, and it was outrageous to have to use it against someone as insignificant as Adrius. He swore that Adrius would pay with his life for ruining his plans. Immediately after, large magical hands emerged, trying to grab him. Adrius barely dodged them, realizing he wouldn't be able to keep up that pace for long. Even so, Nickel continued to face the magical arms as if they were nothing. The sorcerer shouted for Adrius to accept his death. The speed of the attacks increased with every second, but Adrius noticed something important. The sorcerer did not yet have full control over the page of sloth. That meant if he acted quickly, he could create an opening. He then gave a direct command to Nickel. After a large explosion, smoke covered everything for a moment. When it cleared, the dark mage saw that Adrius was still standing. Adrius looked at him and said it was a shame to lose that skeleton, as it had been very difficult to obtain. The sorcerer laughed and said it was indeed a shame, but that soon Adrius would join the skeleton in the afterlife. He declared that this would be his farewell. What he didn't expect was that everything had been part of Adrius's plan. Nickel had actually been summoned behind him. In an instant, the skeleton sliced the dark mage in half with a single blow. The sorcerer dropped dead on the spot. Adrius had already suspected that the man was plotting something, but he didn't expect him to actually be Baloric's butler. This raised serious suspicions about the Baron's involvement in all of it. Shortly after, Adrius recovered the Page of Sloth, Chapter 7 of the Codex of the Apocalypse. He looked at the powerful item in his hands and thought about what to do with it. He couldn't just walk around with it exposed. That's when he remembered Nickel. He asked the skeleton to carry the page for now. Then he stored them both in his pocket dimension, planning to decide what to do later. Still, one question remained. If the creator of the curse was dead, why hadn't the curse disappeared? He immediately thought of Vivian, who was still trapped and out of control. He concluded that maybe maybe it was better for her to stay that way. But he also knew that everyone would ask how he had survived on his own, and he couldn't tell them he had used dark magic. Even so, when he touched the barrier, something unexpected happened. He was pulled inside without being able to react. There, he found Vivian in a childlike form, as if she were submerged in her own memories. She was scared, asking why the chair was talking. She thought she was facing a demon or a ghost. In reality, Adrias was there, but he couldn't be seen. Vivian, confused, believed the voice was coming from the object beside her. Adrias calmly replied that he was neither a ghost nor a demon. Adrias assumed the identity of a fairy to be able to interact with Vivian inside the barrier. Although he found it ridiculous, he knew it was the best way to approach her. Vivian was in a childlike state, scared and confused, and he realized she believed the chair was speaking. Since she couldn't see him, it worked in favor of his performance. So, he decided to keep playing the role of the fairy, as it was an opportunity to help someone marked by tragedy since childhood. Right after entering the barrier, Adrias witnessed a noble woman slapping Vivian across the face. Invisible, he watched everything and quickly understood. That woman was the Count Velocan's second wife, Vivian's stepmother. Upon investigating the family's background, he discovered that the head of House Velocan was a renowned swordsman who dreamed of having a worthy heir to carry on his lineage. When Vivian's mother couldn't bear children, she started treating the girl as useless, constantly repeating that she shouldn't have been born. Over the years, the psychological abuse and complete neglect caused loneliness to grow inside Vivian. Eventually, that pain turned into madness. As an adult, she became an uncontrollable killer, taking the lives of students, teachers, and anyone who crossed her path. That past was a sin Adrias couldn't erase from the game, but now he saw a chance to rewrite her future, at least in part. When young Vivian asked if he had really come to help her, Adrias, still pretending to be a fairy, responded by asking why she was crying. She said no one had ever cared about her. Adrias admitted to himself that he wasn't good with children, but he tried to say something comforting. He told her she had a very special talent, even if no one around her had noticed it. He commented that her gift for swordsmanship was impressive, but Vivian replied that she didn't even know how to hold a sword properly. He insisted that fairies knew these things and asked her to trust him. Vivian said she was always reprimanded for making mistakes, but the fairy assured her he would be by her side to help, with one condition: she could never tell anyone about his existence. She promised to keep the secret. From then on, Adrias began guiding her within that reality as a guardian spirit, watching over her training and even her moments of rest. He was present whenever she needed him. As time passed, memories were rebuilt. For an entire month, Adrias dedicated himself completely to helping Vivian, offering the best guidance possible, making the most of her natural combat talent. The combination of his mentorship and her raw potential began to produce remarkable results. Adrias reflected on how much she had evolved. He could hardly believe the progress. He thought few people would believe a child could achieve so much in so little time. He acknowledged that Vivian deserved applause for her effort and talent. However, something still seemed to bother her. She looked a bit down, even after demonstrating excellent movements. He thought her self-esteem would have improved by now, but wanted to understand the cause of her sadness. Vivian explained that, even though her mentor believed in her, he had never shown his true form. That made her feel like her efforts weren't enough. She wondered if she wasn't good enough for the fairy to reveal his face. Despite training hard, she still felt invisible. Adrias, still in disguise, explained that fairies could not reveal themselves. It was a rule that couldn't be broken. At that moment, Count Velocan appeared. Watching the training, he praised Vivian enthusiastically. He said he never imagined she had so much talent. He asked to see the moves she had just demonstrated again. Vivian agreed, surprised, and responded with joy when he called her daughter. After a few more demonstrations, the Count declared that it was worthy of the Velocan lineage. Then, satisfied, he left. Vivian was speechless. For the first time, her father had praised her. With tears in her eyes, she said it felt like a dream. She never imagined she'd hear such words from him. Adrias noticed that the spell of the barrier was beginning to dissolve. Vivian said she wanted to stay in that place a little longer, but knew it was time to wake up from the dream. She acknowledged that she had found her path thanks to Mr. Fairy and promised to keep following it. She knew she wasn't alone and now had something to fight for herself. Adrias asked her to remember what happened and the promise she made. He told her he would always be watching her for the rest of her life. She, moved, thanked him for letting her live such a beautiful dream. It was at that moment the spell finally broke. They were still in the village, as if time outside the magical barrier hadn't passed. Vivian remained asleep with a gentle smile on her face, while Adrias continued holding her hand. He believed she could move forward and turn that dream into reality. Later, it was confirmed that Baron Baloric had indeed been behind the entire incident involving the village. Ivy, acting on her own, left the barrier and, upon uncovering the truth, ordered that the head of the guilty party be brought in a recognizable state. The idea was to take it directly to the castle. For Adrias, the situation was unfolding surprisingly smoothly, even after everything that had happened. Ivy's rage was understandable since Christopher was dead and Rajal Gapri was missing. At the castle, the first guard was quickly taken down and nearly killed. The other guards, confused, asked who the intruders were and why they were attacking. Ivy introduced herself as an assistant instructor from the Rodolin Academy and declared that from that moment on, anyone who tried to protect Baron Baloric would be executed. To Adrias, it seemed like just an excuse for her to kill all the guards. He, for his part, was carrying Christopher's body. Ivy then showed the dead butler's head, asking if the face looked familiar. She revealed that the man was a cultist involved in everything that had happened in the village and demanded passage to the Baron. The guards, stunned, offered little resistance. Further inside the castle, Ivy kicked down the door of the hall, and the Baron received her coldly, mentioning that they had finally returned. He commented that Even was dead and, pointing to the creature beside him, introduced it as his son, Adele, now a monstrous figure. The Baron revealed that the boy should have died months ago due to an illness. In his desperation to find a cure, he accepted help from a mysterious, hooded man who promised to save the child. The price, however, was turning his son into an abomination. Upon hearing this, Ivy was disgusted. The Baron tried to justify himself to his son, but Ivy stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him aside, asking why he wasn't apologizing to the victims of the corruption caused by dark magic. The knights present did not interfere. Ivy then ordered them to immediately summon the investigation unit and to also engage the creature. At that moment, Adrias prepared a spear made of rock and hurled it at Adele, hitting him squarely and eliciting a scream of pain. The Baron, in shock, ran to his son. The knights didn't even try to stop him. Ivy, irritated, questioned Adrias for acting without permission, but he replied that it was better to eliminate any creature corrupted by dark magic as soon as possible. He added that the Baron still had important information that could be extracted. In the end, Baron Baloric was captured and taken away by the investigation unit, along with the creature, which would be kept as evidence. Back at the academy, Vivian and Adrias gave their testimonies. The lead investigator stated there was no doubt that the Baron had conspired with dark magic. They decided to continue the interrogation and dismiss the two students. As they left the academy, Adrias reflected that if the Baron's direct involvement with dark magic was confirmed, the consequences would be severe. Still, he believed the Baron should be somewhat grateful that he had killed the creature. Otherwise, the monster would have become nothing more than a test subject in the hands of dark mages. Suddenly, Vivian asked if, at that moment, Adrias had tried to end the creature's suffering. He confirmed it. She then asked why he was still called Fairy Lord, which surprised him. To Vivian, his voice was identical to the one she had heard in her dreams. Soon after, Lucia Fro approached and asked how he was. He said he had just returned from his mission. She then showed him something curious and said he was now a star, famous because of the mission, which had become well known for its difficulty and outcome. Lucia mentioned that the potion had been publicly revealed days earlier, which would greatly help business. Adrias, on the other hand, only wanted peace and quiet. Still, Lucia insisted he would receive a good reward and suggested he use the money to buy them lunch. Adrias said he would split the money with the others. Lucia then noticed Vivian and asked if she was the girl who had been on the mission with him. Adrias was surprised she hadn't recognized Vivian, who was a third-year knight. Vivian introduced herself formally, and he introduced the two girls to each other. In the end, Lucia just reinforced what she had said before. Now Adrias had money. Lucia suggested they throw a party to celebrate the mission's success, but Adrias reminded her the evaluation wasn't over yet. He promised that next time they could celebrate. Still, Lucia assured him she would see him at the Magic Tower the next day, and he just asked her not to be late. The next morning at Rodellin's Magic Tower, Adrias was climbing a slope carrying Lucia in his arms. He already knew this would happen and blamed himself for trusting her, thinking he should have been better prepared. She was completely sleepy and lazy, which made the walk difficult. When they reached the entrance, an evaluator called them, confirming their names, Adrias Crownwell and Lucia Everlist. He asked them to follow him and explained that the interior of the tower constantly changed, so they should stay alert. Adrias tried to warn Lucia to wake up, but she changed the subject and started talking about Vivian, asking what his relationship with her was. Adrias replied they were just teammates. He wondered why Lucia was so interested. She quickly changed the subject and reminded him they still needed to celebrate, and he realized all she really wanted was a free meal. As they walked through the tower's corridors, they heard a familiar voice. A man suddenly appeared, accompanied by an eagle, so quickly that they barely had time to react. It was Bahat Alban, the master of Rodellin's Magic Tower. The inspector was surprised by his presence and wanted to know why he was there. Bahat approached the students and, despite being blind, recognized Adrias, saying he was the spitting image of his father, whom he called an old fool. It was then explained that Bahat Alban was the head of House Alban and the current master of the Magic Tower. Adrias didn't understand why he had shown up, much less why he was talking to him directly. Bahat asked Lucia if she was the daughter of the Viscount of Hollington, and she confirmed it, giving her full name. He responded that if she wanted to be remembered, she should build a reputation, which sounded contradictory since he was the one who had asked. He then dismissed the inspector and took charge of the evaluation. Bahat used a field magic, which surprised Adrias, who wondered if it was really necessary. Lucia commented that it was advanced spatial magic and that Bahat probably overdid things for effect. The master replied that he was hearing everything, even without being directly addressed. Shortly after, they were teleported to another room with a table and judges. Some mages questioned Bahat's presence, but he explained he had heard about the potion being evaluated. They were informed that the current goal was to analyze the production process. Bahat took the potion, drank a sip, and described all the ingredients used with precision, just by taste. He then asked if there was anything else. Lucia replied yes, mentioning 2 special ingredients, hornfish essence and madamada root. Bahat showed surprise and interest, praising her skill. He said he had heard rumors about her ability to create potions at such a young age, which impressed him. He declared the evaluation complete, and that both were approved. Using levitation magic, he said he was curious about Adrias's involvement in all this. He said he had heard Adrias was the co-creator of the potion, but also that his role was only to fund the project. Adrias remained silent, unwilling to contradict him. Lucia, however, stepped forward and clarified that he had done most of the work, while she had been the assistant. Bahat then said he would verify it himself. He snapped his fingers and took them to another room, where other potion evaluations were happening. He asked them to recreate the same potion using the ingredients and utensils available. Lucia remarked that this kind of magic only worked inside the tower, and Adrias asked if that's what was worrying her. Then they began the preparation. Adrias settled in front of the materials and noticed the equipment was a bit different, but nothing that would hinder him. In about 5 minutes, he completed the new version of the potion. Bahat took a sip and confirmed the replication was perfect. He then said he would ask a few questions and wanted to know why hornfish essence had been used. Adrias gave a long and detailed explanation that impressed everyone. In the end, he summarized that the ingredients served to neutralize side effects. Lucia, observing, thought to herself that the seaweed head was surprisingly good at explaining things. Bahat said it was good enough, but Adrias explained he wasn't done talking. Before he could continue, Bahat removed his blindfold and said it had been a long time since he'd seen Adrias's face, though even now, he didn't seem like the same boy he once knew. Using his magical eyes, Bahat stared at him and asked who he was. Not even Lucia understood why he did that. Bahat's gaze was fixed on Adrias until the boy gave a small smile and confidently answered that he was indeed Adrias Cromwell, the same one Bahat used to call an insect. Seeing how much he had grown since their last encounter, Bahat proposed a wager. If Adrias could create a new potion by the end of the year, and if it was truly good, he could pay off the entire Cromwell family debt and choose any item he wished. However, if he failed, he would have to leave Rodel Academy. Despite the harsh terms, Adrias accepted the offer, introducing himself as the eldest son of House Cromwell and embracing the opportunity with determination. Bahat remarked that it was ambitious and that he couldn't go back on it. Even with the blindfold, he could still see, and he saw that Adrias looked a lot like his father. That reminded him of his old friend and the children from that era. With a smile, he said he was looking forward to seeing what would happen. Meanwhile, in Karan's prison, Angela, the vampire, finally rose. She felt a new power coursing through her body. With ease, she shattered everything around her and broke free. She remembered Adrias and the oath she had made by her house that she would not kill him. She smiled broadly at the thought of him. Later, back in the capital, Adrias reflected that, at least, he no longer had to worry about money for ingredients. As soon as he finished the potion, he could focus on his training. The problem wasn't the laziness to do all that, it was that Grimorio page. He thought it would be better to trade it for something more useful now, even if it could have value later. He realized he didn't have many options. He would have to use something from Karen. When he returned to the academy, the sun was still rising. As he walked, he heard footsteps behind him and wondered if it was just his imagination. The truth was, Angela was watching him. Shortly after, he went to meet Karan. The man greeted him with sarcasm, calling him the academy's new celebrity. Adrias came to present the potion he had created and report that he had passed the final evaluation. Karan, however, accused him of conducting unauthorized research and questioned whether he was only showing up now out of respect. Adrias tried to explain, but Karan refused to listen and told him to follow, reminding him that he was still his disciple. Adrias had expected it wouldn't be easy. He knew that asking anything of Karan while he was in a bad mood was pointless. For now, he just wanted to check on the vampire. However, as they approached the lab, they realized everything had been completely destroyed. Nothing was left. Adrias concluded that Angela's evolution had been successful. Karan approached the cage and, seeing the damage, grew furious. He grabbed the chain and asked Adrias if he had tampered with the equipment restraining Angela. Adrias, feigning innocence, replied that he would never do that. He didn't want to be torn apart. Deep down, he thought to himself that Karan was an idiot. Karan's anger grew so intense that his shout echoed through the stairs. Later, as Adrias returned to the dorm, he decided to deal with his laziness another time. On the way, someone appeared in front of him and called his name. He nearly had a heart attack when he realized it was Angela. He wondered if she had been hiding there all along. She said she was curious about the situation and wanted an explanation. She asked him to look into her eyes. Adrias, scared, avoided her gaze, but she insisted. She asked what had happened and what kind of power he had given her. Adrias replied that he had fulfilled his part of the deal and that everything was over. He reminded her that she had sworn by her family name and thus should understand the weight of that. Angela acknowledged that she did, but she still wanted to understand what he had done. Adrias explained that he didn't have the strength to break her chains by normal means, so he used another method. She stared at him and asked what extraordinary method that would be. But as she got closer, she noticed something strange. Adrias's scent had changed. She called it a sin, and with a mischievous smile, thought things were getting much more interesting. Adrias was confused by Angela's words and asked what she meant. Without warning, she grabbed him by the neck and pinned him against a tree, lifting him with ease. With a curious smile, Angela said she wanted to learn more about that new power, but since there were too many people at the academy, she thought it best to stay away for a while. She promised they would meet again and that she would make good use of the gift he had given her. Still, she said it would be rude not to repay the favor and asked what he wanted as a reward. The next morning, in the Derjion dormitory, Diane was flipping through a book full of images of muscular heroic knights. She was enchanted by the figures. Her friend, however, asked to change the subject, but Diane insisted, saying she needed to find her own knight, because according to her, every woman should have one. The conversation was interrupted when her friend mentioned the latest news. Lucia had passed the evaluation test at the Magic Tower. Surprised, Diane commented that considering the girl's age, that was impressive. Since she had always heard Lucia was quite lazy, she concluded that Lucia must truly be talented. But the biggest surprise came when her friend revealed that it was Adrias who had prepared the evaluation potion. In disbelief, Diane asked if it was true. She found it hard to believe that someone who had always been seen as incompetent could have created a potion. She thought it was a joke. She remembered how, after House Cromwell fell, Adrias blamed everything around him, from his lack of talent to his circumstances. But now, faced with this news, she wondered how someone like him had changed so much in such a short time. While her friend remained impressed, Diane stood up, determined. She told herself she would find out with her own eyes. Later, during another class, Lucia noticed that Adrias seemed different. He explained he was feeling ill. Lucia suggested he should have rested in the dormitory, but Adrias replied that he needed to attend if he wanted to pass the year. As the teacher entered the room, Adrias was thinking about the mark on his neck, Angela's bite, which he was doing everything he could to hide. He also wondered about what she had said about his scent. He remembered how she bit him, and how his body had felt hot ever since. He was uncomfortable in his clothes, as if the heat was suffocating him. The professor took attendance and commented on Adrias's presence, noting how he was covered in clothes despite the heat. He recalled that Adrias had even been in the news and asked why he was dressed like that. Adrias, trying to remain discreet, said he had caught a cold. The professor agreed that potion research could be exhausting and allowed him to go rest, promising to mark his attendance. But before Adrias could leave, the professor mentioned that, as the herbology instructor, he felt he should have asked Adrias something earlier, though he had probably forgotten. Adrias, suspicious, wondered if the professor was trying to take some credit for the potion. He thanked the concern, but made sure to remind him that he had rejected all the ingredients the professor had suggested. Lucia, overhearing, was shocked. She wondered if he was really picking a fight with the professor. Adrias, however, continued and stated that, as the professor had suggested, he had used those ingredients, but only in the soup. The rest of the class fell silent, watching intently. The professor, surprised, tried to respond, but Adrias simply said goodbye, stating he didn't feel well. As he opened the door to leave, the professor grew furious, feeling disrespected. He thought Adrias was trying to steal the spotlight and act like a genius. Adrias, on the other hand, figured he could make up for the absence with credit from other classes. The professor insisted, asking if Adrias really intended to ignore him like that. At that moment, Lucia intervened and called the professor's attention. She said she could explain, as she had helped create the potion. The professor, surprised, allowed her to speak. Lucia then stated that everything they knew about potions was thanks to his classes, and that, with that knowledge, they had conducted their own research. She said his class had been essential to the result, as it provided the foundation for that breakthrough. That, according to her, was the true purpose of a teacher. The professor, now calmer, agreed with her. Lucia added that next time, if he gave advance notice, they could include him in the research process. He accepted the suggestion, saying yes. In the end, he authorized Adrias to go rest. As Adrias left the classroom, he thought about Lucia. Despite all the trouble, she had handled that situation for him. He thought being involved with her might kill him from stress, but at that moment, she had saved his skin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an important man was receiving a report directly from Rodelan Academy. He was none other than Duke Sinclair Cloche, known as the Marshal of Peace and Master of Aura. The report detailed the Academy's top students at the moment, and one piece of information caught the Duke's attention: a new potion created by a promising young alchemist. He commented that the potion had been made by the daughter of the Everlast family and was about to be commercialized. His secretary confirmed this, adding that any guild with access to the product could monopolize the potion market. Curious, Duke Sinclair asked if they already had a sample of the formula. The secretary said yes and went to fetch it, returning with a tiny vial. Observing it, the Duke remarked that even as a novice, young Lucia was already drawing attention, and he wondered how sought after she would be in the future. The secretary suggested it would be wise to establish a connection with her before she became even more influential, and the Duke agreed, also requesting a report listing those who had shown interest in the girl. He took the small sample of the potion, crushed the empty vial, and revealed his assessment. The potion was surprisingly effective, with results far superior to existing market formulas and without any side effects. In his opinion, this could revolutionize the entire industry. However, the secretary also brought a curious piece of information. According to the report, there was a co-creator involved in the development of the potion. She then revealed the name of the young man, Adrius. Surprised, Duke Sinclair asked if he was the son of House Crownwell and wanted to know whether the boy had always shown talent for alchemy. The secretary commented that, according to what was said, Adrius had no talent at all and was probably just riding on the success of the Everlast girl, which was strange as there was no known connection between the two houses. Given that, the Duke ordered his secretary to investigate the boy further. If he truly was a new talent, he should be added to the list of potential recruits. The secretary immediately took note. Meanwhile, in an equally luxurious mansion, an elderly gentleman held a glass of wine and asked his butler how the end of the year had gone. The butler reported that, as planned, House Crownwell would be officially demoted. Upon hearing this, the old man directly referred to Adrius Crownwell, laughed, and said he was curious to see how far the boy would go to distinguish himself from his father. Early the next morning, Adrius was already focused on his sword training. He tirelessly repeated fencing sequences, and after completing the 10,000th repetition, he collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He then took a potion and reflected that without it, he wouldn't have achieved such a feat. He used a combination of muscle regeneration potion, fatigue relief, and his own stamina recovery formula. Thanks to this, his training time could become virtually limitless. To him, it had all been a risky gamble, but the progress he had made was well worth it. Even though he had hesitated at first, Adrius acknowledged that his power had grown immensely. Now he was capable of creating potions of much higher quality and with greater ease, including the regeneration potion he had just used. He realized that his situation was very different from the past. Now he could train freely without worrying about the cost of the formulas. He thought that if only he had access to corpses or useful items, he could further expand his combat potential. However, he regretted not being able to sell the Page of Sloth, since Karan was absent. When he looked for Karan, he found only a sign on the door saying the master was away due to urgent matters. Adrius wondered if his master had really left without telling his own disciple anything, treating him like a child. Later that day, after long hours of training, he decided to rest, remembering he had a herbology class in the morning. However, when he arrived in the classroom the next day, he found it completely empty. There was only a note saying that the class would take place outside, as had been announced on the student tablets. Adrius was furious, knowing it was a provocation from Professor Bervin, since he didn't own a tablet. Outraged at the type of professors the academy employed, Adrius headed to the garden of Rodolin Academy, where the students were already gathered. The atmosphere was tense, and he quickly realized this was some sort of test. Bervin approached him, mentioned his tardiness, and implied that he had been too busy with his own research, or had simply ignored the tablet notice. Adrius, irritated, kept his composure, though the disdain was clear. Shortly after, Lucia pulled him close and said he should buy a tablet now that he had money, making it clear she was worried about him. Observing the situation, Adrius realized the test was to evaluate a new stimulant created by Bervin and understood that the professor just wanted to show off. However, Adrius believed that, with his current skills, he could decipher the potion's entire composition and process without difficulty. While Bervin was planning to expose the boy, thinking he had stolen Everlast's work, Adrius stayed focused and began his analysis with determination. 4 hours later, the exam results were announced. First place went to Lucia Everlast with 100% accuracy in 1 hour and 22 minutes. Second place was Adrius, also with 100% accuracy but in 2 hours and 4 minutes. The inspector confirmed there were no errors in the data. Everyone was surprised, beginning to acknowledge that maybe Adrius did have a natural talent for alchemy. Smiling, Lucia teased him while he grumbled her name, not fond of nicknames. At that moment, a student spoke up, accusing Professor Bervin of stealing credit for a potion created by someone else. When questioned, Bervin feigned surprise, but the tension in the air made it clear the truth was close to surfacing. Amid the confusion, one student bravely asked out loud how shameless Bervin could be. He said he had worked hard to develop that potion himself and found it unfair to see someone else trying to take the credit. His words drew the attention of everyone nearby, sparking murmurs and disapproving glances. Adrius turned to Lucia, curious about her opinion, and she said she wouldn't be surprised at all if it were true. He replied that he felt exactly the same. Then, Lucia watched as he walked toward the professor and thought to herself that she had already saved that boy from a fight once, and now wondered what he planned to do. Adrius approached Bervin and directly asked a technical question about the potion's ingredients. The professor tried to deflect, saying he was busy, but Adrius insisted, stating that was precisely why he was asking. If Bervin had really created the formula, it should be easy to answer. The professor visibly began to feel uncomfortable, thinking the boy was a real nuisance. The true creator of the potion then spoke up, asking Adrius if he was referring to the evaluation from the magic tower, to which the boy confirmed. If Bervin was truly the potion's author, it would be simple to explain every detail of the process and ingredient choices. The only explanation for his silence would be that he didn't know, meaning he hadn't done any of it. Trying to maintain his posture, Bervin accused Adrius of insolence for doubting his abilities as a professor, but Adrius calmly got straight to the point and asked a very specific question. Why had Apelica resin replaced sitmine petals in the mixture. The professor froze. He had completely forgotten about that detail and didn't know what to say. The student who had created the potion reinforced that the petals were more cost-effective and that any true creator would know that. Adrius then moved on to the next question. With the keen gaze of an eagle overhead, he asked why Bervin had used Duju beetle instead of powdered papina, since the latter was much cheaper. The professor was immediately silent. Those around them started whispering, wondering why he couldn't answer, and if he had indeed stolen the research. Feeling the pressure, Bervin tried to defend himself, saying he chose the beetle because of papina's hallucinogenic effects. However, the real student pointed out the mistake right away. He explained the real reason. Extended heating of papina powder during potion preparation caused severe abdominal pain as a side effect. Faced with the contradiction, Bervin tried to change his explanation, but it was already too late. The student further emphasized that he had never mentioned that side effect to the professor, and curiously, Bervin hadn't mentioned the hallucinogens when presenting the potion either. This clearly showed he didn't know what he was talking about. The crowd began to stir. Everyone started accusing him of stealing his student's credit, calling him a fraud and a liar. Consumed by anger and desperation, Bervin tried to flip the situation, shouting that it had all been a setup against him from the start. But Adrias, now with the support of everyone, remained calm and suggested that if the professor truly believed he was being falsely accused, they could simply ask Master Bahat, the original sponsor of the research. He knew the mention of Bahat's name carried weight, and Lucia, watching it all unfold, admitted that Adrias had just played a powerful card. She thought it was arrogant, but effective. Bervin, trembling, couldn't hide his fear. Bahat's name made him hesitate deeply. Meanwhile, Bahat himself, watching everything through his eagle's vision, observed with interest. He thought that finally, Bervan would pay for his wrongdoings. He also reflected on Adrias's performance, who had quickly grasped the stimulant's principles. Without a doubt, he thought, that boy had the potential to become a true star. After ending the eagle's transmission, Bahat concluded that he would keep a very close eye on Kane's son. Later, in the academy's cafeteria, Adrias was eating alongside Lucia and Vivian. Lucia, observing the situation, remembered that Adrias had said he wouldn't pay anything for them, but he was the one who had invited them to lunch. When he asked why she wasn't eating, Lucia replied that she would, but when she went to get her food, she burned herself. Adrias discreetly mocked her, saying that was typical of rich girls. He then showed her how to dip the food properly into the sauce and handed the plate to her. Lucia, slightly surprised, wondered if he had once been rich. It seemed that way, but she wasn't sure. She even found something charming in that simplicity. Vivian, sitting on the other side of the table, said she wanted some too. Adrias, confused, asked what she was talking about. She pointed to the same food and demanded he serve her as well. He ended up smiling at the situation. Later, while they were walking together, Lucia asked why Adrias still hadn't bought a tablet. He had almost missed the test earlier because of that. He replied that his budget was tight, but Lucia said it wasn't even that expensive. Meanwhile, Vivian was celebrating because the fairy lord, as she called Adrias, had given her a piece of meat directly into her mouth. Adrias retorted that he wasn't rich like Lucia, and she called him stingy. Without thinking much, Vivian offered her money to the fairy lord, but he immediately refused. Lucia, confused, thought to herself, fairy lord? Tired of the nickname, Adrias asked them to stop calling him that. Right after, he said he needed to part ways with them because he had something to take care of. Lucia said it was fine and that they'd see each other later. He said goodbye with a smile and walked through the academy's halls until he came across Karen. Upon seeing him, Adrias wondered if Karen had already returned. He walked past him and greeted his master with a firm gaze, as if something important was about to happen. As soon as they met, Karen told Adrias to come to the lab the next morning. The boy simply walked past him, responded respectfully, and continued on his way, thinking that he really had important matters to discuss with his master. Later, Adrias was walking along Albin Street, near Rodelin Academy, and had stopped at a weapon shop. He was carefully observing a sword, evaluating whether he should buy it. He thought that if Karan found out about the Page of Sloth, he might very well take it by force, believing that everything Adrias had also belonged to him. Even though it was just a suspicion, Adrias thought it best to be cautious. So, he decided to buy the sword and told the blacksmith he'd take that one. Coincidentally, DNA Albin was also at the store and was surprised to see him there. She asked what he was doing in a weapon shop since he was a mage, and Adrias replied that he was buying a sword for self-defense. Then he noticed that DNA was holding something and asked what it was. She explained that it was a gift for her brother. Hearing that, Adrias remembered Carlos Alben, DNA's older brother, a knight who had left the family to follow his own path. They had been close in childhood, but Adrias didn't know much about him, as in the original game, Carlos was only mentioned as someone who had died before the story began. He remembered that the death occurred during the end-of-year academic event, when a group from the cult known as the Order of Zafar, led by Hajal, carried out a terrorist attack that resulted in Carlos's death. Thinking about that, Adrias asked if Carlos would be attending the end-of-year event, and DNA confirmed. He said it would be nice to see him again after so long. and she agreed. At the same time, Diane reflected on the information she had gathered about Adrius at the academy. She had noticed that he trained every day, had excellent grades in magic and alchemy, and seemed to be doing his best. Yet she wondered why she was so concerned about that boy, not quite understanding her own feelings. Adrius asked if she still wanted to say something, but Diane, nervous, decided to leave it for another time. When she finally turned to call him back, he had already disappeared from the shop. Adrius, meanwhile, thought that there was still time until the attack, and that he would think more carefully about Carlos's case later. Later that night, he met with Karan in one of the academy buildings. The master said he had traveled across the continent, but still hadn't found a new test subject to replace Angela. Still, he intended to keep trying. He also mentioned that he would have to attend the assembly over the weekend, and that Adrius should prepare, as the coming days would be busy. Aware of how important the moment was, Adrius pondered that he needed to act cautiously. If Karan decided to claim the page of sloth, everything he had planned could fall apart. That's when he decided to take the initiative. He said he needed to tell his master something. He believed he had obtained one of the pages of the Codex of the Apocalypse. Karen was speechless for a moment, then laughed as if he found it absurd. He asked if Adrius had gone mad, wondering how he could have gotten his hands on something so dangerous. But without hesitation, Adrius opened his subspace and pulled out the page of sloth, explaining that he could no longer handle it alone and had brought it to hand it over to his master. Seeing the object, Karen swallowed hard and stepped back, ordering him to put it away immediately. He said he didn't want to get attached to something so coveted, knowing the risk. Instead, he suggested they offer the page at the assembly in exchange for something useful. Upon hearing this, Adrius was certain of what he had always suspected. Karan valued his own safety more than any power. Decisively, the master announced that they would both go to the assembly that weekend and warned the boy not to do anything stupid. Adrius simply agreed, keeping a respectful tone, but with calculated thoughts behind every word. On the night of the assembly in the outskirts of the capital, the two traveled in a carriage toward the location. Adrius reflected that Karan's reaction was exactly what he expected. The real challenge would be dealing with the assembly's participants, many of whom were not driven by reason. To negotiate, he would have to play carefully and stay focused. During the ride, Adrias cast a direct glance at Karen, who commented that his own progress had recently stalled. With the page of sloth, he hoped to acquire something to correct that and said he intended to take full advantage of it without missing a thing. Watching him, Adrias thought that Karan truly believed the artifact belonged to him, as if he had no qualms about using others as shields. Suddenly, the carriage was halted by a violent jolt. Someone had grabbed the reins of the horses, forcing a sudden stop. The skeleton, who had been driving the carriage under Karen's orders, looked ahead and saw a blonde man approaching. The stranger asked if they were heading to the assembly and, with a carefree smile, asked to join them. Adrias, upon recognizing him, was alarmed. That man was Salin Yedida, one of the 10 most powerful individuals on the continent. He was known for his willingness to explore forbidden practices in the name of knowledge and power. For that reason, many called him the demon who seeks truth. As soon as he entered the carriage, Salin settled in, saying it would be more comfortable this way. Adrius, suspicious, concluded that someone had likely leaked the information that they were carrying the page of sloth. Tension grew in the group, and it was clear this would become a problem. Salin, noticing the heavy atmosphere, sarcastically asked why everyone looked so tense. He hinted that maybe they were upset he was going to the assembly with them. Adrias, trying to maintain his composure, replied respectfully, denying any discomfort. Salin then let out a loud, mocking laugh and told them not to worry, assuring them he wouldn't do anything to them. But Adrias, deep down, thought otherwise. He already knew that man was a psychopath. He just hadn't expected him to be so extreme. Shortly after, Salin approached with curiosity and asked the child's name. Karen, attentive to the situation, warned Adrias to be respectful and formally introduced him as Salin Yedida. Adrias then said his own name, Adrias Cromwell. At that moment, Salin directly asked if he had already laid his dirty hands on the Cromwell family, which triggered an alert in Adrias. The tone of that question made it seem like there was some dark secret surrounding his lineage. Salin continued, insinuating that the boy didn't know anything yet, and if that were the case, he had a few words for him. He advised Adrias to fight as if his life depended on it. With just a glance at his master, Adrias already knew there was no use trying to get answers. Then, suddenly, something began to emerge from the ground right in front of the carriage. A skeleton, controlled by Karan, noticed the movement, and the carriage was forced to stop. Karen, on guard, asked why this was happening and demanded that the one responsible rise and speak, calling him Dragan. A puddle of black slime then took form and rose, shaping into the body of a man. He apologized sincerely, saying it had been a long time since his last visit. Dragan seemed excited to meet Carrion again, but as soon as he saw Salin, he became visibly nervous. He admitted he hadn't expected Lord Salin to be there as well. Adrias immediately recognized the name, Dragan of the Abyss. He figured Dragan was probably trying to steal the page of sloth, but clearly hadn't counted on Salin being there. Then Dragan pointed upward, saying that the Law of Death had already detected the group and revealed the location of the nest. Upon hearing that, Selin sarcastically asked if they really had to climb that place again. Upon confirmation, everyone began to prepare, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Selin commented that greed was natural among dark mages, while Dragan wondered whether those fools truly had the nerve to try to steal the page with Selin present. The ambush was about to unfold. The first to be caught was Adrias, followed by an attempt to capture Selin as well. However, with a single blow, he broke the trap and unleashed a magical impact so powerful that it swept through the forest, exposing the mana cores of everyone present, including the hidden assassins. With a predatory look, Selin said he had counted 7 young ambushers. He declared that he would show them how it was really done. He advanced quickly, vanishing from most people's sight. By the time the enemies located him, it was too late. With a devastating attack, a powerful explosion was triggered, visible even on the horizon. Meanwhile, at the nest mentioned by Dragan, strange figures awaited around a round table. Suddenly, Selin opened the doors and greeted death itself, saying it had been a while. The assembly was surprised by his presence, considering it unexpected. Selin ironically remarked that, thanks to death, the Page of Sloth hadn't been stolen by petty thieves, and he told Adrias to open the package. Without hesitation, Adrias revealed the heads of the slain enemies. The room had mixed reactions, and Death coldly commented that there were few members left in the assembly. And now, with Selin killing even more, there would be fewer. Adrias reflected that those slain were above-average dark mages and quite troublesome in the game. But all it took was for Selin to unleash his mana to annihilate them. He was terrifying. Selin then remarked that if it weren't for him, Death wouldn't even know the page existed. She confirmed that those individuals weren't truly important and asked to see the page immediately. Adrias retrieved the item from his pocket dimension, and at that moment, Sin, observing from afar, found the boy very interesting. Not only had he remained calm during the killings, but he had also decapitated the enemies without hesitation. Furthermore, when observing the mana cores, he realized Adrias had a dual core, just like him. Selin approached Adrias and gently whispered in his ear, saying he was liking him more and more. Flustered, Adrias silently questioned whether Selin was gay. The situation was interrupted by someone shouting, asking what he was doing. Death then restored order, declaring that it was enough, and there was no room for more jokes. Refocusing, Selin told Adrias that one day he would help him, as he had once been a comrade of the Cromwells. Adrias wondered if that was a promise. It was then explained that Selin never broke a promise, as his entire personality revolved around that. With this in mind, Adrias realized it might be time to reconsider his plans. At that exact moment, Nickel emerged from a portal holding the Page of Sloth. Death confirmed that the item was real, finally before her. Selin, watching the scene, asked if Adrias had really made a skeleton carry the page. The boy respectfully replied yes, and Sin remarked that the skeleton must be strong to handle the weight of the object. Trying to stay calm, Adrias took a deep breath. He knew he needed to get the most out of that negotiation with such powerful beings before him. He couldn't hesitate or make mistakes. Everything had to be perfect. But at that moment, he sent a telepathic message for Nickel to return through the portal immediately. Then, in a sudden move, Adrias drew his sword. The creatures present didn't understand what was about to happen. Nickel escaped with the Page of Sloth again, and everyone was deeply shocked. The reason became clear in the next instant, when Adrias stabbed his own chest with his sword, drawing all eyes to him. Some questioned him in shock, calling him Karen's disciple, and asked what he was trying to do. With determination, Adrias declared that he was the one who found the Page of Sloth and, as the one directly responsible, deserved a proper reward. He justified his action by saying they had tried to attack him from behind to steal it, and he informed them that the page was stored in his pocket dimension, meaning if he died, the page would be lost forever. Turning his attention to Selin, Adrias asked if there wasn't a pending favor he could now claim. He requested immediate protection, as he didn't have much time. Selin, suspicious, asked if he was really betting his life solely on a promise. Adrias replied that he was just doing the best he could, even if it meant risking his life. He thought to himself that, to survive in such a crazy world, one had to be a little crazy too. Selin, visibly irritated, commented that the kid was truly foolish. He said that, fine, he had advised him to fight as if his life depended on it, but had never said to throw it away like that. Then, Selin awakened his power. He summoned his dark weapon, the evil serpent lance. Watching the scene coldly, Selin stated that there was no choice anymore, and that, if necessary, he would kill anyone who tried to approach Cromwell. One of the girls immediately stepped back, saying she wouldn't interfere. To make everything clear, Selin warned that if anyone dared to go after Adrias after that incident, he himself would hunt them down and kill them. He questioned whether everyone there was truly willing to risk their lives over that brat. With a confident smile, Selin said that everyone knew what he was like. He affirmed that he didn't joke about such things. Then, looking into everyone's eyes, he asked if he needed to repeat himself. Silence fell over the place, and no one dared to defy him. One of the girls, thrilled by the rising tension, said it seemed there was no other way. They soon asked what reward Adrias wanted. At that moment, he pulled the blade from his own chest, took a potion to stop the bleeding, and thanked everyone for their patience. He said he needed to think clearly now, but admitted he wasn't sure what to ask for. Everyone laughed, saying that the kid didn't even know what he wanted. Death then summoned a list of items available from the assembly. Among them was a variety of bodies. When Adrias saw them, he thought bodies were especially useful. The ones that caught his eye the most were those of the former fairy queen, Melen, and the tiger king, Timur. He decided he needed to acquire both immediately. However, a burly man warned that those bodies had already been promised to Morn, one of the grandmasters of necromancy, and that he would be furious if he didn't receive them. Adrias immediately recognized the name and realized it would be far too risky to go against Morn over this. He was already preparing to give up when an unexpected voice interrupted the discussion. Morn, who had transformed into a fly to observe everything discreetly, declared that he didn't care. He said the boy could keep the bodies. Karen, surprised, objected, saying that Adrias still wasn't capable of handling such a responsibility. But Morn was firm in his decision. He said it was fine, and even handed Adrias a special dimensional pouch to transport the bodies. Salin, watching everything, muttered to himself that Adrias had hit the jackpot. Adrias, on the other hand, couldn't understand the reason for such generosity, but knew he couldn't waste the opportunity. He respectfully thanked the Grandmaster and chose the two bodies as his reward. In the background, Carrion observed it all and thought that maybe it would have been better to come alone, just with the page in hand. Later, Adrias gathered the items he had selected, including the two bodies. Salin questioned him for ignoring so many other treasures and choosing those instead. But Adrias replied that, to him, those items were extremely valuable. He thought to himself that with those ingredients, he could craft 4 new potions, which might seem like trash to others but would be worth millions. More importantly, he believed one of the formulas might cure Lucia, which meant a lot to him. With everything settled, he was asked to hand over the Page of Sloth. Adrias agreed, opened a portal, and delivered it. But during the exchange, Salin warned him to stay alert. Sure enough, there was a sudden attack, but Salin dodged it effortlessly and grabbed Adrias before anything worse could happen, taking off at high speed. As they flew through the skies, Salin let out a thunderous laugh. Adrias, still recovering, said that now that they had what they wanted, there was no reason to keep him alive. Salin agreed, but said he had made a promise, and to him, a promise was sacred. He said he would take Adrias to a safe place. Adrias asked to be dropped off at the nearest train station because he wanted to return to Rodellin Academy. Salin, curious, asked if Bahat knew he was a dark mage. Adrias replied sarcastically, asking if Bahat would still be alive if he did. Salin, intrigued, commented that fate was truly something, but assured him he'd soon understand why things were the way they were. Once again, he said that if the boy wanted to survive, he'd have to fight for his life. Back at the academy, in his dorm room, Adrias pulled the bodies out of the dimensional pouch. With Nickel's help, he moved the Tiger King's body, which was incredibly heavy. He thought that Nickel had been forced to become a skeleton because of his limitations at the time. But now, with the bodies he had acquired, he could create something even more powerful. However, for now, he would store everything in the vault. Soon after, Adrias picked up an old book. It was Morn's Black Magic Grimoire. Adrias stared at the grimoire he had received from Morn, wondering if it was truly a gift. There was so much knowledge in it, knowledge he'd never find in any academy. Just by reading it, he could already perform an advanced summoning. Looking at the book, he wondered if this was the right moment. Just then, the system notified him. The skeleton Nickel, now ranked as legendary, had a 100% chance of evolving, with 66 possible evolution paths. Adrias was thrilled, feeling that he could finally take the next step with his companion. He figured the Codex had definitely influenced this progress, but standing still would get him nowhere. Meanwhile, Nickel began to feel something strange in his own body. He was scared, even without muscles. Perhaps because, being undead, the sensation still reached him. The evolution had started, beginning at 20.1%. Adrias watched closely, seeing no signs of pain in his companion. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He quickly hid Nickel and opened it, finding Lucia, who asked if he had a moment to talk. Meanwhile, Salin met with another man in an isolated location. That man was none other than Morn, the Grandmaster of Necromancy himself. Salin directly asked if he had shared information about the Page of Sloth because he wanted to protect Adrias. An awkward silence lingered for a moment, until Salin let out a loud, almost mocking laugh and said he had hit the nail on the head. He said it was obvious. Morn had a thing for Cain, so of course he would protect his son. Morn kept a serious expression and asked if Salin knew the true origin of necromancy. He explained that necromancy was the school of magic that pursued immortality, not for power, but for love. It was a discipline born from the obsessive desire to keep loved ones alive. The root of necromancy was fear of loss, not a thirst for control. Salin then asked, was he talking about Cain? Morn didn't respond directly, but suggested that Salin should draw his own conclusions. He said Salin was a wise man and just needed to read between the lines. With a sharp look, Salin continued, asking whether Morn's only connection to the Cromwell family was really just Cain, and if he didn't want to answer, why bother him any further? Curious, Morn asked what the child was like. He wanted Salin's opinion, but Salin grumbled that he had had already seen everything through his flies. He said that creatures buzzing around shit eventually turned into shit too. Even so, he admitted that the brat might become the world's greatest maniacal savior. Maybe he'd even surpass him someday. And if that happened, he'd be there to watch. Meanwhile, Adrias was being formally introduced to William Everlast, Lucia's father. They sat down for tea in a relaxed meeting. William apologized for asking Adrias to come, but said he wanted to talk face to face. He mentioned that he knew how close he was to his daughter and that they were working very well together. Adrias said he didn't mind because he also wanted to meet her father. He said he wanted to thank Lucia for her help and also for the favorable contract terms. William, surprised, said that was the least he could do. After all, Adrias was the one who created the potion. Lucia, a bit embarrassed, joked that he should thank her instead, since she was the one who talked to Daddy. William then asked him to take a look at the contract, and Adrias was stunned to see he would receive 60% of the potion profits, an estimated total of 1.8 billion coins, roughly equivalent to $1.8 million. William said the potions were practically flying off the shelves, and that number could still grow. Right after their talk, he suggested they share a meal, saying he wanted to hear Adrias's full story, which made the boy a little shy with all the attention. A month later, Everlast Potions had achieved massive popularity through word of mouth. The potions became beloved not only by warriors but also by members of high society. There were already plans to expand commercial partnerships and increase production facilities to multiply profits. Adrias could barely believe that more than 2,000 vials had been sold in just 1 month. If he had known the success would be this big, he would have bought a tablet earlier to better manage the sales. He never imagined he'd make so much money from potions. Now, with his fame, he was getting sponsorships from influential nobles. At that point, he had already accumulated 6 billion coins, more than enough to buy a mansion in the capital, which cost around 3.5 billion, including the agent's commission. It was also enough to buy back the ring he had lost. So he went to the graveyard station because he had promised his sister he would retrieve the item. When he arrived, he found the gravedigger, but next to him was a very strange man, someone Adrias didn't recognize. The man, named Phaimon, greeted him casually and even offered him tea. Adrias, suspicious, asked who the masked man with a sword on his back was. Phaimon explained that he was his guarantor, a safeguard to make sure nothing went wrong during the conversation. They entered a grim house and sat down to talk. Adrias remained suspicious, wondering who would trust a masked guarantor who looked like something out of a dark drama. Still, he knew Phaimon had probably honed his necromancy for a long time there, even though in the game, he was still considered a low-level character. He wasn't even close to Carrion's level. Despite being surrounded by so many powerful enemies, Adrias was no longer just a simple student. With 2,430 mana, a dual core, advanced necromancy, potion crafting, natural talent for combat and athletics, and mastery over water and earth magic, he had reached a level that placed him well above average even among specialists. His summons were constantly evolving, and he knew that with all of that, Phaimon was no match for him, especially now that Nickel, after evolving, could use aura. Unless the mysterious masked man was also an aura master, he wouldn't stand a chance in this fight. As the atmosphere grew tense, Phaimon tried to keep a cordial tone, offering more tea, but Adrias went straight to the point. He preferred to talk about the signet ring. He said that although the corpse he had bought was a common item, if that ring now posed a risk to him, he was willing to offer 5 million for it back. The offer surprised Phaimon, who let out a low chuckle and commented on how much Adrias had changed since his last visit, now more mature and clearly wealthier. Even so, Phaimon refused. He claimed that keeping Adrias' secret from Karan cost much more than that. When Adrias hinted that it sounded like extortion, Phaimon said they could negotiate for items obtained at the assembly, not just for money. There were rumors that Adrias had acquired some very interesting things. Adrias, calm, took a sip of the tea and replied firmly. He thanked him for considering it, but made it clear 5 million was his final offer, nothing more. Phaimon didn't hide his frustration and said that Adrias didn't seem to understand the situation, but the boy replied that he understood perfectly. From the start, he knew this meeting wouldn't end with a civilized exchange. At that moment, Phaimon's masked guarantor spoke. He said the conversation was over and drew his sword. Adrias, bored, agreed. He had been expecting it. When Nickel appeared, both the masked man and Phaimon were surprised. Nickel was now a sloth wraith, an undead of tier 5, considered the pinnacle among swordsmen. Adrias remained composed, watching the battle unfold. He asked whether Phaimon truly thought he could win this fight. In response, Phaimon ordered the boy's limbs to be cut off, but when the masked man turned back, he realized Nickel was already behind him, about to strike. However, the masked man displayed exceptional skills. He quickly blocked the blow and countered with a direct attack, throwing his cloak at Adrias. The fabric was covered in magical bombs. Adrias recognized the item immediately. It was common in the game. The masked man had managed to block Nickel and attack at the same time. He clearly clearly wasn't an ordinary person. The battle between the two intensified. When the masked man tried to thrust, Nickel was nearly struck in the face but dodged just in time. He then grabbed his opponent's leg and threw him as if he weighed nothing. He readied his aura and launched an attack, but even so, the impact wasn't enough to defeat him. Adrius noticed that Nickel was now using aura, something that made sense, since his evolution might have granted him a mana core. Even so, the opponent also possessed aura. The boy began to wonder who exactly the masked man was. The fight continued. The two exchanged blows at incredible speed. Even when Nickel was hit twice, his undead body showed no signs of fatigue. When the masked man landed a direct stab to Nickel's skull, something unexpected happened. The blade went right through. Nickel had become intangible, a true ghost. Taking advantage of that, he delivered a brutal knee to the masked man's face, launching him out of the house with overwhelming force. Phaemon, disappointed, scolded the man, saying he was embarrassing him. He said that if he wanted to earn anything, he'd have to try much harder. Meanwhile, Adrius suspected that Phaemon had been summoning undead throughout the entire conversation. With arrogance, Phaemon remarked that the wraith came from a body at the assembly, didn't it? But even if it was powerful, how long could it last alone against his army? In addition to the skeletons already appearing, Phaemon began raising zombies from all over the surrounding cemetery. Realizing they were completely surrounded, Adrius sent a telepathic message to Nickel, ordering him to split up. He told him to strike Phaemon as soon as he saw an opening. Meanwhile, Adrius broke through one of the house's walls and advanced through the undead, cutting a path with his sword. Phaemon's elite army was indeed strong, but Adrius used his earth shield magic to create a massive wall that sent dozens of enemies flying. However, as he was surrounded again, he realized it seemed endless. He then used his stone spears, piercing several undead with precision. But the threat didn't stop there. Undead archers began firing arrows at him. Adrius deflected them all with his blade and counterattacked, eliminating the archers. Phaemon, furious, shouted that they were all useless for failing to contain a single boy. That was when he noticed someone approaching quickly. It was Nickel, once again entering the center of the battlefield, but now blocked by Dan's attack. Dan commented that the skeleton was troublesome, but before Nickel realized it, it was too late. A bomb had been strapped to his clothes, and a violent explosion shook the area. Adrius understood that the situation was critical. He had no time or space to use a potion, placing him in extreme danger. Exhausted, he felt pain throughout his body, as if his muscles were tearing apart. Even so, he managed to defend himself from a corrosive vomit from an undead, though part of his cloak melted in the process. With effort, Adrius cut off the creature's head and tried to stay focused, wondering whether he could hold out until Nickel returned. That was when he spotted a skeleton armed with an axe about to kill him. He managed to block the attack at the last second, but the creature's strength pushed him back violently. To defend himself, he kicked the enemy, but the skeleton was completely unfazed. Then he took a direct headbutt and was beaten right there, mercilessly. As he was pummeled, Adrius wondered if he was really going to die there. He thought of Amy, of Lucy's illness, and of Vivian. He had just found reasons to live this new life, so he refused to fall there. That was when the system notified him. Thanks to his training, talent, and the difficult battles he had endured, he had awakened his aura. His second core was finally active, allowing him to use aura and mana simultaneously. Revitalized, Adrius stood up. Now he felt like he could reclaim the place he deserved. He earned the second awakening achievement, symbolizing this new stage. It was already night when he approached the place where Nickel had subdued Phaemon. Adrius went straight to the point and asked where the ring was. Phaemon tried to stay calm, suggesting they settle things civilly, now that negotiations would be easier since his guarantor was dead. That's when Adrius saw Dan's severed head lying nearby and realized Nickel had killed him. Determined to be cautious from now on, he picked up the dead man's sword and pressed the question about the ring. When Phaemon tried to calm him again, Adrius ripped his arm off without hesitation, stating that he was in a bad mood. Faced with that, Phaemon revealed that the ring was in the bottom drawer of the dresser in the house. Adrius stared at him to confirm his sincerity, but suddenly the man began to convulse violently, vomiting blood before collapsing dead on the floor. Adrius realized that the sword he had used was poisoned, explaining Phaemon's sudden death. That made him wonder, why would Dan, an excellent swordsman, be carrying poison? Thinking it over, he connected the dots. Dan, Bloody Dan. That name stirred memories. He removed the mask from the corpse and discovered it was a transformation mask. When worn, the clothes and appearance changed entirely, assuming another person's form. He concluded that the item was a disguise artifact. Adrius then confirmed. Bloody Dan was a character who, in the game's future, would trigger a massive war by kidnapping the northern barbarian chief's son in exchange for money. This event would lead to a devastating conflict across the empire. Now, with Dan dead, many problems had been avoided. Determined to make good use of that mask, Adrius asked Nickel to search the house for the ring while he cleaned up the mess. The next morning, Adrius was at a training center watching the news. The papers were sensationalizing a necromantic necromantic terrorist attack at the graveyard, but he knew he wouldn't be suspected. With that resolved, he decided to focus on what really mattered, buying the mansion he had considered before, valued at $2.5 billion. As he thought about it, someone covered his eyes in surprise. A voice challenged him to guess who it was, and he immediately recognized Lucy, who went quiet for a few seconds in awkward silence. Annoyed by his reaction, she said a fellow academy student was visiting him and he couldn't even pretend to care. He thanked her quietly, and Lucy, good-humored, mimicked his mysterious tone, asking how he ended up looking so beaten. He replied that it was just intense training, though he knew his training partners were dead. Shortly after, Vivian rushed into the room, visibly relieved to see Adrias alive. She ran up and hugged him, saying she had been very worried. Adrias smiled and assured her that he was okay. A week later, Adrias was in a carriage with his sister, Amy, who wondered what he was so excited to show her. She had only agreed to come along because he had recovered the ring, but didn't understand why they were going to such a remote part of the city. She had also noticed the luggage and the luxurious carriage. When they arrived at the destination, the coachman announced they had reached their stop. As soon as they stepped down, an old lady appeared and called for Lady Amy. Amy recognized the voice. It was Lu Pim, a former servant of their father's household. Adrias had hired her again, and Amy became worried, saying they couldn't afford such a luxury. She apologized to the servant, explaining that her brother still needed to mature a bit. But when she looked toward the entrance, she was astonished. Before her stood a massive mansion, the same one where they had grown up. It was the Apple Tree Mansion. Confused, Amy asked what they were doing there. Adrias simply handed her a letter to read. As she read it, Lupim smiled with emotion on her face. Amy, surprised, asked if it was true. Had he really gotten the house back? Suspicious, she asked if he had done something illegal, but Adrias, with a calm look, just replied that all he had done was brew a potion last time. Amy had seen the news. The potions prepared by Adrias were selling like crazy and bringing in impressive profits. With the money he earned, he decided to start depositing a monthly amount for his sister. Upon hearing this, Amy was moved. She said she had no idea how hard he had been working, and through tears admitted she regretted fighting with him over a silly ring. She never meant to say those things. She was just angry. Deep down, of course, she wanted to see her brother. Adrias, with a calm smile, said he knew that. He told her he would take care of her like a good brother should. He said that everything was all right now. Lupim, watching the scene, also became emotional and began crying discreetly. Later in his room, Adrias once again stood before the body of the former Tiger King. He was preparing a new ritual, this time with the goal of turning it into a revenant. While gathering the necessary energy, he remembered the moment when he had achieved his second awakening. He thought that with this new power, learning necromancy was becoming much easier. The reason for that was a new special ability he had acquired, the power of enlightenment. This ability drastically increased his understanding of the occult arts. The more he learned, the more he understood the principles of everything. Thanks to this, Adrias managed to master several spells at once: Blood Curse, Death's Fury, Ghoul Summoning, Corpse Explosion, and even the art of Revenant Invocation. All of this was possible because his mind now absorbed knowledge at an accelerated pace. He felt ready. With mastery over Revenant Summoning, he could finally attempt to revive Timur. This time, he was confident. He began the necromantic ritual to summon the Revenant, merging aura and mana from both his cores with perfect control. Now, with Nickel evolved by his side and Timur returning, his defensive line would be among the strongest possible. Raising his hand, Adrias gave the command for the Tiger King, who once led the most powerful tribe on the continent, to rise again. Just like with Nickel, the revived creature's attributes were slightly reduced due to Adrias's current level, but that was temporary and could be resolved through evolution. Slowly, Timur began to move. The ritual was a success. The quality of the revived body was so high that it surpassed normal necromantic standards, becoming a legendary Tier 5 Revenant warrior. Upon awakening, Timur let out a roar so loud it nearly deafened Adrias, who simply thought the noise was unnecessary. He then declared that, from that moment on, he was Timur's master. As days, weeks, and seasons passed, the Academy students arrived at the snowy Bilbor Mountains for their final evaluation. The instructor explained the rules of the test. Participants had to survive for 72 hours in the frozen region, while collecting hidden point markers scattered across various locations. In addition, each bracelet carried individual points. This meant stealing another participant's bracelet was a valid strategy. However, requesting rescue, breaking the rules, or damaging the bracelet would result in immediate disqualification. After the explanations, the students put on blindfolds, and assistants began guiding them to their starting points. Already mid-trial, about 46 hours before the end, someone was scaling one of the mountain's most dangerous faces. It was Adrias himself, climbing toward the peak of Mount Bilbor. He knew there was a plateau high up on the cliff, a strategic spot for both offense and defense. He decided that would be his base and began digging into the terrain to build a structure. However, when he reached the top, he realized Diane was already there. She was using a combination of spells, a magical barrier to protect herself from the ice storm and a wide area detection spell that required an enormous amount of mana. In a short time, Diane became completely exhausted and collapsed. Adrias grew concerned. He knew he could simply steal her bracelet and earn points, but he also understood that teaming up with Diane could greatly increase their chances of taking first place. Diane DNA noticed a shadow approaching and weakly asked who was there. Adrias introduced himself and remarked that she looked mana depleted. He said using magic in that condition was unwise and that the side effects could be serious. Even in her weakened state, DNA realized he was trying to distract her to take her bracelet. Still tired, she insisted she would never lose to someone like him. With no strength left, DNA crawled away and collapsed again to avoid any contact. That was when Adrias proposed an alliance. DNA, suspicious, asked why she should team up with someone like him. Adrias explained that in unpredictable situations like this, surviving alone was very difficult. Teamwork might be the best strategy. DNA thought it over. She knew he was right, but the problem was trusting Adrias. While she pondered, Adrias pulled something from his bag and, with a small smile, revealed a chocolate bar. The sweet smell filled the air, and DNA began salivating just from the sight of it. Adrias said he liked the idea of working with her, but she quickly replied she hadn't agreed to anything yet. In response, he playfully teased that he might just put the chocolate away. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the mountain, one of the academy students had been killed by a massive creature. The beast asked if that was the target, but the goblin replied no. He said the mission's target had green hair, and this body looked completely different. The ogre, struggling to see, complained about his poor vision. The goblin retorted that the job was awful anyway, and they were already tired. Even so, the ogre reminded him they had been paid in advance, so they had no choice but to complete the mission. The goblin muttered that the target was probably nearly dead by now, but they still needed to find him. At that moment, a magical eye appeared before them, with an observer's voice ordering them to hurry up. The mission's client grumbled that he should never have trusted that idiot duo. Still, the ogre replied that they were just following orders and trying to locate the designated target. He asked why they were hunting a mere academy student in such a dangerous mountain. The dark mage, impatient, shouted that they didn't need to understand anything, just obey. He told them to kill the boy as soon as possible. The goblin, annoyed, complained that the mage didn't help at all and still wanted a break. The ogre warned it was better to leave soon, as the academy instructors were approaching. If they kept killing students, they would become targets themselves. Even so, the ogre added it might be a good idea to kill as many students as possible, since they'd become enemies in the future anyway. The goblin agreed, admitting that made sense. The dark mage, on the other hand, knew he couldn't rely much on those two creatures. All he needed was for them to distract the instructors while the ritual was completed. A magic circle was already being prepared atop the mountain. The plan was to blow up the peak, burying Lord Jester's target under tons of stone and snow. Meanwhile, Adrias was inspecting the bracelets he had collected, 6 in total. The students who had fallen into his traps were hanging upside down, and he assessed that, so far, his team was the most efficient. DNA, watching silently, wondered when Adrias had learned to track and set traps so precisely. As she used magic to climb another part of the mountain, she noticed he was also climbing with ease. She thought he looked completely different. Intrigued, she looked directly at him and asked what had happened. She admitted that, until recently, she had thought he was a total failure. Adrias then explained that after losing his father and neglecting the only family he had left, his sister Amy, he realized he needed to change. He understood that if he did nothing, he would lose everything. He discovered new talents and decided to build a new life from them. He apologized to Deanne for everything he had put her through in the past, and she replied that it was all okay now. They refocused. Adrias reminded her they couldn't waste time. They needed to take first place in that evaluation. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ivy watched the two of them. She remembered that the same boy had killed someone without hesitation during the Baloric mission, and now he seemed like a completely different person. She thought he was truly interesting. Later, the two were running through the mountain. Deanne asked how much longer until they reached their destination, and Adrias calculated that, at their current pace, it would take only 3 minutes. He reflected on the points system of the trial. Gaining points by stealing bracelets was important, but the hidden objectives scattered across the map were also worth a lot. If they arrived first at one of those targets, they could set up an ambush. However, they were caught off guard. Creatures appeared in their path. It was the goblin and the ogre. The goblin warned that they had finally found them. The ogre immediately attacked, but missed the strike. Adrias instantly realized the enemies were after him. Deanne worried about the situation and asked if he was okay. He said yes, but knew the situation was critical. The bodies of other students lay scattered along the path. Their deaths were recent. Startled, Deanne asked what had happened to the others. The goblin, mocking, replied that they had gotten new cloaks, then mentioned they were after a green-haired boy. That's when she understood the target was Adrias. The goblin said they had waited a long time and now it was time for revenge. Adrias asked how they knew him. Manto, another of the enemies, responded that they were furious after spending days on that mountain trying to find him. The goblin, with a sadistic smile, warned they would soften his flesh before killing him. In response, Adrias proposed that if the problem was with him, the others should be spared. He said they could talk more in a more remote place. He asked DNA to look for an assistant instructor and help the survivors. He would take care of the attackers. The goblin scoffed at Adrias's confidence, calling him stupid and challenging him to a fight. DNA stepped back, and Adrias led the enemies away. When they reached an isolated area, Adrias commented that she had moved far enough away. The ogre, indifferent, warned they wouldn't make much noise there. Since Adrias seemed so confident, the ogre challenged him to show what he could do. The ogre attacked first, but Adrias dodged easily. The goblin, quick, tried to hit hit him with successive blows, but again, Adrius avoided all attacks. He realized the two were preparing a combined attack, with the ogre wielding an axe. However, Adrius was faster. He cut the axe handle before it could strike. The surprised ogre asked why he was using a sword if he was a mage. Adrius coldly replied that they were from Manto and Glau, and that it was a mistake to assume someone who knew magic couldn't also be good with swords. Glau grew suspicious, and asked how Adrius knew their names, but Adrius, staying calm, replied that if he knew what he was capable of, it might be better to say who from the assembly had sent the two. This provocation further alerted Glau, who felt something was wrong. Without wasting time, Adrias summoned Timur and Nickel. Upon seeing the summons, the cloak-wearing companion realized they were in trouble. Adrias ordered Nickel not to join the fight, handing him the sword. He only asked that Nickel cut down the enemies if they tried to flee. Then, Adrias advanced empty-handed toward the enemy, determined to settle it personally. With agility, he dodged the first blow and remembered a skill from his past life, the combat technique of Master Kim Jin-hwan. Using his palms, he evaded the ogre's attack and kicked it so hard it bent the creature's teeth. Taking advantage of the momentum, he used the ogre's body for support and dodged Glau's stab, disarming him easily. Coldly, he delivered a series of quick strikes, forcing Glau to retreat, even as he tried to defend himself with another knife. The cuts accumulated until Adrius kicked him away, leaving him seriously wounded. Meanwhile, the cloak-wearer was still trying to recover. The ogre, also heavily weakened, tried to get up. Watching the scene, Adrias asked disdainfully if that was all they had. He knew he was using his special skill, the combat prodigy, and felt increasingly in control of the situation. Meanwhile, Deanna had found an instructor and informed her about the injured. The woman suggested it would be better to take the surviving students first, but Deanna remembered Adrias's words, saying the enemies could use them as hostages. Determined, she refused to stand idle and decided to act. The instructor accepted her choice, asked her to quickly join the team and to avoid direct confrontations if possible. Deanna nodded firmly. Later, the ogre was practically defeated. Tired of waiting, Adrias demanded they say who was behind it all. The cloak-wearer, defiant, said he could die now. Adrias then asked Nickel for the sword, stating there were other ways to get the information, and it wasn't worth wasting time. That's when Glau, under pressure, finally revealed that they had been sent by Jester Levon. He tried to convince the cloak-wearer it made no sense to remain loyal to someone who treated them like disposable creatures. He also revealed that there were other subordinates scattered across the mountain, suggesting this was part of a larger plan. Hearing this, Adrias got the impression that the assembly itself was involved in the events. The name Jester made everything more dangerous. He remembered Salen's warnings, who had predicted something like this might happen. Probably Jester believed he could act without being caught, using this attack as a distraction while another plan was underway. Adrias asked the goblin where the others were. Glau answered he wasn't sure, but Jester was afraid of becoming a target of Rodellin Academy and would probably try to simulate an accident, maybe an avalanche. The goal was to create an alibi to escape accusation. Given this revelation, Adrias concluded they were trying to manipulate everything to look like a natural disaster, a pretext to blame someone else, perhaps even himself or the academy. When the goblin tried to move away, saying they would leave now, Adrias interrupted him. He questioned whether they really thought they could get out alive after killing so many students. Meanwhile, descending the mountain, Deanna was approaching the top, protected by a magical barrier. She was worried, as she still hadn't found Adrias. At that moment, she accidentally triggered a magical trap. An explosion hit her barrier, and she found herself surrounded by several hooded mages. She immediately realized they were not the same enemies as before. One of the men, arrogantly watching, commented that someone had invaded the ritual site, and to his surprise, it was just a girl from the academy. Deanna, maintaining her composure, asked why they were attacking suddenly. She knew she probably wouldn't get answers. With that, she began preparing a powerful spell that started engulfing all enemies in the area. Despite the intensity of the attack, her barrier remained active. The mage was impressed to realize she was using two spells simultaneously, manipulating the snow around her to create an ice attack. Deanna took advantage of the surprise and knocked down two mages at once. The mage, who seemed to be Jester himself, ordered the others to dodge. Despite the initial success, Deanna was getting exhausted. The continuous use of magic had drained her mana. Jester, observing, commented that she had great control for someone so young, but was still just a brat. Then, he activated the observing eye, placing it on his own forehead. This eye began absorbing energy, releasing black tentacles around his body, taking on a monstrous form. Meanwhile, Ivy, who was helping some surviving students in another part of the mountain, felt an intense presence. Something abnormal was happening. Despite the pressure, Deanna was still able to protect herself with her barrier, but the situation was becoming more critical. Her mana decreased, the attacks intensified, and her barrier finally broke. Jester, with a cruel smile, said she had finally understood. He said there was no way she could win, because experience was also power. Deanna, unfazed, replied that it wasn't experience, it was cowardice and numerical advantage. He got angry, ordering her to repeat what she said so he could cut her in half. But DNA, mocking, said he looked even more ridiculous with that eye on his forehead. When he got distracted for a second, Jester attacked her directly, trying to finish her once and for all. As DNA ducked to protect herself, a masked figure appeared unexpectedly. It was Adrias, disguised with an artifact mask. Both DNA and the mage known as Kidwell, the real name behind Jester, were surprised by his sudden presence. The masked man introduced himself as a mercenary hired by the Academy and ordered her to step back, saying he would take control of the situation. DNA doubted the ability of a single mercenary to face all those enemies, but the masked man made it clear that killing any of them was not his goal. Still, Adrias reflected on his limitations. In that disguised form, he could not summon Nickel or Timor, which restricted his options. Even so, he warned DNA that a landslide was about to happen on the mountain and that she needed to leave immediately to avoid being hit. Kidwell was puzzled about how this man knew so much and demanded answers, but Adrias, maintaining composure, only questioned whether it was worth explaining everything to someone about to die. The provocation enraged Kidwell, who attacked with his tentacles, but the masked man easily cut them off. Other mages also began casting spells, but Adrias blocked everything with impressive ease. His speed was such that he disappeared from common sight, and in the blink of an eye, appeared among the enemies, cutting arms, heads, and whatever else was in his path. DNA, watching everything, was surprised by the speed of the masked man. However, Kidwell, already prepared, gathered a huge amount of energy and unleashed a powerful attack. Realizing the danger, DNA shouted that the explosion would be devastating. Snow flew in all directions, opening a large crater in the ground. Everyone was apprehensive seeing the body of Kidwell, the mage who led the enemy group. The explosion had been immense, but Adrias managed to strike him directly in the throat, making him spit blood. However, the mage did not fall. He reacted by pushing Adrias away with surprising force. Even injured, he was still moving. Adrias realized he had destroyed the human host, but the creature controlling the body remained alive. Grotesque tentacles began to emerge and envelop Kidwell's body, which transformed into a colossal creature. The monster attacked with its giant tentacles, and Adrias quickly pulled Diane out of the impact zone. Both fell into the snow and recovered as best they could. Without wasting time, Adrias announced he would create an opportunity for Diane to flee as far as possible. He advanced decisively, cutting all the tentacles that rose against him. Though suspicious, Diane recognized that the masked man had helped her and decided not to abandon him. She knew she needed to keep her mana stable and, with careful concentration, formed an extremely thin and sharp ice stake. Finally, she felt she had managed to shape her power. Meanwhile, Adrias watched her presence as a hindrance. If he had Timor and Nickel, everything would be simpler. Still, he was amazed by Diana's power, who found a gap and threw her ice spear directly at the creature's face. The blow grazed it, but caused a huge hole in the monster's face. At that moment, Adrias spotted the exposed mana core. If he broke it, the creature would be finished. He tried to approach, but had to dodge a new attack. He realized he had almost been hit. Then, the creature turned its fury on the other black mages nearby. It was no longer Kidwell, but a monstrous and hungry entity, sucking the mana and life from the mages until they all became lifeless corpses. After devouring their strength, the creature became even more swollen and powerful. Adrias, now more cautious, recognized the growing danger, but noticed something different in its body. There was magic flowing through it, and he soon realized it was Diana. She was using her ice power to strengthen her movements and blade, as well as slightly increasing her speed. However, the effort came at a price. She was very weak, almost exhausted, and Adrias thought that foolish girl could die if she continued like that. He asked her not to push herself any further. Feeling lighter, Adrias charged at the creature, but it had protected itself with spikes that appeared from its body. The attack was so sudden that he had to block and dodge instinctively. Another tentacle appeared, and he dodged again, trying to locate the mana core's position. He kept striking the area where the core had appeared before, even with the creature now much more robust. Then, unexpectedly, the monster's body was split in half and exploded in a shower of blood. Adrias was stunned, not knowing who had done it. That's when Ivy appeared and, observing the scene, asked who the masked man was. He realized his situation had worsened. He remained silent, staring at Ivy, but she didn't wait for an answer and threatened to rip his guts out if he didn't reveal his identity. Before he could react, a strong tremor shook the mountain. Still disguised, Adrias said that the black mages had caused it on the mountain peak with the intention of triggering a landslide and destroying everything around. Ivy didn't believe the warning and said she wouldn't fall for such a cheap trick. But Adrias, still disguised, said the explosion would happen soon, excused himself, and quickly left. Ivy couldn't follow him, as she indeed felt the spell's activation. As he moved away, Adrias ran toward the location of the explosive spell. Upon reaching safety, he removed the mask and thought with relief that he had barely been discovered. He also reflected that Ivy was quite capable and could handle the rest. Meanwhile, in a castle near Tanira Strait, a ritual was taking place with the body of a mermaid and a crow. Jester, present at the death assembly, was performing the ritual when he noticed a presence. He sighed and sarcastically commented that Selem Adida loved invading other people's privacy and could have at least warned he would pass by. He said he would have received her more politely. However, Salem replied curtly, saying she was the one lacking manners, and asked if he, by chance, looked like a joke. Jester pretended not to understand what she was talking about. But Salem, transforming, insisted she knew very well, and had lived long enough not to play innocent. When she finally asked what he wanted, he changed tone, took a drink, poured it into a glass, and said that if she kept pretending everything was a natural disaster, the situation could get worse. He asked to borrow the laziness for a week, and in exchange, would let that assassination attempt slide. The next day at the academy, Adrius was alive, well, and quietly reading his tablet. The news said that instructor Ivy Clare had dealt with the whole situation, with Dienne's support. Adrius was pleased to see that Tomon had been suspended and that Barrett himself was leading the investigation. He thought it best to stay discreet until things calmed down. Shortly after, Ivy approached him, saying he seemed to really like the knight's training field, which was curious since he was a mage. She asked if he had time for a conversation. The two walked together to the training field, while Adrias wondered if she had discovered his identity. When they arrived, she asked if he knew why they were there. He said yes, but she soon said it would be brief. He guessed she expected a confession, so he joked that he wasn't interested in dating. This irritated Ivy, who retorted by asking if he wanted to die. She then said that, according to DNA, 2 demi-humans had killed students and, after being left in Adrias's care, disappeared. He replied that he fled as soon as they got distracted. In his thoughts, he thanked that DNA hadn't mentioned the creatures had actually been after him the whole time. Ivy, suspicious, said she didn't believe that version. Adrias, trying to keep his composure, said he had nothing more to say and began to walk away. Before he could leave, Ivy drew her sword and tried to strike him, but Adrias dodged. As she prepared for another attack, he drew his sword and blocked the blow. However, he noticed she hadn't even unsheathed her own blade. Ivy was surprised that a frail mage like him could block a knight instructor's attacks. Adrias's sword sheath broke, resisting the impacts, and he felt the situation was getting complicated. Ivy commented that there was something suspicious about the story. Adrias was surprised by the suggestion and wondered if she really believed he was part of the Black Mages. Meanwhile, Vivian, who was listening, started thinking about Adrias. Ivy admitted her suspicion was irrational, but recalled that during the mission involving Balaric, he defeated a black mage without even explaining how. Besides, the masked boy from the other mission had the same physical build as Adrias, despite the voice being different. Adrias, just trying to stay calm, asked if his testimony wasn't enough. Ivy said no, and even mentioned that Vivian had changed a lot after spending time with him. She wanted to know what he had done with her. Vivian herself was surprised by the accusation, as was Adrias, but he only answered that he had saved her, that he entered the barrier and took her out. Nothing more. Vivian, in her thoughts, confirmed she already knew. She was sure Adrias was the so-called fairy lord. When he tried to deny it, she intervened, firmly stating that he really had saved her that day. Ivy was speechless. She sheathed her sword and said that, even so, she would continue watching him closely. Adrias, relieved, sincerely thanked Vivian for saving him with her testimony. She replied lightly, calling him Fairy Lord once more, knowing that now he couldn't deny the nickname. Meanwhile, at the Messiera mansion, Amy was attending to some documents when Lupin entered, saying that she had already finished all the cleaning and had brought some tea. Amy thanked her but commented that it wasn't necessary and that Lupin must be tired. Lupin explained that she and the other servants were hesitant to touch the belongings of the former owner and asked Amy to check. Calmly, Amy stood up and replied that she would check immediately. She proceeded down the hallway, recalling her father's office, which was just ahead. She passed it with some nostalgia, remembering how she used to play hide-and-seek in that place. Now it was all just a distant memory. As soon as she entered the office, Amy was faced with a completely messy and destroyed environment. There were signs that some objects had been burned. She remarked to herself that it made sense after all, no one had taken care of that place for a long time. While organizing the space, she got distracted when picking up a broken picture frame. However, behind her, on one of the shelves, magic began to resonate discreetly. At the same time, on a train crossing the territory of Welton, Adrias was talking with Salem. He commented that everything seemed to have happened too fast and wondered if it wasn't too sudden. Salem, intrigued, asked what he was talking about, and Adrias explained that he was surprised to see one of the greatest dark wizards on the continent revealing himself publicly. Salem said he was offering individual lessons, and that Adrias was still complaining, but he allowed them to start the practice anyway. Adrias thought that man was really a nuisance. Then Salem explained that the aura of the core and the mana of the heart are essentially the same energy, able to be converted into each other, at least in theory. However, this conversion would only be possible with a double core, and even then, it would rarely be necessary. After this introduction, Salem began teaching metastasis, a cross-conversion technique he created himself. Just 10 minutes later, Adrias was already using the technique and was surprised by how easy it was to activate. It was almost unbelievable how simple it was to transform mana into aura. He thought Salem's creation was brilliant. The mage stood up satisfied, said Adrias had understood well, and asked him to continue practicing. Soon after, he opened the train window and prepared to jump while the vehicle was still moving. Before leaping, sleeping, Adrias asked one last question, requesting that if Selim knew anything about his father, he should tell him. Selim replied that he had expected that question and revealed that Cain had been Moram's disciple. This surprised Adrias, who asked for more explanation. However, Selim, as usual, said he was feeling lazy and that Adrias would have to find out the details himself. Then he jumped from the train before any other question could be asked. Alone, Adrias reflected on whether his father had also been a dark wizard. This information did not exist in the game, and not even since his arrival in that world had he discovered anything about it. Anyway, he was heading home, where he might investigate further. Upon arriving at the Maciera mansion, Amy asked what he thought about the situation. She and Lupin had finished cleaning his father's old office. When he entered, Adrias confirmed if that was really the old office, and Amy affirmed it was. Most of the objects were broken, so they had discarded almost everything. He commented that now he could use it as his own office, and she replied that she had kept only the most important items. Then she took the photo from the broken picture frame, put it in a new one, and asked if it brought back good memories. For Adrias, the feeling was strange. There was nostalgia present, even though those memories were not exactly his own. As soon as he touched the picture frame, a strong glow appeared on the glass. Immediately, a secret passage was revealed inside the office. Amy, surprised, said she had not noticed that before. Adrias realized the passage had only been activated because both of them had touched the object together. He imagined that it might be a legacy left by his father, or maybe something even more important was hidden there. He said he would investigate the place, but asked Amy to stay. She resisted the idea of leaving him alone, but understood the danger and wished him to be careful. Descending the long, dark stairs, Adrias began to feel a powerful energy in the air. It was dark magic, the same sensation he had when he found the page of laziness. The corridor was dark and gloomy, and as he advanced, he started to see something unusual, a hidden garden. He was impressed to see extremely rare flowers, many impossible to find. In the center, there was something even more precious, a tree where rested the Chapter 0, known as the original sin of the Apocalypse Codex. Adrias had never seen that, not even in the game itself. On one of the branches, there was a tied scroll. He believed it was a message left by Cain. Upon touching the scroll, he was transported to another reality. Behind him appeared the image of his father, who caressed his head, almost causing him to collapse from the shock. Then, he was enveloped by memories and visions of the past, revealing the truth behind the story. He saw Moram giving Cain a seed, the same that would give rise to the tree of original sin. At first, Cain was excited about it, but after losing the woman he loved, he was manipulated by Moram to do anything to bring her back. The promise of happiness led him down the path of ruin. Adrias, absorbing all that information, understood that the Empire and the cult of dark wizards were secretly working together. Everything fit with what Selim had said. The Emperor himself trusted both Cain and Moram. During his magical research, Cain had nurtured the original sin all that time, but after achieving his goal, the Emperor abandoned him without hesitation. Cain then realized that the death of his wife, victim of a mysterious disease, and the fall of his house were not accidents. Everything had been caused by the actions of the Empire itself. Driven by that feeling, he created his own method of revenge. He hid the original sin in a secret place where only he and his sister could access it. Then an unknown figure appeared before Adrias, a fake Cain, who asked if he had seen all the memories. He called him Adrian Cromwell, or maybe by his real name, Kim Jin Hwan. Confused, Adrias drew his sword, demanding to know who that man was. The stranger showed disappointment, saying he expected more experience from someone who had been so addicted to that game. He reminded him of his last words before entering that world. "Thank you for loving our game." Adrias then understood. The voice that had guided him in his past life to that world was his. He asked if he was the game developer, and the man confirmed. He said he wanted to know what it was like to live in Pakata, this fantasy world, and claimed he had brought Jin Hwan there with a clear purpose, to finish the game. At that moment, the Tree of Original Sin reacted to their presence. The developer explained that finishing the game was not just winning. Throughout his past life, Jin Hwan had played as various characters, Luis, Lucia, Diane, and many others, but all endings led to the apocalypse. In the end, the original sin always swallowed everything. Adrias did not fully understand, so the developer clarified. If someone could gather all the chapters of the Codex and defeat the final boss, they could win by preventing the apocalypse. But even that was not enough. As long as the original sin had consciousness, it would inevitably destroy the world. The only way to stop it was to master it, and only the direct descendants of Cain's lineage could do that. A system notification appeared before Adrias, informing him that the premature original sin was awaiting a blood pact. The developer said that the sin had sensed his presence. A boy without talent, without possessions, without ambition, precisely for that reason, one of the few capable of entering that place before the original sin fully matured. That was the role of Adrias Cromwell. In silence, Adrias assimilated everything. The developer continued, warning that in 6 months, the original sin would awaken beyond that barrier. When that happened, it would seek a host. For a long time, Adrias had wondered why he had reincarnated in that world precisely as a weak character. But now it all made sense. It was Cain who hid the sin so that only he or his sister could reach it. Wanting to understand better, Adrias asked what he needed to do. The developer said it was simple. Make a pact with the original sin, accept it, and master it. It was the only way to prevent the apocalypse. Adrias countered, saying that if he failed, he would be devoured. The developer confirmed, but emphasized there was no other method. He He then began to disappear, stating it was the only chance for the two, who did not belong to that world, to survive. He apologized for dragging Adrias into that mess, but said he was counting on him. Finally, the developer's figure disappeared, giving way to the image of Cain, who looked at his own son with a calm gaze. He said he believed in him, always believed he was good enough for this. He asked him to take care of Amy. Then his body dissolved. Adrias, before the tree, took off his glove, cut his own hand with the sword, and faced that absurd reality. He thought what kind of isekai story this was. He wasn't happy about being forced to work for free, but he knew, as the developer had said, there was no other choice. He was the only one who could stop this. Facing it head-on had always been his way of life. With that in mind, he touched the tree trunk with his blood, which reacted immediately. The Chapter 0 of the Apocalypse Codex entered his body and recognized him as its master. Immense power flowed through his body. The tree gradually began to melt. Adrias felt that he now carried half of his father, Cain Cromwell's soul, and that he had the responsibility to protect his sister, Amy Cromwell. He saw the tree completely disappear before his eyes and declared that now his father could rest in peace. But he would go forward with his revenge. He would avenge all the tragedy caused by the Empire. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor calmly cleaned a blade. He asked if they had already tracked the original sin. Before him, Viscount Welton, head of intelligence, said they were still investigating movements from the time Cain was alive. The Emperor called him an idiot and said that if the sin was entrusted to Cain's lineage, it was likely that it had been left to his children. Even so, he said he would give him more time. The original sin was not an urgency yet, but it demanded results. He said the first stage of the plan was now to gather all the sins. He asked about the situation with the Zephyr Order, and Helton reported that they had detected suspicious movements. Soon, a large number of Zephyr members would be summoned through a ritual. The Emperor considered that excellent and ordered them to be closely monitored. Meanwhile, in the city's sewers, a hidden group was talking about the upcoming festival. One of them mentioned to Master Fayat the importance of the event, and she replied confidently, explaining that all preparations were already complete. The infiltration routes had been mapped out, the security gaps identified, and even the underground tunnels beneath the arena were ready for use. They planned to use several humans as sacrifices to summon Lord Zephyr. Fayat praised her subordinate's confidence and promised to reward him with a few cute girls if everything went well. She then asked about another person, and the conversation shifted to Hajal, who explained that he had only received help from some brothers and sisters infiltrated at the academy. Fayate called those children precious, for they understood the true value of faith. Seizing the opportunity, she brought up someone with potential and asked how the approach had gone. Hajal understood she was referring to Vivian. He said he had spoken with the girl, but she showed no interest. According to her, she already had a refuge for her heart. Fayate found it a pity, but made it clear that she expected Hajal to handle the revolt even without the young woman's help. After all, she herself had more important matters to deal with. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Adrias was focused on analyzing his new system. Now, in addition to his main abilities, he had also absorbed the original sin. It had been a week since he returned from the Maciera mansion, and during that time he had worried about possible side effects from the absorption. Fortunately, nothing bad had happened. After discovering the secret involving the Cromwell family, Adrias had grown even more concerned about Amy. If not for the catastrophe about to strike the academy, he would have spent more time by her side. At the academy's arena, on the final day of the festival, the Order of Zephyr was planning a terrorist attack. Many people could die because of the madness of trying to summon an evil god. Beyond preventing this disaster, Adrias knew he had to protect the playable characters from the game. He also suspected that the Order was still hiding another part of the Codex of the Apocalypse, so he decided to investigate while he was there. He summoned Nickel through his portal and told him there was still much work to do, as he had now accepted the original sin. He said the training would continue, but the moment Nickel appeared, an intense, magical presence filled the place. The original sin had detected the sloth within him, analyzed its essence, and used enchantments to strengthen it. Adrias felt a strange sensation run through his body, as the original sin recognized Nickel as the bearer of sloth. This happened because Nickel had spent so much time under the influence of the pages of that sin. When the process ended, the sloth within Nickel had completely synchronized with the original sin, making him much stronger. His stats improved, including mana recovery, sensitivity to magical energy, and even a special ability related to sloth. Even though Nicola's appearance had not changed much, Adrias clearly noticed the enhancement. For a moment, he considered celebrating instead of continuing the training, but Nickel merely shook his head, determined to proceed. Later, Adrias walked through the festival, discreetly disguised. He observed the crowd carefully, wondering how many of the Order of Zephyr's minions were hiding among them. He began to get lost in thought, since it had been a long time since he had played this part of the story, and it felt strange not being able to identify any of the main characters. Then, in the crowd, he spotted Hajal Gapri, the man who had disappeared and would only reappear during the terrorist attack. It was obvious he should follow him. Adrias didn't hesitate and trailed him discreetly until the man entered through a manhole. Inside, Adrias found a hideout in the sewers. but first had to deal with an orc guard stationed at the entrance. When she turned around, it was already too late. Adrias's attack was silent and lethal. He laid the orc's body down carefully, without a sound, confirming his suspicions. The cultists were indeed ready for the attack. Adrias then told Nickel to follow him while leaving Timer to guard the entrance. They advanced together, going deeper into the sewers. Meanwhile, farther inside the base, dozens of people were gathered. Hajal was in charge of operations, as Fayet had left him in command. He reflected on the difficulty of smuggling in the explosives, but believed that one day would be enough to position everything. The revolt planned for the next day had a high chance of going off without a hitch. Hajal might even be promoted after the operation, but at that moment, something unexpected happened. One of the cultists had his head torn off, and amid the panic, they shouted that they were under attack. Hajal identified the intruder as a spy and ordered them stopped immediately. All present charged with knives and daggers, but Adrias reacted with extreme precision, taking them all out effortlessly. Each enemy was decapitated with a single movement, and within seconds, the hall fell silent. Hajal, incredulous at his allies' incompetence, muttered that they were all idiots, incapable of dealing with a single intruder. In the next moment, he felt a strange chill. Before he realized it, his head was gone, the work of Nickel himself, who eliminated him with a clean and silent strike. Adrias, watching the scene, thought about how Nickel's cuts were always perfect. Without wasting time, he commented that there was all kinds of stuff in that place, and decided the first priority would be to get rid of the hidden bombs. He then asked Nickel to call Timur, but before anything could happen, Timur appeared, flying through the air after being thrown by someone. That was when Fayate appeared, holding Hajal's severed head. She declared that she had finished her business earlier than expected and couldn't believe what they were doing to her baby. Adrias was startled, trying to figure out where she had come from, and soon recognized that she was no ordinary character. She was Fayate Koban, a powerful mid-game boss with abilities comparable to those of an aura master. He knew this fight would be terrible. Fayate possessed a technique that increased her strength and physical resistance, rendering normal cuts ineffective. Adrias realized that at this stage of the game, her power probably surpassed even Dai's. His allies, Nickel and Timer, were still in the early stages of their evolution. The chance of victory seemed minimal. Fayate, with her body fully enveloped by her ability, displayed arrogance. She said she didn't know who Adrias's little friends were, but thought she could withstand a few blows. She vanished in a sudden movement, becoming impossible to track. Timer stepped in front of Adrias, trying to block her advance and starting a contest of strength. Meanwhile, Nickel attacked from behind, delivering several quick slashes. None of them caused damage. Fayate's body armor seemed invincible. His sword even cracked when trying to pierce it, and Fayate mocked him, saying it barely tickled. Adrias tried striking her neck, but it was also useless. Fayate retaliated brutally. She headbutted Timur, sending him flying, and knocked him out of the fight. She then charged straight at Adrias, who readied his blade. At the last second, Nickel managed to deflect her punch, redirecting the blow downward, and Adrias seized the opening to attempt a neck strike. But as before, it had no effect. The enemy lunged violently, shattering Adrias's stone shield with a single kick, breaking the wall behind him and hurling him away. She grabbed him by the hair and unleashed a brutal sequence of punches. When she removed Adrias's mask, she mocked his appearance, calling him a cute little thing. At that moment, Nickel and Timur tried again to interrupt the attack, but Timur was knocked down immediately, followed shortly by Nickel. Fayate, now with her body fortified, crushed Adrias in a suffocating embrace as he screamed in pain. She seemed to delight in the sound of his suffering. Gasping for breath, Adrias believed he would die right there. But then, the original sin responded to his desperation and asked if he wanted to activate the sloth ability. He hesitated, as he didn't know the risks, but decided there was no other choice. He accepted the offer. As soon as the ability was activated, Fayate felt an overwhelming pressure. The ground began to tremble, and all the blood from the surrounding bodies started to flow toward Adrias, forming a scarlet mass. The liquid pooled at Fayate's feet, climbing up her legs, and she immediately realized that something was wrong. She decided to back away, but it was already too late. Adrias's body was engulfed by that blood. He had temporarily transformed into a magical genius. He was immune to mental spells and had transcended the state of sloth. The ability would last only 66 seconds, but in that short span of time, he moved with such fluidity that it was as natural as breathing. He instantly summoned his stone shield. Fayate barely had time to react before losing half her arm to a single strike. She was startled, wondering in her mind what kind of power this was and who exactly that boy was. Adrias, now with a vacant gaze, moved like a sleepwalker. He didn't even feel his own heartbeat. Timer and Nickel realized this was the moment to act. Adrias used his stones to create a flash of light that blinded Fayate, forcing her into a defensive stance. Even so, she managed to block the attacks and retreat alive. Still dazed, she asked if he was finished, but Adrias, irritated, replied that it was all starting to get annoying. He just wanted to kill her and rest in peace. The provocation offended Fayate, who finally understood she wouldn't be leaving so easily. Meanwhile, on the surface, Bahat sensed the release of that energy. Something was definitely wrong underground. In the arena, the main duel of the festival had just ended and the crowd was cheering loudly, but Bahat couldn't ignore the feeling. Without a doubt, it was dark magic. Concerned, Diane asked what was wrong. Bahat replied that he needed to check something and asked her to stay there. Back in the sewers, Adrias was ready to finish everything. With his stone spear in hand, he prepared to deliver the final blow. meanwhile, Fayate watched Adrias's movements and wondered why he was summoning stone spears. She considered that far too basic a spell for the situation. Even so, he kept creating more, one after another. Fayate was intrigued, thinking that from the way he had acted, he seemed far more powerful. But if all he had were stone spears, they wouldn't be enough to pierce her reinforced body. As she prepared to advance, Nickel intercepted her. The presence of that bag of bones made her furious. She tried to hit him, but he used his ghostly form to dodge the blow with ease. This only angered her further, making her wonder if he was now full of tricks. Meanwhile, Adrias remained focused, creating even more stone spears. But these weren't normal. They were all imbued with the blood of the original sin. Fayate, impatient, mocked his still posture, thinking he was begging to be struck. Then Timur appeared from behind and restrained her. At that moment, Fayate realized it had all been part of a plan. Adrias thought she just needed to die already. Without hesitation, he launched all the stone spears at once. Pinned down by Timur, Fayate was hit squarely. Her body could not withstand the concentrated force of the attack. The system immediately notified that the sloth ability had ended. Adrias's body, overloaded, went still, racked with intense pain. He felt as if he were about to shatter, but he still knew he had to make sure the threat was gone. He instantly dismissed Nickel and Timur's summons, collapsing from exhaustion. To his surprise, Fayate did seem truly dead. The system then confirmed that he had fulfilled one of the required conditions. A message appeared stating that the candidate's evolution potential had been detected. Adrias Cromwell now had a 33% chance to evolve, and a new path was available. Even confused, Adrias wondered if this was some sort of path to the afterlife, but with few options, he decided to accept. Meanwhile, Bahat had entered the sewers to investigate. Analyzing the bodies, he thought that, judging by their clothing, they must be members of the Zephyr cult. But he didn't understand why they were hiding directly beneath Rodlin. This hinted at dangerous connections with the Academy, and there was a suspicious energy in the air. Not wanting to waste time, he decided to investigate thoroughly. He wanted to find the source of the dark magic he had sensed earlier. Soon he reached the completely destroyed room. He saw Fayate's body impaled by dozens of stone spears, and noticed by smell that explosives were scattered around the place. He concluded they had planned to blow up the arena and thought of how his children would have died if no one had stopped it. But then his eyes fell on a body among the rubble. It was Adrias Cromwell. Bahat was puzzled, for he knew the boy was not part of the cult. He wondered what he was doing there and quickly detected traces of dark magic coming from him. The thought crossed his mind that Adrias might have done the same thing as his father, sealed the original sin. At that moment, the system notified Adrias, who was beginning to regain consciousness. The transformation was complete. He had evolved. He had lost the dual core, but in exchange gained the mana vessel ability. Still dazed, he wondered if he had agreed to this evolution. Everything felt too confusing, until he awoke in the medical ward. Bahat was by his side and commented that it seemed he had died, but recovered completely in just 2 weeks. Seeing the man, Adrias asked, surprised, why he was there. Bahat, on the other hand, wanted to know what he had done. The interrogation began with questions about the Zephyr cult's underground hideout and what exactly Adrias was doing there. Adrias remained silent for a few seconds. He knew from this point on he needed to deny everything. He said he had just been passing by, saw a suspicious group, and while trying to leave, ended up getting caught. But Bahat, suspicious, asked why, if he had been captured, he was the only one alive at the scene. Adrias stuck to his story, firm. He would deny it to the end. Bahat then stared at him for a while, gauging the sincerity in the boy's eyes, and thought of an old promise. A friend had asked him to look after that child. He decided to end the interrogation, saying that questioning someone with no information was a waste of time, and that the best course was to focus on capturing the cult's minions, still hiding in the city. He indirectly remarked that someone merely trying to save their own skin probably wouldn't have relevant information. This left Adrias wondering why Bahat was giving up so easily. There was something strange about his behavior. Bahat declared the interrogation over. He told Adrias to rest and even recalled the bet they had made about the potion. He said Adrias had 1 week to deliver, as he wanted to see the results. Then he disappeared using his magic. Adrias, looking at the empty room, thought that perhaps Bahat really was on his side. But then he wondered what the true reason behind all this was. It seemed as if Bahat didn't care whether or not he discovered that Adrias was a dark mage. Maybe Bahat already knew about his father's connection to forbidden magic. It was likely he knew the full truth behind the events. Meanwhile, Bahat's children came to visit Adrias. Among them were Diene and Carlos, who asked how he was feeling. Adrias immediately questioned the reason for the visit, but Diene explained that it was their father who had asked them to check on him now that he was awake. Carlos remarked that he seemed better than expected, and Adrias thanked the three for visiting. Carlos, looking around, noted that everyone gathered there reminded him of the good old days and asked if Adrias didn't think so too. At that moment, Adrias reflected on his past life and how he had failed to save everyone. But this time, he believed it would be different. Seeing the three together again reaffirmed his resolve to protect whoever he could. Later, upon leaving the infirmary, Adrias was certain Bahat had covered up the recent incident. There was no public mention of the Zephyr cult's terrorist attack, which meant the Academy likely wanted to prevent any infiltrated cult members from mobilizing or causing more destruction. This proved that there were still cult allies hiding there. When he arrived at the magic tower, one of the guards commented that Adrias was early and informed him that Master Bahat was waiting. He then led Adrias up the tower's unusual staircases. Once they reached the top, the guard announced the student's presence at the office door. Bahat, upon seeing him, said he had arrived at just the right time, curious to know what the boy had brought this time. Adrias noticed that Bahat was acting as if he knew nothing about the underground passage. This made him wonder whether Bahat was on the Emperor's side or his father's. When the master tasted the potion Adrias had brought, he immediately recognized the substance, noting that it was a version of Emit's potion without side effects, similar to the one used in the last evaluation. Adrias confirmed this, and also mentioned having a version of Dylan's potion, likewise without adverse effects, which impressed everyone. Bahat then asked if he had made 2 potions in such a short time. Adrias replied that it was only possible thanks to the support he had received, both in resources and encouragement. Bahat remarked that he was bold but admitted he had won the bet with merit. As promised, he would take him to the warehouse and let him choose any item he wished. This time, unlike when he had been with Lucia, Adrias could more clearly perceive the techniques used there. They were magically transported into the tower's warehouse, where they were faced with an enormous collection of rare magical artifacts. Bahat stated that he could choose whatever he wanted, and Adrias was surprised to see so many rare items, more than he had expected. Among them was Nox's cursed music box, which played a magical melody capable of making the listener increasingly lethargic. There was also Mitra's pocket watch, with the ability to store mana. Each of these items was worth over 10 million Imperial coins. While exploring, Adrias was caught off guard when the system activated in front of a specific item. It was the Galaxur, a sealed sword with 73% mana conductivity, even in its locked state. He knew this weapon was famous in the game, but he had never touched it before. He couldn't believe it had been there all along, inside Bahat's warehouse. Adrias stated that he wanted to keep the Galaxur, even if it seemed undervalued. Bahat found his taste curious, explaining that the sword had been found in a dungeon, and although several attempts had been made to reforge it, it didn't seem to hold much value. Still, Adrias insisted. Bahat commented that he was as stubborn as his father, and that there were more useful items available, but relented, telling him not to regret it later. In addition, he handed Adrias a letter, which the young man did not recognize. Bahat explained it was an imperial decree regarding the Cromwell family's honor conference. Since Adrias had been in a coma, the document had been kept until he awoke. The second letter Adrias received was a recommendation. As he showed an interest in swords, they believed he might get help if he followed the location indicated in the letter. Later, back in his dormitory, while Nickel, as always, trained non-stop, Adrias studied the 2 letters. The first, sent by the Empire, was clearly a threat. They demanded he contact the Empress as soon as possible, which sounded more like a disguised order. Irritated by their arrogance, he tore up that cursed letter, but decided to consider the second one, as it seemed to come from someone genuinely willing to help. The second letter was from Bahat, and its content instructed him to follow a map, find an old man living in a remote region, and deliver the letter personally. Once the man saw that it was from Bahat, he would be willing to teach Adrias 1 or 2 valuable things. The strange part was that the landscape in the photo attached to the letter looked oddly familiar. After studying it carefully, Adrias recognized the place. It was the area where Fallen lived, one of the 10 most powerful fighters on the continent, exiled to that region. The chance to learn from him through that recommendation letter was far too valuable to ignore. Moreover, Adrias knew that near Dishern's residence, there was a hidden location he was interested in. Since he would be passing through, he saw no reason not to visit it as well. He planned to set off as soon as his vacation began. A few days later, he was already in an arid region resembling canyons on the edge of a desert. A giant beetle was devouring the carcass of some creature, but Adrias didn't hesitate. He readied his stone spear and killed the monster with a single precise strike. He reflected that his previous battle against Fayate had yielded great results. His mana and aura now combined perfectly, thanks to the new ability he had gained, the Mana Vessel. This skill replaced the lost dual core, allowing him to convert mana into aura and vice versa, something he had already learned from Salin, but now in a far more efficient way. The synergy between his energies gave him complete freedom in combat. He no longer had to choose one over the other. Now both grew stronger simultaneously. While skinning the beetle's carcass, he thought that the materials taken from the creature's body could be useful for spells or alchemy. Once finished, he refocused on his main goal. He needed to climb to the highest peak of the Krates mountain range, considered the most dangerous on the continent. That was where Fallen lived. But before that, he would make a stop at a hidden spot in the mountains, known as the place where the giant sleeps. There, he planned to retrieve the corpse of an ancient giant warrior. On the way, he kept killing insects and collecting valuable parts of their bodies, carefully storing everything in his bag. Once he thought he had enough, he handed part of the materials to Nickel, signaling that they were ready to move on. But a strange sound caught his attention. Adrias quickly put on his mask to disguise himself and approached cautiously. He found a fallen figure, clearly injured, a humanoid with feline features. He recognized the species, one of the leopard people known for their strength in hand-to-hand combat and for living in isolation due to the Empire's persecution of demi-humans. Adrias used one of his potions to revive him. The leopard warrior was badly wounded, and exhausted but still alive. While helping him, Adrius wondered who could have caused this, and it didn't take long to find the answer. A massive insect, much larger than the previous ones, was approaching. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and killed the creature. Its speed and attack pattern were concerning. Creatures like this were usually under the control of Lannox, an entomancer capable of commanding a devastating legion of insects. Adrius suspected Lannox was searching for some kind of treasure, probably under orders from the jester. The leopard warrior finally regained part of his consciousness and revealed that his village had been attacked by those creatures. Adrius quickly pieced it together. The real target was Lunafalt, a rare ore considered the greatest treasure of their people. Knowing this, he asked the leopard if he could guide him to the village. The warrior hesitated, suspicious of the stranger's identity, but couldn't deny he had saved his life. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he accepted the help. As they walked through the canyons, Timur carried the injured leopard. Adrius noticed that the path they followed led exactly in the direction of his destination. He felt that something important awaited him there. When they finally reached the leopard people's village, they found pure chaos. Houses burning, many lying injured or dead on the ground. Observing the scene, Adrias confirmed his suspicion. Behind the village, hidden among the rock formations, was the entrance to the cave where the giant's body rested. The leopard village, once standing just ahead, was being destroyed. In the game, that village had been annihilated by a Lennox attack, and now, in real life, the same thing was happening. The leopard warrior looked on with sadness and anger, but Adrius promised he would deal with the enemies. He then used his necromancy on the corpses of the dead insects and managed to revive 24 of them. This new swarm attacked the rest, while Adrius activated his corpse explosion ability, destroying the other insects. The leopard warrior was impressed to see the monsters' bodies explode one after another. However, a few survived and charged toward a mother and child. That was when Timur appeared and, with a powerful blow, killed one of the insects. Others tried to attack him but couldn't harm him. Nickel also joined the fight, cutting down several enemies. Meanwhile, Lannox watched from a distance, confused about the situation. He wondered who these people were and what was going on. He had been sent by the jester to find something related to the sins, but now saw no choice but to flee. He didn't want to, but was about to retreat when a sword pierced his shoulder. Adrius had anticipated his presence and intercepted him. He recognized Lannox and demanded to know who he was and how he knew his name. If he was truly a dark mage, why were they fighting each other? Adrius made it clear he was only in a position to ask questions, not answer them. He pressed further, asking if the jester had sent him to find the sins. Lannox, startled, wanted to know how he knew that. Adrius threatened that he would lose his arm if he didn't cooperate, and even suggested that Lannox's goal was to find Lunafalt. He had caused all this destruction just for a sin, and now he had to choose whether to die or tell everything he knew. Adrius pushed the sword deeper into Lannox's shoulder, demanding an answer. At last, Lannox relented and gave him information. Not entirely reliable, but he would hand over a list. Adrius pulled out the sword and took the paper, curious about the type of document he had never seen before. It contained a reference to a mysterious treasure that would soon be auctioned at Muriel's auction house. Adrius suspected it could be another sin, so he decided his next destination would be the city of Muriel. Lannox, already wounded, thought he could now leave, but Adrius struck a fatal blow, ending his life. He thanked him for the information and thought that, since the auction was approaching, the sooner he left, the better. Later in the damaged but still standing village, a leopard woman thanked Adrius for saving everyone. She said she had no proper way to repay him, but offered him a rare ore called Lunafalt. Adrius, however, refused, saying he didn't care for such rewards. The woman was surprised and asked what he wanted instead, so Adrius replied that he only wanted to enter the cave and needed her permission. Everyone in the tribe was suspicious. It was hard to believe a human wanted to enter that place for honest reasons. Still, the chief thought for a moment and allowed him in. Some protested, but she silenced them, reminding them that if not for Adrius, the village would no longer exist, and if there was no village, there would be no reason to protect the mine. Adrius then assured her he wasn't interested in Lunafalt, which left the chief even more confused. She asked what he was looking for in there. He answered that if she let him in, he would explain. Later, already inside the cave, Adrius confirmed it was indeed the right place. The chief said it was just a solid stone wall, but Adrius asked Timur to break it. Timur's punch cracked the wall, and the sound echoed throughout the cave. The chief wondered if he was a warrior from the tiger tribe, given his unbelievable strength. Other members of the tribe warned that the cave might collapse. When the wall finally gave way, everyone was shocked. On the other side was an enormous amount of Lunafalt. The chief assumed that was what Adrius was after, but he denied it. He knew well the value of that ore, but it wasn't what he sought. The group began to wonder what exactly he was looking for. Then they saw it, a statue of a giant warrior. The chief didn't understand why he wanted it, as it looked like just an ancient sculpture. They also questioned why something so big was hidden there. Adrius told them they could keep all the Lunafalt, but asked to be left alone with the statue for a while. Concerned for her people, the chief insisted on knowing why. Adrius replied that if he wanted to kill them, he would have done it already. One of the tribesmen found his words offensive, but the chief asked everyone to calm down. For the first time, the tribe was putting their trust in a human. Later, alone with the statue, Adrius reflected, that body was far from fresh, but it was the best candidate for his next creation. He tried to summon the soul and used his necromancy, but the system indicated that his skill was insufficient. The attempt failed. Adrias had already expected it wouldn't be easy. He removed all his equipment, determined to make that statue his servant, even if it took the entire day. He tried repeatedly for a long time. He was exhausted, almost breathless, feeling as if a whole week had passed there. Despite the countless failures, he did not intend to give up. Now that the place had been discovered, it would be risky to leave it as it was. He needed to ensure the body was sealed until his return. And so, he decided to bet everything on one last attempt, channeling even more mana into his next formula. Adrias tried once again to use necromancy on the statue's remains. Determined, he thought he still had time and would make as many attempts as necessary until he succeeded. Then, finally, the system confirmed success. He had summoned a Tita Ghoul, a corpse with exceptional attributes. The creature had been strengthened and evolved to champion level. A Tier 6 Tita Ghoul, now classified as a mythical entity. Its colossal body rose with brutal force, shattering the stones that still encased it. It possessed vast reserves of mana and many traces of inherited skills. As soon as it stood fully upright, the giant drove its sword into the ground and bowed before its new master. Adrias watched the scene, convinced that perhaps he was the only one in the world capable of commanding such a grand being. Not even armies would stand a chance against him now. His efforts had been rewarded. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded office, Jester observed a small jar containing a fly. Suddenly, the insect died. She immediately understood the signal. Lanox had been defeated. Even so, she was unfazed. She knew she still had many pawns available to carry out her orders. Shortly afterward, a messenger crow arrived with a summons. The Imperial Majesty was calling her. She replied that she would attend shortly and added that she also had something to report. In her hands, she carefully examined the paper, mentioning the treasure at the auction. At the same time, in a simple house at the top of a mountain, a man was having his meal. Even from a distance, he sensed someone's approach and asked, without raising his eyes, if the Empire had sent the visitor. Adrias had not even gotten close enough yet, but he had already been noticed. He replied that no, he was there at the recommendation of Duke Bahat. The man confirmed the name with a slight nod and recognized the reason for the visit. Training with Deshurn Fallen had begun. Adrias quickly realized that this man was even harsher than Salem. Deshurn wasted no time and declared he would make the first move. Using only a stick, he still advanced quickly. Even with such a simple weapon, he easily dodged all of Adrias's attacks and then threw him to the ground without difficulty. Deshurn assessed his new student and said that what he needed was not to learn swordsmanship, as his fighting style was shallow, based only on observation. His patterns were predictable, too centered on speed, and lacked the ability to read an opponent's intent. What Adrias lacked was pure and simple experience. Thus, the training began. On the first day, Deshurn still used the stick to repel Adrias's strikes. By the 7th day, Adrias was eating much more than before, feeding his growing body. On the 15th day, he was able to dodge multiple attacks at once. By the 22nd day, he was still easily overpowered and even choked. On the 27th day, his body had already changed, more resilient, stronger. On the 33rd day, Deshurn finally replaced the stick with a sword. Adrias had learned to use his own body, albeit in a basic way. Even so, he was still outmatched. Deshurn dodged a strike and landed a precise elbow to Adrias's stomach, making him stagger. Still, Adrias kept his gaze firm. The master noticed that he was still able to think during combat, which was impressive. Then with a kick, he sent Adrias flying, admiring his tenacity. He made no sounds of pain, but then something unexpected happened. A blow landed squarely on Deshurn's face. It came from Adrias, who stood his ground. The young man said that even a holy sword can drop his guard sometimes and warned that next time he wouldn't miss. Immediately afterward, he collapsed. Deshurn was surprised. That attack was not ordinary. He suspected Adrias had manifested his own aura instinctively. He didn't think Adrias had enough skill for that, but judging by the form of the strike, that's exactly what had happened. Adrias's talent exceeded his expectations. He then remembered something important. Lewis, his other apprentice, was also about to enter Rodelin. If the two ever met, it would be quite a sight. After a long time, Adrias finally woke up. Deshurn was watching him and remarked that he had finally awakened. He then asked about the wind sword Adrias had used before fainting and whether he could repeat it. Adrias replied that it had actually just been a desperate attempt while taking a beating. Deshurn said that was exactly why he would teach him how to repeat it correctly. From that moment on, Adrias would learn not only to create the wind sword, but also the basic control of his aura. Later, Adrias and Deshurn Fallen stood before a large tree. The master explained that the basic concept of the wind sword was to imagine your aura surrounding the blade as if it were an invisible sheath. After that, you just release that energy and let the spark fly. Demonstrating, he easily cut through the tree. Deshurn explained that the sharp cut was the most common result of the technique, but depending on control, it was possible to alter its effects to create explosions or shockwaves. Then he suddenly appeared right in front of Adrias, demonstrating that by using aura not on the sword but on the body, it was possible to move at extreme speed, as if blinking from one point to another. He reappeared behind him and then in front again, explaining that the pinnacle of aura control was the technique known as aura step. Following the same basic principles as the wind sword, the user enveloped both body and blade with aura, adjusting the intensity as needed. Despite the demonstration, Deshurn stated that Adrias still had a long way to go. For now, he should focus only on mastering the wind sword. Adrias obeyed and began unleashing powerful powerful strikes against the tree, concentrating on the technique. Deshern said he was doing well, and that once he got used to it, he should try increasing the cutting distance. Then a new system screen appeared before Adrias, informing him that he had met another condition for bodily evolution. He acknowledged that the training had been pure hell, but it had been worth it. His combat talent had reached a new level. Even so, he decided not to activate the evolution for now. His focus would be on continuing his physical strengthening. He then delivered even more powerful strikes to the tree, and Deshern was impressed. He thought Adrias was a far greater monster than he had imagined. Such a rare talent, perhaps not even his other apprentices, Lewis or Ulrug, were on the same level as that boy. With discipline, he would certainly grow even more. Soon after, Deshern told him to stop for now. It was time to eat and rest. He asked him to dig up some potatoes and put them to cook. Adrias, tired, thought he had eaten so many potatoes, he was starting to feel like he might start planting them inside himself. But something surprised him. Deshern had called him a disciple. He found it odd, but when he asked if there was any problem with that, Deshern just went on as usual. Later, as they ate the same meal as always, boiled potatoes and nothing else, Adrias began to reflect. Had he truly been accepted as a disciple? They had been training together for over a month, but it was hard to imagine Deshern accepting someone as a disciple so easily. Then the master handed him a book. He said he had written it during his time in the mountains. The system immediately identified the item as a skill book written by Deshern Fallen, containing the complete collection of his swordsmanship. Adrias was deeply impressed. It was on the same level as Morum's black magic grimoire. Now he would also have access to the technique of the legendary holy sword. Adrias remained silent, analyzing the content, and Deshern asked if he hated the gift that much. He denied it. Deshern then explained that as much as he liked teaching a promising disciple in person, there were cases where too much instruction became poison. And in Adrias's case, whose body and aura were unique, it would be best for him to follow the book and discover the training method that suited his own nature. Adrias wondered if he was truly being seen as a disciple by the holy sword. Deshern commented that it was time to descend the mountain. Staying isolated for so long made him restless. When Adrias asked where he was going, Deshern replied he was heading toward the Southern Kingdom Alliance. It was the opposite direction from Adrias' path, which was a shame. Still, Adrias said he would accompany him as far as he could. Meanwhile, on a cold night along a distant road, a boy walked alone. He was very hungry and no longer knew how long it had been since he started walking. He thought about his grandfather and his village. Perhaps they were all dead. Perhaps he was the last survivor. He didn't know what to do. Tired, he collapsed unconscious by the roadside. The storm began and the rain soaked his face. But someone appeared to save him. It was, of course, Adrias. Seeing him, Adrias recognized the boy. He was Benjamin Anakius, one of the playable characters. Adrias looked at the unconscious boy before him, wondering what he was doing there. He quickly recognized who he was, Benjamin Anakius, the young man who possessed the special technique of the swordmaster. The sword he carried was the legendary demon sword Rubens, and there was a clear reason for that. Benjamin's clan had risked their lives for generations to guard the seal of that cursed weapon. The village where he lived had been attacked, forcing him to flee carrying the sword with him. Although he thought it would be better to ignore the boy and move on, Adrias hesitated. He couldn't just pretend he hadn't seen him. Besides, it was always advantageous to form bonds with playable characters, so he decided to set up camp nearby and wait for him to wake up. Later, when the boy finally awoke, Adrias was in front of him and offered him a roasted rabbit on a skewer. Benjamin, still weak and suspicious, asked if he wanted to steal the sword. Adrias replied naturally that if he wanted to harm him, he already would have. He suggested that he eat. If he fainted again, he might lose the sword once more. He also remarked that it must be important to him. As he ate in silence, Benjamin remembered his grandfather, the sword's seal, and the people of the village he had lost. The memories came flooding in, and he began to cry. Adrias watched from a distance and noted that the boy was exactly as in the game. Emotional, honest, vulnerable. He offered him a potion to restore mana and told him to stop trembling and hold the skewer properly. Between tears, Benjamin thanked him for the care. Adrias, for a brief moment, smiled at the scene, but he soon sensed a strange presence. Looking around, he realized they were being watched. A group was approaching, and he quickly identified them. They were the assassins responsible for the massacre in Benjamin's village. When the boy saw the figures, he was consumed with fury. They were Jester's acolytes, the same ones who had killed his grandfather. His body trembled and his aura shifted. Adrias realized that reaction was not normal. Jester's acolytes were orphans trained from a young age, raised in the shadows, and became versatile warriors, highly skilled in both magic and physical combat. When they achieved full control of their aura, they received masks marked with unique symbols. This symbolized their achievement and identity as part of Jester's elite. Knowing the threat, Adrias considered acting immediately. But Benjamin stepped forward, drew his sword, and asked him to just wait. He needed to handle it himself. The acolytes mocked him, saying he could barely hold a sword, but Benjamin did not back down. With a single powerful strike, he made the ground tremble and sent stones flying in all directions. The enemies had to raise magical barriers to protect themselves. Then Benjamin charged forward at high speed and faced the attacks without fear. With the demon sword Rubens, he blocked every blow and, as a counterattack, sliced one of the acolytes clean in half. Even so, the number of enemies was large. Adrias watched the fight closely. Benjamin was the youngest playable character, but his determination and combat talent were remarkable. Still, Adrius knew how the original story unfolded. If things continued like this, Benjamin would end up seriously injured, and the battle was becoming far too dangerous. He decided to intervene. With a single move, he eliminated several acolytes at once. The enemy group finally realized who the real threat was. The order changed. They were now to focus on eliminating Adrius, but they never had a chance. He dispatched each one of them effortlessly. Benjamin, still in the middle of the battle, watched in astonishment. That man was single-handedly facing the same assassins who had destroyed his entire village, and he was winning. The last acolyte fell to his knees, and Adrius crushed his head before cleaning his sword and declaring that this one was the last. Benjamin froze. He thought that if he had the power of that man, his village might still exist. His grandfather might still be alive. Adrius then approached and asked if he was all right. Nervous, Benjamin replied that he was, though he could barely hide the fear and reverence he now felt. He looked at Adrius differently. What he had just witnessed had completely changed his perception of the man. As he looked at the boy he had just saved, Adrius realized they hadn't even introduced themselves. He said his name was Count Adrius Cromwell, and the boy responded, revealing that his name was Benjamin Anakius. With that, Adrius thought that since Benjamin seemed to be hunted, maybe he had somewhere important to go. However, the situation was different. He was completely alone, and Adrius knew that other important characters would soon be entering the academy, among them Lewis. Perhaps it was best to guide Benjamin in the right direction from the start. He suggested that if Benjamin had nowhere else to go, he should consider learning to properly wield his sword. It would be almost a waste to let talent like his go to waste. Adrius then decided to write a letter of recommendation to the academy. When Benjamin replied that he had no money to enroll, Adrius explained that a recommendation also included sponsorship. He himself would cover all the costs. All the boy had to do was make the decision. That alone was enough to make Benjamin emotional, and he began to cry. He knelt before Adrius, promising that one day he would repay all the kindness he was receiving. Later at the academy, Adrius remembered that moment while reading a message sent by Benjamin, thanking him for the recommendation and sponsorship. The boy said that was already more than enough, but that Adrius had also taught him a great deal about swords. His goal now was to become as strong as him. Adrius thought Benjamin was a natural-born sword specialist. If he managed to graduate, there would be no problem. And with the resources he had, Adrius wanted to make sure Benjamin became truly strong. With these matters settled, Adrius began preparing for his next mission, attending the auction at Muriel's auction house. He sent a message to Carlos asking if there was any way to get a ticket for the VIP area of the event. Carlos replied that his father would arrange it without difficulty, and asked if Adrius needed any specific item. Adrius thanked him, said he would see him at the auction, and thought about how good it was to have connections. In the meantime, his next stop would be Picata's most lawless district. At Jester's mansion, she demanded answers. She wanted to know what had happened to the demonic sword. One of the acolytes explained that he had sent a group to pursue the boy, but they had not yet returned. Irritated, Jester realized they had failed. She thought about the power of the demonic sword, which amplified not only its wielder's magic, but also their physical capabilities. She planned to study it to mass-produce demonic swords, which would greatly strengthen her legion. She believed she had finally found the perfect material, but it had slipped through her fingers. In a fit of rage, Jester crushed the head of a demon in front of her and ordered Hosan to be sent to Muriel. He would have to enter the auction house, no matter the risks. She wanted to get her hands on the crown of the ocean depths at any cost. Even if sending Hosan carried uncertainties, she believed he would deliver results. Meanwhile, in the port city of Muriel, Adrius was already present at the largest auction house in the pleasure district, known as the Knight of Wealth. He was there for a clear reason, to secure one of the Picata. However, he also thought it wise to gather as many valuable items as possible. One of them was the sword known as the White Nightmare, famous for its high mana conductivity. He thought that if he could acquire it, he could give it to Benjamin. Carlos approached and commented that he had heard of Adrius's interest in swords. Upon hearing that the sword was for an acquaintance, Carlos suggested placing a high bid right away, 50 million. Adrius, however, questioned why spend so much at once if he could get it cheaper. He decided to start slow and offered 23 million. No one contested it. The sword was his. Carlos remarked that he seemed to have a knack for this, but Adrius thought he could have gotten it for 21 million. Right after, the next item announced was a mysterious map that many students had tried to decipher without success due to its complex codes. To Adrius's surprise, it was the secret map of the Red Dragon's tomb, Krebi Mahar. He was astonished to see it appear. He had thought it was just a legendary game item, an Easter egg, and never imagined it would show up here. Even with the starting bid at just 2 million, people seemed disinterested. Without hesitation, Adrius offered 5 million. He thought that if he could obtain the body of a dragon, he could end a war on his own. The item was sold immediately, and Adrius celebrated silently. He had gotten the map. Meanwhile, a mysterious man observed Adrius and Carlos. He wondered how much they were willing to spend, and figured they must be heirs of some wealthy family. He hoped they would spend a lot, since the main prize of that auction would be the crown. And he intended to wait until everyone else exhausted their wealth before seizing the crown of the ocean depths at the right moment. The next auction item was a portal scroll. Adrius placed a bid and won it without difficulty. Soon after, an alchemical relic was presented. He bid and won that too. Carlos, who had been with him the entire time, time, began to wonder why he was buying so much. But then the most anticipated moment arrived. The final item was revealed, a relic extracted from the dark depths of the ocean crown. The system notified him immediately. This was the item containing the sin of greed. The starting bid was 300 million. Andreas realized he had spent too much on previous items. If he had saved, he might have had a better chance. Seeing his interest, Carlos asked if he really wanted it. Andreas said he would try a few bids, but wasn't confident. Then Carlos said he would buy it for him. Andreas was surprised, wondering why, but Carlos explained that it was thanks to Andreas that he and Diene were still alive, because of what happened in the undergrounds. Andreas replied that it was nothing but coincidence, but Carlos assured him he would show what it really meant. When the Albin family decided to open their wallets, one of the participants in the room wondered how they still had money left. The crown's price quickly rose to 350 million. The dispute was only beginning. Bids climbed higher, 400, 500, 700, 870 million, until someone offered 1 billion. Carlos began to grow impatient with the other participants, calling them stubborn. Andreas watched silently, thinking Carlos truly had a competitive spirit. A new bid came, 5 billion, then 7 billion. Carlos did not back down. He bet everything he had, remaining calm. The price reached 9 billion, then 10 billion. In the crowd, Hosan, sent by Jester, watched the dispute. He knew he couldn't go beyond 10 billion or he would be dead. Jester herself had given him the mission, but without specifying how much he could spend. Overthinking, he missed the moment. The auctioneer announced that the crown had been sold for 10 billion. Someone nearby muttered that Hosan had failed. He admitted to himself that he was an idiot and realized that Jester had already expected this outcome. She knew he would fail. Even if he won, if he went over the limit, he would die anyway. Angry, Hosan said he didn't know who the two who had gotten the crown were, but promised that both would soon be dead. Meanwhile, Carlos celebrated the victory with a smile, saying it had all been fun. He was hungry and suggested they grab something to eat. Andreas, watching, understood perfectly what happened when the Albin family decided to spend. Later, Andreas tried on his new crown. Carlos remarked that it suited him, calling him Your Majesty. Andreas, with a discreet smile, thought that Carlos was indeed the type of person to treat a page from the codex like a toy. Carlos proposed a toast, and Andreas thanked him for everything. He knew that thanks to him, he had managed to capture the sin of greed. Apparently, the assembly had not yet moved, but this peace did not last. Screams rang through the corridors, and the hall's door was broken down. Hosan had arrived. Andreas recognized him immediately, one of Jester's most loyal dogs. His power was real. He was a master of aura, a former disciple of Dashuran Fallen, expelled for his arrogance. Later, he had gone into the underworld and had been recruited by Jester, who recognized his talent. Andreas realized that escaping with the crown wouldn't be easy, but it was possible. He told Carlos that a strategic retreat was the better option. Hosan ordered the acolytes to attack, but the two of them jumped out the window and fled into the forest. Watching them escape, Hosan remarked that it wouldn't be fun if it were easy, then declared the start of the hunt. Andreas and Carlos ran to a small harbor, where they found a boat. Carlos commented that now they could cross the river. He explained that Muriel was a lawless zone, beyond the Empire's authority, which allowed this kind of attack. But Adrias asked Carlos to call for reinforcements. Confused, Carlos asked why, and Adrias explained that their enemies wouldn't give up so easily. It would be safer if they split up. It would be easier for Carlos to escape alone. Carlos laughed, saying Adrias really was a stubborn boy. He promised to return with reinforcements as soon as possible and took his leave. Now alone, Adrias thought he had ensured Carlos's safety, so he could have a bit of fun. He knew the confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, Hosan asked where the other boy was. The acolytes said Adrias still had the crown. He replied that yes, he did, and challenged them to come and take it if they could. Then he drove his sword into the ground, openly provoking them. The acolytes, consumed with rage, charged forward. Adrias dealt with them easily, killing all who tried to approach. Even those who attempted to strike from behind were brought down. He wielded his dark magic with precision, and Hosan, seeing this, began to grow suspicious. He wondered if Adrias was truly a necromancer. Then, from the shadows, the arm of the ghoul titan emerged, crushing several acolytes at once. Amid the chaos, everyone wondered where that mysterious arm had come from. The surprise created an opening that Adrias immediately took advantage of, killing one of his foes. He continued fighting with brutal precision, severing limbs and beheading any acolytes who came close. From a distance, Hosan watched, intrigued. He noticed the boy was combining dark magic with sword techniques, something that caught his attention, especially because the swordsmanship looked strangely familiar. During the fight against the acolytes, Adrias was interrupted by Hosan's arrival, the latter blocking his blade with great force. The blow sent Adrias flying, taking him by surprise. Hosan remarked that he had seen that sword before, in some old book, and mocked the boy's strength. As Adrias got to his feet, he wondered if this man was even stronger than Fayette. He knew he could use the power of sloth to win, but he wasn't sure he could handle the consequences of activating it. Confident, Hosan declared that this sword would also be part of his collection. That irritated Adrias, who called him nothing more than a common bandit. land it, visibly angering his opponent. Adrias decided to summon Nickel and Timur to reinforce his defense. But he didn't stop there. He reanimated the corpses of the fallen acolytes with necromancy, turning them into temporary soldiers. Surprised, Hosan noted that this necromancer was also a swordsman, a rare and interesting combination. In response, Hosan drew his sword Gynos, known as the Destroyer of Evil. Adrias sensed immediate danger, for this blade specialized in killing the undead. Hosan remarked that if he could bring Adrias's body to his master, she would be delighted. That made Adrias wonder how many swords the man carried. Knowing the fight would be long, he sent the reanimated acolytes charging at his enemy. Hosan cut them down easily, calling them pathetic puppets. The magic of his blade even affected Nickel and Timur. Still, Timur attacked, but Hosan believed undead were easy to defeat because they didn't think. This time, however, Nickel had prepared an ambush and, together with Timur, attacked in perfect synchronization. Hosan was forced to dodge and admitted these two were far too fast for mere corpses. Assessing the situation, Adrias summoned his Titan champion, Ludo, who immediately prepared a massive strike against Hosan. But the enemy drew another sword, the demonic Ruoran, capable of absorbing energy from opponents. With it, he blocked the Titan's attack and used the impact to energize his blade. Alarmed, Adrias realized that if Hosan absorbed all of Ludo's strength, it would turn against him. He decided to withdraw the Titan, sealing him away again. Seeing this, Hosan asked if that was truly the body of a giant, saying he could make good use of such power. Before he could advance, more reanimated acolytes rushed him. He cut them down with ease, saying he was actually grateful. He wanted them gone anyway, since he considered them useless pawns. Adrias began to worry. If Timur and Nickel fell, they'd be in serious trouble. Hosan commented that now they could have a real fight, just the two of them, but Nickel interrupted with a sudden attack. Amused, Hosan said the skeleton was actually entertaining. Then he drew yet another sword, claiming he trusted this one to defeat his foe. Adrias grew uneasy. Hosan was switching weapons far too quickly. He tried to warn Nickel, but the two were already trading blows at incredible speed. Adrias joined the fight, and soon after Timur unleashed a devastating strike that destroyed everything around them. Yet even with their combined effort, they realized Hosan had managed to escape. With a confident smile, Hosan said their effort hadn't been bad at all. Then Adrias noticed something troubling. Nickel had lost an arm and his sword was broken. Hosan stated it was time to finish off the little boy and the skeleton who, despite being undead, wielded a very powerful aura. Adrias hesitated. Perhaps activating the power of sloth was his only chance. He ordered Nickel to retreat, but Nickel stayed silent. When Adrias insisted, the system notified him that the spirit of sloth wished to activate the Codex's power. The cooldown time would be shared between them, and the system asked if he would accept. Adrias realized Nickel could also use the power. Thinking it through, if the body grew heavier, it would actually be more useful for Nickel, who couldn't feel pain. Meanwhile, Hosan felt a growing pressure and noticed the skeleton had returned, now stronger than before. While Adrias kept Hosan busy, locking blades with him to hinder his movement, Nickel's transformation continued. Hosan admitted Adrias was good for a mage, but didn't seem like he could last much longer. As he was about to strike, Timur appeared again to defend him. Hosan complained, saying it was irritating to have so many obstacles in his way. It was then that he noticed something strange about Nickel. The transformation was nearly complete, and he was building up an absurd amount of power. Nickel's gaze carried an unexpected intensity. Surprised, Hosan realized this was the aura step technique, something even some living swordsman couldn't master. Adrias was impressed. For an instant, he saw Nickel regain his original appearance, but the hair soon dissolved into energy, and the power was spent. Still, he knew Nickel had done an excellent job. Hosan was badly injured, and his swords were completely destroyed. The man could hardly believe the skeleton had used such an advanced technique. Faced with the aftermath of the battle, Hosan admitted to himself that he had completely underestimated these opponents. Timur took advantage of the opening and tried to strike Hosan once more, but the enemy quickly drew the Gynos sword, a blade made specifically to destroy corpses, declaring he would finish off that cursed body. Before the blow could land, Adrias rushed in with Timur. Timur's precise strike hit Hosan square in the chest, making him cough blood and sending him flying. Adrias thought he needed to end this himself with his own sword. Sensing the boy's aura, which was not as weak as he had assumed, Hosan asked if he was challenging him to a duel. He found it arrogant of Adrias, but accepted nonetheless. Adrias decided he would stop him before he caused more harm. During the duel, Hosan recalled an old conversation with his master. He remembered a scene from the past, eating boiled potatoes beside his master, Deshan. He remembered the phrase he heard that day, half right, half wrong. In the conversation, Hosan had insisted that the sword was the most important thing in a fight. If two swordsmen had the same strength, the one with the better sword would win. But Deshan explained that was only true for novices, hence half right. For aura masters above a certain level, victory depended on the warrior's vision of swordsmanship. If that vision was flawed, even a branch could threaten their life. He added that both Hosan and his other disciple had the talent to become true aura masters. But if Hosan remained fixated on the importance of tools, his talent would be wasted. Back in the present, coughing up more blood, Hosan questioned if he was really facing an undead wielding an aura step technique with a broken sword. Too late, he realized he should have listened to his master. Falling to his knees before Adrias, he asked if he was the disciple of that old man. Adrias confirmed with a simple nod, and Hosen said that now everything made sense. The swordsmanship smelled of potatoes, just like that old man. Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, Carlos was shouting for help, urging someone to hurry, because Adrias was still in danger. As he ordered the departure, Adrias emerged, swimming toward them. Surprised, Carlos asked how he managed it. Adrias replied that he almost died, but managed to lose them and swim across. He said everything was fine, and the items were safe, despite the scare. Carlos felt relieved, but thought about how powerful the people in that battle were. He told Adrias that now he understood why they called him Elga's head. Later, inside a cave, Adrias began repairing Nickel's damaged arm. He said it shouldn't be too bad, and asked him to try moving it. After finishing the repair, Adrias saw a system notification. Nickel could evolve, though the success chance was only 32%. Timur had an 88% chance. Adrias reflected that the fight against Hosen had greatly increased both their potential, especially Timur's, which was worth attempting. Timur began evolving, feeling a slight shiver. The system displayed the remaining time for completion, 342 hours and 28 minutes. Adrias thought that when he returned to the academy, he should finally begin his studies in elemental magic, something he had always wanted to learn. Meanwhile, Jester was speaking with Karen. She asked why a disciple of Moron was there, to which Karen replied that he heard she intended to expel him from the assembly. Jester confirmed this. She said she had proposed his expulsion, and that those who did not meet the standards could not remain among them, especially a fool so incompetent he couldn't even control his own disciple. Karen tried to justify himself, but was interrupted. Jester went on to say that even after the incident, he had brought nothing of value to the assembly. No research, no artifacts, no merits. On the contrary, he was even falling behind his own disciple in accomplishments. She acknowledged the value of a codex page, but questioned whether he truly wanted to remain a member. Karen replied that yes, he would do as she commanded. Jester revealed that they had located Ken's ancient beast, and surprisingly, it was right in front of Rodellin Academy. It was a creature from the mythical era, intelligent enough to control other beings and drain their power through spectral minions. A monster that should have only existed in ancient records, but was now active. She said she would provide the location, the method to break the seal, and also the power needed to control the creature. She explained that after taming it, he should bring it along with his disciple. Karen understood that she was still upset about what Adrias had done in the past. But for him, this was an opportunity. He could use the creature both to eliminate Adrias and as an escape route if everything went wrong. Finally, Jester stated that they did not know each other and had not spoken that day. Karan agreed, saying it was only fair that he, as master, take responsibility for guiding his disciple. The next day at Rodellin Academy, Adrias reflected on the lesson he had learned. He decided that from then on, he would conduct his research in the comfort of the dormitory. He had clues, but knew it would take time to fully understand them. For now, he just wanted to rest a bit. However, his moment of rest was interrupted by a shout in his ear. It was Lucia, furious, demanding answers. She wanted to know why he was ignoring her messages and questioned why he had bought that tablet if it was just to leave her hanging. Adrias explained he was busy working alongside a friend, but upon closer observation, he realized Lucia and Vivian seemed to have become good friends. Lucia wasted no time showing him something pinned on the school bulletin board. She said it was the perfect excuse for him to leave that free, dirty dormitory where he stayed. Meanwhile, Vivian thought to herself that she wanted to be assigned to the same dorm as him, a thought that suggested more than mere curiosity. The school notice informed that an unidentified specter had been seen in the Ash's dormitory. For security reasons, the dormitory would be temporarily closed, and all residents were to check the attached list for their new assignments. Adrias thought that if a specter was attacking students, it was probably the Ancient Beast event. He knew about this event from the game, but was confused since it was only supposed to happen at least 6 months from now. Despite the concern, Lucia insisted he stop being dramatic and tell her where he had been reassigned. He answered that he had been sent to the Durgion dormitory, and Lucia, excited, said he should consider himself lucky to share space with a beauty like her. Adrias said he first needed to stop by the old dorm to get his things, and Lucia agreed. Vivian then said she wanted to go with him. He thought it was a good idea, which made Vivian smile discreetly, leaving Lucia visibly annoyed. Later, back at the dorm, Adrias asked if Vivian had read the announcement. She said she glanced over it, but hadn't paid much attention since it was a magical department matter. She also mentioned that apparently a professor named Karan was leading the investigation. Adrias reflected that his involvement in the world was gradually starting to change the course of events. As they walked through the halls, they encountered Diane, who looked unwell. She begged not to be touched or spoken to. She was drooling and completely confused. Adrias concluded she had also been a victim of possession. He knew there were 2 dark mages acting as mid-level bosses in Rodellin, one of whom was Karan. In the game, it was always one of the 2 interfering with Kshin, but the other had yet to act. Adrias said Diane was no match for that enemy and should retreat. DNA, approaching him, asked what he meant by that. He thought he might be able to use the enemy's name to create a small opening. When he pronounced the name Kashane, DNA went into shock. That was enough for Adrias to deliver a precise blow to her neck, knocking her out. Vivian held her body to prevent her from falling. Later, when DNA woke up, Adrias asked if she had regained consciousness. She asked where she was, and he wanted to confirm if she recognized him. Irritated, she said yes and asked why he was treating her like an idiot. He explained the situation was serious because she had been possessed by a specter. Vivian confirmed that Adrias had saved her, and DNA said she might vaguely remember that. Adrias said that for now, the most important thing was to get out of there as quickly as possible. Outside, Andras asked DNA if she had volunteered to help with the investigation. She confirmed she had, as she was very interested. After all, it wasn't every day you could study specters directly. She also said it was Professor Karan himself who suggested she volunteer. This confirmed Adrias's suspicions. That suggestion had been a trap to lure DNA in, allowing a spectral form to possess her. It was clear Karan had secretly summoned it. Adrias thought that bastard was really bold. He then asked DNA if she knew where the professor had gone. She said he had mentioned meeting with the main body. That's when Adrias realized he had gone after the seal. He needed to run there immediately. Meanwhile, the seal was already starting to react to the mage's energy. Karen declared he was ready, and the creature emerged from inside the statue. The beast violently broke free from the seal. Karan watched, satisfied, thinking that the only thing awaiting Adrias now was death. Later, Adrias and Vivian ran toward the seal's location. He thanked her for being with him, and Vivian said she liked helping him. Adrias, however, wondered if he had made the right decision bringing her along. He could no longer use his summons with her nearby, and the connection to Karan was also at risk of being revealed. His judgment might have been flawed. He considered making up an excuse to send her back, but then they both sensed a strange presence and stopped midway. In front of them were academy students who appeared possessed by the same force. Vivian asked if this was also Karen's doing, and Adrias confirmed it. He said those were controlled students. She asked why a professor would do that, but he interrupted her, asking her to handle the students without hurting them. He needed to move forward and stop Karen as soon as possible. Vivian agreed, saying she would do her best to help him. He smiled faintly, trusting her. When one of the possessed mages tried to attack Adrias, Vivian easily blocked the strike. He thought that had been a good excuse to leave her behind. But would Vivian be able to handle the situation without killing anyone? Adrias hesitated for a moment, but decided to trust her. Near the old seal, the creature was finally freed. It was Kashane. Karen believed he had full control over it, but soon sensed an attack coming and raised a bone wall to defend himself. Seeing that, Adrias understood what had been done. Shortly after, Karen appeared, surprised to see Adrias there. He asked how the boy had managed to get so far, but Adrias already realized he was too late. The seal was broken, and a strange energy filled the place. He felt it was the mana from the Feldarin crystal, an item that, in the game, belonged to Jester, confirming who was behind everything. Karen asked how he dared to attack his own master, but at the same time confessed he had planned to kill him anyway. Adrias was not surprised by this, but hadn't imagined Karan would go so far as to involve Diana Albin. Adrias's comment shocked Karan slightly, who nevertheless laughed. He said that seeing so much arrogance in the boy, he realized that choosing Adrias as an apprentice might have been the right decision after all. Then he recounted a past conversation between his father and Master Morum about dark magic and the possibility of changing the structure of the whole world. Adrias's changed behavior revealed he already knew too much. Adrias began to wonder if even someone secondary like Karen knew about the original sin. Karen challenged him to go ahead and try to use the Scrownwell legacy, though he doubted he could wield it properly. But for Adrias, all that was absurd. He realized the master had tried to exploit a vulnerable child and decided that story would end there. He summoned Nickel and Timur, ready to fight. Seeing Timur, Karen was incredulous. He remembered the creature's body received at the council and couldn't understand how someone like Adrias had managed to control it. Maybe it was because of the Feldarin crystal he carried. Still, Karan reminded him that he was still his master, but Adrias said he had learned nothing from him. After all, they say the student always surpasses the teacher. This irritated Karen, who found such arrogance unbearable. So he summoned his army. Zombies, skeletons, ghouls, and ghosts took the battlefield. Adrias realized Karen was boosting the strength of all creatures around, but didn't hesitate. He drew his sword, determined to end it all right there. Karen replied that they would only know the outcome by fighting. He said that by killing Adrias, he would take what Cain left behind and use the boy's body to access the original sin. Meanwhile, Vivian continued fighting the corrupted students elsewhere. She tried to make her way to Adrias, but enemies kept coming in great numbers. At that rate, someone was going to die from all the beating. She wondered if she should kill them all, but remembered Adrias's request not to kill anyone. She also thought the fairy master wouldn't like that. Another spell was cast at her, but she blocked it. Then she remembered an important detail. At the moment Adrias pronounced the name Kashane, DNA had been knocked out. It seemed like a spell activated by the name. She decided to test it and began shouting names, trying to find the right one. When Vivian said Shen, one of the students fell, but it seemed she had used too much force. She kept trying, missing several times, until she finally got the name right, Kashane. This time, all the opponents paid attention. She understood that it was enough to knock them down physically while the names activated the spell. When the soul-devouring worms began emerging from the bodies, Vivian prepared to destroy them before they could cause more damage. But the spirits acted quickly, dodging the attacks and forming a net around her, blocking her escape. One of the specters began speaking to her, trying to exploit her emotional wounds. It reminded her that she had been abandoned, that she had tried so hard and yet was left behind, just like when she was a child. The specter whispered that even her mother had given up on her, and that if she had been born a boy, everything would have been different. Those words deeply shook her. She began to wonder if disappearing wouldn't be the best way to keep the fairy master safe. The specter promised that it would. She thought of the word promise, and then remembered the one she had made to Adrias, that he would always watch over her. That memory was enough to break the spell. Back on the main battlefield, the war against Karan was in full chaos. He wanted to know how long Adrias, Nickel, and Timur could hold out, and launched an attack using Kashin's energy. However, Adrias reacted immediately. He summoned Ludo's arm, which appeared and landed such a powerful punch that it silenced Karen. Surprised by the strength of the blow, Karen wondered what kind of arm that was. Adrias gave Timur a direct command to stay alert. He said he would leave the mountain of flesh to him. Timur then sharpened his claws and bared his fangs, preparing for combat. At the same time, Adrias ordered Nickel to take care of the lesser enemies and stay hidden, ready for another attack. Adrias planned to go straight after Karen. He concluded that keeping Ludo active would consume too much mana, so he decided to focus on defeating Karan and stealing the Feldarin crystal before anyone noticed the confrontation. However, Karan was still alive. He said he knew a single strike wouldn't be enough to stop him. Even so, Karan couldn't react to Adrias' next attack and only survived because Ken blocked the blow at the last second. Karen mocked Adrias, questioning what a brat like him could do against an ancient beast. For a moment, Adrias thought about using the sin of greed, which would make the fight much easier, but hesitated because he didn't know all the consequences. The sloth ability was still recharging. Even without resorting to the sins, Adrias provoked Karen, saying that if he liked old things so much, then he should know about the corpse of an elder he had acquired, that giant Karen had seen earlier. This shocked Karen, as he didn't know how Adrias had gotten his hands on such a rare body. Adrias then stated that next time, that giant fist would crush his skull. The intention was to instill fear, but Karan didn't fall for the trap. He prepared a powerful spell beneath Adrias' feet, and a violent explosion of fire and blood erupted. Karan believed he had killed the boy and laughed wickedly. However, Adrias was standing, practically unharmed, which surprised him even more. He wondered if it was some vampire magic, and realized maybe Angela really had left something useful with him. Karan then questioned how he had used advanced vampire magic, and Adrias replied it might be a gift from Angela Lucifer. This made Karen even angrier, since he himself had been responsible for freeing her. Adrias reinforced that all the blame was on Karan, who should have treated his own disciple better. Consumed by rage, Karan attacked again, but Adrias dodged with ease. Karan's frustration grew with each moment. He shouted that Adrias had ruined the greatest opportunity of his life, while Sean appeared and attacked simultaneously. Amid the confusion, Adrias noticed Nickel was hidden and ready. Seeing an opening, Adrias advanced with a precise slash of his blade. Karan, surprised, acknowledged that the boy's fencing techniques were more refined than expected. As Adrias tried to approach Karan from behind, he was surprised by Ken, who struck him full force, throwing him away as he spat blood. However, at that moment, someone cut Karan's arm, the same one holding the crystal. It was Nickel, who had patiently waited for the perfect opening. Karen couldn't even react. When Adrias let out a smirk, Karan screamed in rage, echoing through the forest. He finally realized he had lost the Feldarin crystal. Enraged, Karen lost complete control. He tried to chase after the crystal, but just as he approached, he was bitten by a creature. Adrias was speechless as he saw Shine devour half of Karan's body. Shine chewed the remaining body still in his mouth, leaving only pieces. Adrias then ordered Nickel to distract him, as he still needed to recover the crystal. But in front of everyone, Karen, in a last desperate act, destroyed the Feldarin crystal with his own hand. At least with Karen's death, all the creatures around began to disappear. Timur noticed this immediately. The problem now was Kshin, who was preparing to unleash an extremely powerful attack. Adrias shouted for everyone to protect themselves, and a colossal explosion swept through the forest. In the midst of the flash, Adrias was blinded and ended up captured by Shine. When he was grabbed, both Nickel and Timur flew into a rage, but Shine brutally threw them both away. Fortunately, Vivian appeared just in time. She cut Shine's arm, saving Adrias. She then rushed to catch his falling body. However, Shine was already preparing to devour her too. Adrias tried to warn her, but she was hit and thrown against a rock. He was desperate, but saw Timur manage to catch her. Vivian was only unconscious. Adrias sighed in relief, but Shine, now even more threatening, was staring directly at him. At that moment, Adrias knew it was not time to hesitate. Adrias had planned to investigate a bit more before using that relic, but realized there was no other choice. He then took the Crown of Greed, knowing that if he died there, he would never have a chance to discover anything else. At that moment, Vivian regained consciousness and saw the scene before her. The Fairy Master stood before the creature, but there was something different about him. Adrias's gaze was filled with a sinister glow. When Shine fired a beam at him, Adrias simply cut the beam in half with his sword and declared that such an ancient creature would become just another undead in his army. He was overwhelmed by a psychotic aura, influenced by the crown. He tried to advance, but Kennen blocked his strike and threw him away. At that moment, Adrius realized that enemy's defense was practically impenetrable. It was then that Vivian launched a surprise attack that managed to weaken Kenin's stance. She shouted for Nickel to distract the creature. Nickel then surrounded Kenin with a series of attacks, buying Adrias time to wait for the right opening. Meanwhile, Vivian looked around, confused, and realized what was holding her back was a small cat, probably a summoned spirit. Adrias, attentive, found an opening and stabbed his blade into Kenin's back. The attack was precise, and the creature roared in pain. Adrias said that this one would also become another servant in his undead army. At that moment, the system notified that Galaxur had detected the blood of an ancient creature and began absorbing it. The sword started draining Kenin's blood, while the effect of the Crown of Greed wore off. Adrias felt the side effects immediately, spat blood, and collapsed to the ground. Vivian, worried, rushed to his side. Meanwhile, Galaxur remained embedded in the creature, draining until Kshine began to completely disintegrate. Vivian managed to reach Adrias and stayed by his side, watching the creature disappear. The system then informed that Galaxur had broken its first seal, and Adrias could barely believe that the blood of ancient creatures was the key to unlocking the true power of the sword. Feeling guilty, Adrias apologized to Vivian for involving her in something so dangerous. She replied it was fine as long as he was safe. He also apologized for hiding his true identity, but Vivian said that didn't matter. To her, he was still the fairy master. Adrias wondered if anyone had ever trusted him so much in his whole life. On a sunny morning, tranquility seemed to have returned to Rhodoland Academy, which was now preparing for the 11th entrance ceremony. The first-year orator, Louis Artman, was called to the podium. Watching him, Adrias thought this was the true starting point of the game's story. He still had little information, but had survived thus far. He knew he had much to protect, and for now, had succeeded. That made him feel supported. Great events were to come, but he was determined to do his best. Meanwhile, Louis Artman gave his speech as the freshman representative. He said he would fight to protect the Empire and its people, becoming an honorable knight. To do so, he would have to endure the Academy's rigorous training, where heroes were forged. As he stepped down from the podium, Louis looked at the audience and wondered if those people would be his future rivals. They all seemed very strong. His gaze then met Adrias's, who wore the mage's uniform but carried a sword. Louis found it curious, and thought that Rhodoland Academy really gathered interesting people. That day also marked the Spring Tournament Festival, an event filled with duels among students. The freshmen were calm since they wouldn't participate directly in the fights. Many were just watching. Louis thought it would be a good opportunity to learn about the other students' abilities. While walking, Louis accidentally bumped into a boy carrying a cup of coffee, spilling it all over his own shirt. The boy he hit got furious and tried to punch him, but Louis managed to block the blow. Still, he was thrown against a table where Diane Albin and Lucia Everlast were sitting. The angry boy said Louis would have to pay 100,000 coins for the shirt, but Lucia replied that was extortion. He wasn't some beggar to be charged like that. DNA reinforced, asking if he really wanted to be disqualified for a simple mess. By his logic, he should be the one paying her since the coffee had stained her clothes too. The boy, named Todlon, finally realized he had messed with important veterans and backed off, leaving without causing further trouble. Louis, relieved, thanked them for their help. DNA said it was nothing. Lucia, curious, asked if he was the first-year representative, and Louis confirmed, introducing himself as Louis Artman. In response, DNA introduced herself as DNA Albin from the 4th year, and Lucia as Lucia Everlast from the 2nd year. Adrias was still a bit embarrassed for getting involved in a fight on his very first day, but DNA tried to reassure him by saying Todlon was very strong, one of the best knights at the Academy, so there was nothing to worry about. Shortly after, Vivian stood up and announced she was leaving, as Adrias's match was about to begin. Louis realized she was also from the knight's course, and, trying to be polite, introduced himself and extended his hand. However, Vivian just stared at him silently, not responding. To break the awkward mood, Lucia laughed and suggested they all go watch the match together. DNA commented she didn't know Lucia was interested in those kinds of events, but Lucia replied that sometimes she also got excited about them. When DNA asked if Lucia would participate in the tournament, she said no. Still, DNA thought it wouldn't be a problem if they went together. Louis, who had planned to go alone, decided to join them as well. Later, with the stands packed in Rhodoland Arena, Louis was impressed by the size and grandeur of the event. As expected from such a prestigious place, everything seemed on a whole other level. The next match was about to start, and the announcer introduced the fighters. On the blue side was Todlon Terry, the Academy's best knight, known for his skill. On the red side, surprising everyone, was Adrias Cromwell, a 4th-year student from the Magic College who had become a kind of celebrity for creating an unprecedented potion. Louis recognized Adrias from the entrance ceremony and found it curious that he would fight as a knight, despite being in the magic course. The same doubt occurred to Todlon, who questioned whether Adrias was just pretending to be a swordsman. Adrias responded indirectly, making it clear he didn't care about the taunts. The fight began, and Todlon quickly charged at him, ready to show what it really meant to fight with a sword. Meanwhile, Lucia asked Diane if she knew anything about a possible exchange program with Milko Academy after the tournament. DNA said that the students with the best academic performance would be selected, although she felt pressured into it. Bahat had said she had enough power to represent the academy, so she should go show them the difference. Lucia thought it must be a burden for DNA, but mentioned she'd heard a good ranking in the tournament could also secure a spot in the exchange. They mentioned Vivian, who had a good chance of being selected after defeating Aeon, the favorite from the previous day. In the arena, Todlon was taunting Adrias, telling him to stop dodging and fight for real. He even said he never imagined using his technique against someone like him. However, Adrias stayed calm, and when Todlon rushed forward at high speed, Adrias took just one step to the side and easily dodged. Despite Todlon's speed, Adrias evaded every attack. The commentator said he was at a disadvantage, but Vivian disagreed, saying the victory would go to the Fairy Lord. At one point, Todlon criticized Adrias for not using his sword or magic, but surprisingly, Adrias appeared behind him and defeated him by smashing his face against the arena floor. Silence fell over the place. He then stated that he didn't need a sword or magic to deal with someone like Todlon. The commentators were stunned. Todlon Terry, the great favorite, had been defeated by a magic student using only his hands. The winner was announced, Cromwell. Louis was amazed to realize he had beaten a knight with his bare hands and wondered who that guy was. Vivian replied that he was the Fairy Lord, while Lucia looked visibly impressed. DNA wondered if Adrias had used aura to protect his body. Bahat, watching closely, also noticed the use of a dual core. To him, it was clear that Adrias had revealed his power to the public, and a storm was soon to come because of it. The last fight of day 15 had ended, and the next matches would be the following day. The participants needed to check their tablets to see the upcoming fights. Lucia, excited, ran up to Adrias accompanied by several other students and enthusiastically congratulated him. Adrias, surprised, asked why everyone was there. Dini answered evasively, suggesting it might just be a coincidence, but he really wanted to know why Louis was there. Louis then introduced himself, and Adrias felt a chill in his stomach upon recognizing him. Louis had been the first playable character in Picata, the game everything seemed connected to, which left him unsettled. DNA, still surprised, commented that she didn't know Louis could use aura or had learned to fight with swords. How did he have such constitution now? Probably why he started using swords more often. Adrias mentally replied that, in part, she was right. He thought to himself that DNA was really good at analyzing. Louis, curious, asked how he could move like that despite only recently starting to use a sword. Meanwhile, Vivian watched silently, suspicious, especially with how Lucia was always by his side. Louis asked if what Adrias used was some special method not taught at the academy. He became even more curious after seeing him in action. Though he had only known Adrias a short time, he already felt the guy was really strong. For him, this was a perfect chance to understand what had driven that unusual growth. Adrias, however, replied casually that it was nothing special. He was just using his aura to rejuvenate his body. In his thoughts, he recognized that he still couldn't perform instant movements like his master did. Since Hosen had left, the only apprentice Daishurn had taken with him was Adrias. Louis had received only brief training from the master, who had shown some interest in his talent, but nothing more. When Louis heard about using aura to rejuvenate the body, he became intrigued and wanted to know more. This made Adrias realize that perhaps this was why Louis didn't yet know the aura control method taught by his master. Louis then politely asked if Adrias could show it to him someday in person, since it was hard to understand just through words. Adrias considered the idea, but knew it wasn't something simple you learned in a day or two. Besides, Louis was the type who would grow on his own, even without help, so he answered that maybe later, when he had free time, he could show him. Louis was very grateful, and Adrias noticed how impressive that rookie's eagerness to learn was, especially considering he had just entered the academy. Lucia, watching all this, couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. She thought it was awful. For more than half a year, she and Adrias had researched potions together, yet he had never mentioned anything about aura or combat. Adrias took the blame. At that time, he simply didn't want to draw attention. Vivian, hearing this, was surprised to learn they had spent half a year together. Lucia, confused, wanted to understand why he was now standing out so much. Adrias explained he was thinking of participating in the exchange meeting. He knew that using only magic, it would be hard to reach the top, but deep down, he was hiding because the playable characters in that world could kill him if he attracted too much attention. Lucia thought that made sense, especially considering his talent for magic was almost non-existent. Even so, he said he was trying hard to improve his fire magic. Lucia wished him luck, but also mentioned that the exchange event was something he had never seen in the game. Although he didn't need to try so hard, there was something about Mirko Academy that Adrias really wanted to know, another playable character. Vivian said she would also do her best to participate in the exchange meeting alongside Adrias. Lucia joked that the Academy veterans were quite ambitious. DNA, hearing that, replied that there was nothing wrong with aiming for the top. She quickly checked the list of upcoming confrontations. Looking at the bracket, Lucia pointed out that assuming everyone won their matches, Vivian and DNA would face each other in the semi-finals, and the winner would face Adrias in the final. DNA was quite confident. Vivian said she wouldn't lose. Adrias assured he would also give his best. DNA thought that was excellent. For her, a healthy competition among friends was a good thing. Lucia excited, said it was impressive to think two rookies had emerged as favorites to win the championship, along with Adrias, who was the original favorite. All the strongest candidates were there. Louis, admiring the scene, commented on how incredible the view was. Lucia, with a more serious tone, said he should feel honored to be there. 5 days later, the long-awaited day of the final of the 58th spring tournament at Rodelin Academy arrived. The two finalists entered the arena. That year's tournament had been full of twists, and the biggest of all was precisely who had reached the final. On one side, fourth-year Magic College student Adrias Cromwell. On the other, the one who had defeated Vivian, the surprising title contender, also a fourth-year student from the Magic College, Danny Alban. It was the first time in 12 years that the final was contested between two students from the Magic College. In the stands, Vivian wished the Fairy Lord good luck, and Lucia thought about how Vivian seemed like a completely different person when not fighting. With everyone watching, the match was about to begin. Danny apologized, saying she didn't intend to give up her champion title. Confident, Adrias replied that she would have to work hard to get it. As the match began, Danny prepared a fire spell, but it wasn't just any spell. Everyone was surprised by her technique, as she had created several fireballs at once. Adrias saw this and thought it was time. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at her fire magic. Even with the attack coming full force at him, he quickly dodged each fireball, leaving everyone speechless. Danny's last attempt to hit Adrias seemed promising, but he simply cut the fireball in half with his Gakura sword. She didn't expect that, and when it seemed she would be hit, she disappeared before his eyes. Adrias was surprised to realize she was already capable of using spatial magic that was far beyond what he expected. Danny also noticed something strange. He was moving too fast. For Adrias, all of this was becoming fun. He wanted to see how far she could go, and thought it would be interesting to be entertained for a while longer. Danny, seeing that he was enjoying the fight, was shocked. That meant he was not afraid of her, and that bothered her. Meanwhile, Lucia watched and commented that Diana's magical power had already surpassed the level of an ordinary student. She could easily defeat some of the Academy's professors. Determined, Diana decided to try something she had never successfully used before. Confidently, she created several fire spears with an explosive effect. Adrias recognized the type of magic she was using. They were spears that would explode on contact. It was a good idea, but he planned to dodge. However, he was surprised by one of the spears that exploded right in front of his face. Even so, he came out almost unscathed. He only felt some heat. He had protected his body with mana and knew that without it, he would have suffered serious damage. The combination of spatial magic with other magics already made the fight difficult. Seeing DNA combine techniques was impressive. He acknowledged that her growth was far beyond expectations. It was encouraging to see how much playable characters could evolve. Soon after, DNA unleashed a massive explosion that nearly engulfed the entire arena. Lucia, worried, commented that even Adrias wouldn't survive a full hit from such an attack. Vivian, on the other hand, showed no enthusiasm. Her expression was serious, and her aura carried a certain hostility, noticed by those nearby. After the explosion, Diana believed she had finally won. But in the middle of the smoke, a cut sliced through everything. It was Adrias' sword which cut the arena in half. Diana was shocked. That arena had been reinforced by her own father, yet he managed to destroy it with a single blow. Calm, Adrias praised her movements. He said it was now his turn to show something interesting. Diana was confused. Then he began to explain. First, he enveloped his sword with aura, then infused mana into it. The result was a blade that could cast spells through aura without directly relying on mana. He called it a magic sword. Black flames took over the arena, forcing Diana to raise a magical barrier to protect herself. The pressure was immense, and Adrias showed no signs of fatigue. Diana, frightened, noticed even his cloak was on fire. She removed her own cloak to avoid being burned as well. She then realized he still had tricks up his sleeve. She understood that this was the power of someone who possessed a dual core, or rather, as Adrias had recently discovered, a true mana vessel. Among the spectators, some began to realize his power was not that of a common core. One of these observers was Bahat, who watched with concern and wondered how Adrias dared to wound his daughter with the very sword he had given her. Next to him, a mage questioned whether it was really possible to use aura to cast magic. Bahat replied yes, as long as there were no bindings between aura and mana. If the body was completely fluid and synchronized with both, then it would be possible to achieve what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Diana was almost out of mana. She calculated she might still execute 3 large spells. She knew she had to avoid physical attacks and that strange fire Adrias controlled. If she dodged and landed a precise blow, she could still win. Watching her behavior, Adrias wondered why she thought so much during the fight, but he soon realized she was searching for a way to win. He thought the same. Both wanted to surpass the other. Then he advanced with his blade enveloped in fire. Diana, with quick reflexes, escaped using temporal magic. However, Adrias noticed something hidden under the cloak she had left behind. A spell had been prepared there and exploded with force. While dodging the explosions, he tried once more to reach her, but she escaped with spatial magic. Soon after, Diana launched a lightning serpent that slid across across the arena toward Adrias. He, however, was unfazed. He knew lightning magic didn't work on him. The most effective element against lightning was stone, and he was already prepared for that. Despite his defenses, the stone wall created by Adrias was easily broken. He realized he had made a mistake. Much of his mana was concentrated in his own body, which left his defensive constructs too fragile. That wall was nothing but a useless barrier. DNA noticed he had lowered his guard and took the opportunity to attack. Adrias understood that if he stayed still for too long, the situation would only worsen. At that moment, DNA declared victory and triggered a massive explosion, so intense it reverberated beyond the arena. The announcer declared the match over. DNA had not tried to knock Adrias down, but rather to push him out of the arena, which was enough to win. He acknowledged it was a smart move. Thus, DNA claimed first place in the 58th spring tournament at Rodolin Academy. The final results were set. DNA in first place, Adrias second, and Vivian third. As a reward for his position, Adrias received a full scholarship to continue his studies. DNA, besides the full scholarship, also won a rare elixir that increased her mana reserves. Vivian, meanwhile, received a scholarship for her final year of college. Later, Adrias was in his new laboratory. Although smaller than Karan's lab, the space had the same level of security. Moreover, it was much more practical for him to perform repairs on his undead right there. He thought that, thanks to the full scholarship, he had saved enough to buy the laboratory with his own funds. He knew he had a lot of work ahead. He needed to improve his sword skills and continue experiments to infuse dark magic directly into the blade. He was focused. He thought of the resources he had accumulated. In the bank, he already had about 9 billion, mostly obtained through potion sales. Even feeling he already had enough mana for his current goals, thanks to his mana vessel and the influence of the original sin, he knew he needed more. The future would demand even greater power. But that recent incident had strengthened him considerably. He remembered what happened after the fight against Ken and Karen. During that moment, his body absorbed the crown of greed. The Codex of the Apocalypse, in its 0th chapter, also absorbed the essence of greed. This meant the Codex now contained new pages. Adrias didn't fully understand what was happening at the moment, but soon realized his abilities had been drastically enhanced. Both the skills related to greed and those linked to sloth were strengthened. He knew that the more chapters he gathered, the stronger he would become. With greed synchronized and his mana capacity significantly increased, he felt this was only the beginning of his journey. When he first summoned Nickel, it consumed about 25% of his total mana. Today, the same feat would use only 1%, maybe even less. And now Nickel was no longer just a common skeleton. If he wanted, Adrias could summon 100 normal skeletons at once. This gave him the capacity to command an army and still use magic fused with his sword, combined with the powers of the original sin. With a status level like that, he felt no need to worry about any future scenario. His only real concern was that his actions had completely altered the original timeline of the game Picata. This had triggered an exchange event that originally didn't even exist, all because of Karan's death. What mattered most now wasn't what had changed, but how and by whom these changes were caused. Even if the scenario changed, he was still the one with the most information. The responsibility to guide this world to a successful end was now in his hands. Sometime later, Lucia approached during a class and asked if Adrias was also in that group. He replied that she was lazy but always showed up to potion classes. She just commented that it was because the teachers insisted that geniuses like her be present. Lucia then asked if Adrias would be free after class. He wanted to know why. She said she was working on a new potion and needed his help. Adrias guessed it must be her treatment potion. When he asked what it was exactly, Lucy explained that days before she had mixed frog tongue mucus with fairy plimon, then added a slime core solution. The result was unexpected. She said the mixture canceled all magical properties, dissolved completely, and disappeared. Adrias was shocked. He thought he hadn't told her anything yet, but it seemed Lucia was trying to solve her own treatment alone. This made him wonder if, in the game, Lucia and DNA were already that talented. Despite all obstacles, Lucia was determined to find a solution. However, she admitted things still weren't going well. Adrias asked how he could help. He was busy but promised that if he had time, he would talk to her. Lucia then teased a little and said she hoped he would help, even if just because his cute rookie was asking. Adrias silently thought he still had enough time. He knew Lucia was determined to live, even knowing she carried a chronic disease that could overcome her at any moment. Adrias apologized internally, but knew others were in more dangerous situations. Selena and Chris, two newly enrolled players and friends of Luis, were about to face the first scenario of the exam period, which was extremely risky. He knew he had to find a way to intervene in that event. It wasn't the most challenging scenario, but if the two didn't grow quickly, they could die. Luckily, Lucia wouldn't get involved in this incident because she was busy with her work in the infirmary. DNA had already exceeded all of Adrias's expectations, and he believed Louis would grow even stronger if left on his own. Even so, Adrias wanted to leave the current class and deal with all of this, but it was impossible at the moment. A new teacher had just arrived and taken over the potions and crafting class. His name was Kyler, and he introduced himself enthusiastically. However, to Adrias, that man was more than just a teacher. He was the boss of the first scenario. During the lesson, Adrias Adrias didn't even pay attention, because his thoughts were on the Knight Academy's training field, where he imagined Selena and Chris were striving to reach Louis' level. Kyler probably already knew that Adrias was a dark wizard, thanks to the scandal involving the pages of the Sloth Apocalypse Codex. Even so, he still showed no direct interest in him. When the class ended, Kyler went to his personal laboratory and activated a communication device, saying he needed to talk to Mistress Jester. When she answered, he asked what she wanted. Kyler explained that Bahat was beginning to suspect him and feared being expelled from the academy soon. Jester asked if it was because of Karan's death, and he confirmed, saying he was now working in Karan's old lab. Jester realized Kyler was afraid. After all, Lennox and Hosen were dead, the Crown of Greed had disappeared, and Karan had ruined everything by forcing him to act prematurely. The Acolytes had also suffered great losses, and nothing was going according to plan anymore. Jester then wanted to know when he would take the next step. Kyler replied that soon, the exchange between Mirko Academy and Rodelen would begin, and said that before leaving, it would be interesting to crush the young students before they became a threat. Jester agreed, finding the idea reasonable, and Kyler said he would take advantage of the confusion to act and then report everything. After disconnecting the device, Jester reflected that all the infiltrators she had placed in the academy had been eliminated. With the situation out of control, she thought all the blame lay with that boy named Adrias Cromwell, and now she had no choice but to bring him into her congregation. Meanwhile, at the Knight Academy training field, Selena Arestial was finishing another intense practice session, while the young man beside her showed no signs of fatigue. Even exhausted, she asked for a break, but Chris Unor kept going, swinging his sword repeatedly without stopping. She commented that it could harm his body, but Chris didn't answer. He only retorted that she should worry about herself. Selena accused him of being stubborn and criticized the fact that he hadn't even watched the tournament final. Chris said he was training and saw no point in watching it, but she insisted that there was an incredible competitor who used magic and sword simultaneously. Chris found it hilarious. He said it was ridiculous that someone who mastered neither magic nor sword made it to the finals. He thought he did well not watching it. Selena, however, insisted that he was only saying that because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Even Louis had recognized that boy's talent. Chris responded that Louis must have terrible judgment. At that moment, Adrias appeared and interrupted, saying that, for a newcomer, Chris spoke with too much arrogance about a lord he didn't even know. Selena nearly fainted from shock to see Adrias there, while Chris asked who he was. Adrias introduced himself as the idiot of the Magic Academy, the one who supposedly mastered neither magic nor sword. Selena bowed, embarrassed, and apologized. Adrias commented that Chris was too proud and egocentric and didn't know what conviction was. According to him, the way Chris held his sword reminded him of someone who suffers betrayal and keeps acting as if nothing had happened. The comparison deeply offended Chris, who got furious at the insult. He got irritated with Adrias's direct tone and asked why a mage would pretend to be a knight. Adrias replied that he knew more than Chris imagined. Chris then challenged Adrias to prove it. Adrias thought Chris was exactly the kind of loser he imagined. Selena tried to calm them, worried about the possibility of suspension for violence inside the academy. Chris assured it would be just training. Selena, still trying to prevent it, protested, but Adrias took a sword and said that if it was just training, there would be no problem. He promised nothing serious would happen. Chris said Adrias was too brave for a mage. Adrias then provoked him, saying he was ready. Chris finally said he hoped Adrias wouldn't regret it. Adrias noticed how excited Selena was. She seemed eager to see again what she had witnessed in the arena, him fighting with sword and mana at the same time. For her, it was a rare opportunity. Given that, Adrias warned her that she would be next, which confused her for a moment. However, Chris stepped in and said there would be no turn for her, as he himself would end the fight. Without wasting time, Chris charged with his sword, and the two began exchanging blows. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, but soon fatigue started to weigh on Chris's side. Adrias easily blocked the next strike and concluded that Chris was really fast. He recognized it as part of one of the 5 most notorious fencing techniques on the continent. During the intense exchange, Adrias thought that in the game, Chris was a character with a highly advanced fencing style. Still, he found an opening and hit Chris's rib. The way he moved showed he was clearly not using the Unor style correctly, a technique that made the most of speed, drawing fluid and mutable sword attacks. It seemed Chris tried to do many things at once, probably trying to surpass Louis at any cost. This led him to adopt confusing and disordered movements. Seeing this, Adrias decided it was the ideal moment to guide him, even if harshly. He told Chris to stop playing around and give his all. Chris, irritated, promised Adrias would regret it, and finally started using the true Unor style, activating the technique known as the Howls of the Sword, whose echoes reflected his attack movements. As he closed in, the impact of the technique was strong, but Adrias did not hesitate. He broke the attack pattern with a precise thrust, breaking the sword and dismantling the technique. Then he asked if that was really the Unor style Chris trusted so much. He said if Chris believed he would become strong with that, he was mistaken. For Adrias, the right path was to follow one's own style, not be bound to what others expected. After that, he looked at Selena and said it was her turn. She nodded, though nervous. Adrias thought that, unlike Chris, Selena's family fighting style was an obstacle for her. It was a technique that demanded demanded natural physical strength, something she did not have. Still, Selena advanced with determination, and Adrias was satisfied. He knew he had much to teach. In moments, he disarmed her and easily knocked her down, although she avoided injury. Chris, watching from outside, noticed that Adrias quickly identified Selena's weak point. She, frustrated, said she had attacked with everything she had. Adrias explained that using a heavy sword only hindered her. Selena tried to justify, saying that was her fencing style. Still, Chris agreed with Adrias, admitting he had gone through the same lesson. Then Adrias asked why exactly they had chosen the sword, what led them to keep training and improving in that art. Chris, surprised by the question, wanted to know the reason. Adrias answered simply. He picked up the sword to survive. The answer shocked both of them. For a mage, admitting he didn't have enough talent and was saved by the sword was unexpected. He explained that because of extreme events, his life had been on the line, and the sword was his only salvation. So if they really wanted to beat him one day, they would have to dedicate their lives to the sword. And he asked, did they know what that meant? Selena, still confused, asked if it was a matter of talent difference. Adrias denied it. According to him, the problem was that neither of them had truly faced their own swords. They used the sword out of pride, status, or to defeat someone specific, but he used it to survive. Then he asked, what were they using theirs for? He asked them to think about it, and if they had an answer, to come to his lab someday. Before leaving, Chris called him and promised to face him again. Adrias said he would look forward to that day. A week later, in the administrative building of Rodalan Academy, Vivian noticed Adrias was late. Without warning, she drew her sword, shocking everyone around. Seeing her reflections on the blade, she thought that next time she saw Adrias, she should smile like Lucia, trying to look cuter and more delicate. But her smile came out wicked, almost threatening. Still, she wished to look as pretty as Lucia. When Adrias appeared, she sheathed her sword, a little embarrassed. He asked what she was doing since orientation would start soon. She replied naturally that she was just waiting for him. As they prepared to enter, she held his cloak and wished him a good afternoon with a small smile. Adrias, surprised by the gesture, also smiled and replied good afternoon. Inside the administrative building, several students from the magic and night faculties were already gathered. It seemed an important meeting, gathering all the academy students. Adrias thought to himself that, except for him and Vivian, everyone else present was considered a high-performing student. Even the freshmen seemed selected based on their entrance grades. Soon DNA appeared and called for the two of them, asking if they had arrived together. Adrias answered yes. He had met Vivian outside. As far as they knew, Mirko Academy students had not yet arrived, but DNA said they would show up soon. Shortly after, the Mirko delegation finally entered. Leading the group was Grace Mayeron, leader of the rival academy's delegation. As soon as he saw DNA, he went straight to her, making an arrogant comment about her not having decided whether to marry him yet. DNA, irritated, said he was still the same as always, unpleasant and arrogant. Although he was an old acquaintance through family ties, she could not stand him. Grace ignored the hostility and said that with that attitude, she would never get a husband. Vivian, overhearing the conversation, asked if DNA really intended to marry him. In a whisper, DNA explained that Grace was the son of the Mirko director and that she had met him a few times because of their parents, but hated him deeply. Vivian agreed, saying he seemed like a weird pig. When Grace tried to approach Vivian, complimenting her appearance and asking if she was interested in him, the girl got so uncomfortable she almost drew her sword. But before anything worse happened, the voice on the microphone called all students from Rodalan and Mirko academies to line up. Grace, annoyed, complained that they had interrupted his advance, but Dine thought he should be thankful he was still alive. Vivian put away her sword, and Adrias, in the back, watched everything with his mouth open. The speaker explained that over the next week, there would be exchange meetings between the two academies. There would be several opportunities for students to develop their skills in friendly competitions. To start, the students should line up according to their faculties, regardless of their academy. Night students should position themselves on the left, and magic students on the right. Vivian was sad to realize she wouldn't be next to Adrias. The next day, the exchange officially began. It was an event Adrias had never witnessed, not even during his experiences in the game Picata. At that moment, they were attending a class about magical circles, specifically about inverted versions of these circles. The teacher asked everyone to try drawing their own models. Adrias focused on the magic circle. He knew that was his classmate Keklung Volga's strong point, a playable character famous for his mastery of support magic and manipulation of magic circles. Keklung, noticing Adrias was thoughtful, asked if there was a problem. Adrias replied no, they just hadn't introduced themselves yet. He then said his name was Adrias Crownwell and that they would be spending the week together. The other young man responded that he was Keklung Volga. With the setting established, Adrias imagined a symbolic confrontation between Keklung and Diene, both known for their magical abilities and considered geniuses. They were twins in terms of power and potential. Perhaps one could inspire the other with their own circles. Thinking about this, Adrias had an idea. Although he didn't have much natural talent for magic, he was extremely experienced in magic circles. He had played that game so many times, he knew countless variations. He was sure that in this regard, he was unmatched. He already had numerous ideas ready in his mind, and with confidence, decided he would show a rotational reversal that none of them had ever seen. Later, a bright magic circle appeared in the center of the room and impressed everyone present. present. It was DNA Albin's work, and comments came quickly. Everyone said it was exactly what was expected from a genius. Andreas watched the circle closely. It was inverted and floated like a constant whirlpool of water, spinning around her, striking and powerful as always. To him, geniuses were truly frightening. Soon after, Ketchlung finished his magic circle. He said it was a pity the paper had been too small, but he still managed to create something interesting. He channeled his mana into the circle, causing even more astonishment among the students. Andreas was stunned. It was as if Ketchlung had even inverted the very seats of the room. Not even the teacher expected that. The entire room became a visual chaos. Chairs upside down, walls swapped with the ceiling, everything seemed to spin in reversal. Ketchlung, now literally upside down, explained that his magic involved illusion, rotation, and reversal. Although it lasted only a short time, the visual impact was impressive. Adrias thought that guy was even more of a genius than he had imagined. When the effect finally ended, Ketchlung commented he needed more research to increase the technique's duration. DNA praised it, saying it was truly impressive, and Ketchlung returned the compliment, saying her work had also been excellent. Adrias thought to himself that no one there could compete equally with that select group, except perhaps Diana, and that was exactly what made the game Picata so interesting. Each character had a unique talent. Lucia, who had healed herself from her own illness, was considered the best in magical combat. Ketchlung, in turn, mastered the best support magics and magic circle manipulation. Meanwhile, Diana, with her time and space magic, was simply incomparable. Because of that ability, she was considered one of the most unbalanced characters in the game. The teacher praised the two's performance, saying they had presented incredible magic circles, but questioned the rest of the class about what they had managed to do. Adrias thought he had done his best, even if his result didn't seem like much. At the center of his magic circle, there was only a small plant sprout. Nothing striking, just a flower that hadn't even bloomed. That was enough for Grace Marin to start laughing, mocking him for having created a useless little flower. He loudly said he didn't understand how a guy like Adrias was still in that class. Adrias, irritated, recognized that old annoyance. During his play as Ketchlung, Grace had always been one of the most irritating characters. But unlike the others, Ketchlung was surprised and visibly impressed by the result. He said he had never seen a spell like that. Grace, still mocking, said it was just a mundane flower, but DNA firmly replied that he should look more carefully. After all, if he didn't even understand the kind of magic Adrias had created, he had no reason to be there. Adrias then reinforced that only someone with a certain level of genius would be able to understand that spell. Ketchlung asked permission to explain to the class and, receiving a positive signal, began his analysis. He said that at first glance, it did seem like a simple flower created with nature and life formulas, but there was much more behind it. Besides those two, Adrias had used formulas of time and rotation, creating a complete magic cycle based on the concept of reversal. The result was a fresh flower that never withered, a symbolic representation of the cycle of life. The spell embodied the very contradiction between life and death. The room was impressed, and even the teacher seemed surprised. DNA reinforced that the creation represented exactly that, a state between living and dying, a paradoxical, magical manifestation. Adrias acknowledged that both had explained very well. He thought maybe this was a reflection of the fact that part of him was a necromancer. Creating a spell connected to life was easier when one knew the extremes of death. However, completing that without resorting to dark magic had been extremely difficult. Ketchlung, excited, declared that the more he observed the spell, the more he wanted to study it. It was then that Adrias revealed the name of his creation, Contradiction. Taking advantage of the moment, DNA turned to Grace and asked if he had anything as spectacular to show. Grace arrogantly said yes, and that his work was incomparable. Then he presented a magic circle that tried to imitate DNA's, but was smaller and unstable. The murmurs from the class were immediate. The creation was bad, disorganized, and seemed about to get out of control. Several spells began dispersing from the circle as if they were going to explode. DNA, watching the confusion, disdainfully asked what exactly that was. She pointed out that he had only copied her circle. Grace tried to defend himself, asking if she had proof. She replied that, except for the elemental formula, the rest was identical. She said he probably hadn't seen it well because he was too far away. Grace, offended, said he would never copy anyone and that he was superior. But DNA, completely uninterested, just touched the circle and purified it with a simple gesture, canceling the unstable spell. She said he was a nuisance. Grace, desperate to reassert himself, shouted that she had sabotaged his formula, but the teacher intervened and asked for silence. Still, Grace didn't back down. He prepared a spell intending to attack Diane, but before he could cast it, he felt intense pressure in the air. The same feeling hit everyone present. A dense and threatening, murderous aura took over the environment. It was Adrias. He stared coldly at Grace, saying it was better to back off unless he wanted to lose his hand. Ketchlung, surprised, wondered what kind of aura that was. Grace, terrified, felt like he was going to die right then. Adrias, still with a firm gaze, said he should avoid trouble during the exchange, and even after returning to Mirko, stop acting so pathetically. Humiliated, Grace ran out of the the room and slammed the door hard. Adrias, calm, thought that idiot deserved every second of it, and that sooner or later he would still have to teach him some lessons. Another student, curious about the scene, went out to check on Grace. Adrias, seeing him, found that face strangely familiar. Meanwhile, outside, Grace yelled angrily, embarrassed and frustrated with everything that had happened. Grace Marin was angry and frustrated, blaming everything on the two bastards who had made a fool of him in front of everyone. Just remembering the humiliation, he ground his teeth in rage. Then someone approached. It was a short-haired boy whose presence caused some nervousness in Grace. But the boy made it clear he wasn't there to provoke him. He just wanted to know how he was feeling. Grace, suspicious, asked who he was. The boy introduced himself as Antonio Holt, a final-year student in Rodelin's magic faculty and personal apprentice of Professor Kyler. He said he knew Grace had been disrespected by everyone and wanted to show something that could help him. When Grace asked what it was, Antonio explained that his teacher had developed a potion capable of temporarily increasing physical strength and mana. However, like all experimental formulas, there were possible side effects. Grace, curious, asked if it was illegal. Antonio confirmed it was, but suggested he just try a small sip. With that, maybe he could take revenge on those who ridiculed him. Taken by the idea of revenge, Grace wondered if he would really be able to beat those two idiots. Without hesitation, he drank the entire potion at once. Antonio was nervous about his boldness, but still asked how he was feeling. Grace's body began to change. His skin took on a different tone, his eyes shone intensely, and he felt his mana overflowing. Strength flowed through his muscles, and he couldn't contain his enthusiasm. He created a huge fireball with ease and shouted that it was amazing. The next day, Vivian talked to Diane, saying she had heard that Adrias had gifted her a flower and now wanted one too. Diane, surprised, asked why someone from the night faculty would need that. She said she was still studying that magic circle and wanted to do more tests. However, seeing Vivian's sad expression, she gave in. She said it was okay. She would give one to her. She could draw another one anyway, but explained that for the flower to appear, it was necessary to channel mana into the paper. Vivian did this and encountered a beautiful, delicate flower. Shortly after, Lucia approached, curious, wanting to know if that was the famous flower created by the seaweed head, as she called Adrias. Diane lightly asked what she was doing there so late. Lucia replied that classes had finished and she was going to the lab, but before that, she felt something was missing in the circle. She pointed to a part of the drawing and said it seemed like something was missing. Diane agreed. Lucia, excited about the mystery, said she was sensing a discovery. She took the paper and began modifying the circle by herself. Vivian desperately tried to stop her, but it was too late. When Lucia finished, a huge garden of magical flowers formed around the three. Diane, surprised, realized she hadn't noticed before, but that circle was actually a double magic circle. Lucia, still amazed, asked if it really was the seaweed head who had done that. She found it too impressive. At that moment, a man approached and admired the circle. He said that magic was a splendid innovation. The famous contradiction was really something impressive. He was Belial Costello, the dean of the magic faculty. Diane apologized for using the circle in such an informal place, but Belial just wanted to know who had created it. When Diane answered it had been Adrias Crownwell, the dean became thoughtful. He had heard about the boy before. Looking at that flower, he thought the magic circle was dangerously close to something grand, perhaps even something linked to immortality, the ultimate contradiction. He remained watching silently for a while until Diane asked if something was wrong, but the dean just turned and left without saying anything else. Lucia, annoyed, commented that he simply ignored the three of them. Diane, serious, said they should be careful because that man was the dean. As he walked away, Belial reflected on what he had witnessed. It was fascinating. He had never imagined that a student could inspire one of his own works. He decided to keep a close eye on Adrias Crownwell. Later at the knight's training field, Louis thanked Vivian for dueling him. He acknowledged she was really strong. She replied that he also had talent, and Louis thought he was talking to her more frequently, but the conversations never lasted long. Meanwhile, a scream echoed across the field. Someone was taunting, asking if that was all the best first-year student had to offer. It was Todlon, pressuring Chris in a brutal fight. Chris was being pushed back until he was kicked away. He fell to the ground and thought that, with his current fencing level, it would be impossible to beat someone like Todlon. But then he remembered Adrias's words, telling him never to doubt his own sword. The essence of the Unor style was engraved in his body. He stood up and resumed the fight, recalling that the style was based on confusing the opponent with variable, unpredictable movements. When Todlon tried to react, he didn't even realize Chris was already behind him. With a single precise strike, Chris defeated him and calmly declared victory. Todlon, angry at the defeat, refused to accept it. He said losing to trash, like Chris, was absurd and that he would give up everything. Chris tried to explain it was no joke, that Todlon was good enough, but was interrupted. Todlon, enraged, threw a real sword at Chris's feet, warning that it was not a training sword. He told him to pick it up and stop talking or leave immediately. Then Todlon took out a potion, ready to use it. Louis, watching from afar, shouted for Chris to get out of there immediately and apologize. At the same time, one of the instructors appeared, demanding to know what was going on. Todlon took the suspicious potion he had received from Antonio and, shortly after, completely lost control. His eyes glowed strangely, his muscles swelled, and he became uncontrollable. The instructor, seeing the real sword in his hands, warned that this was unacceptable and ordered him to put it back. But no one expected what came next. In a quick move, Todlon struck the instructor himself, leaving everyone in shock. He turned to Chris, calling him a first-year bastard, and declared that the second round had begun. Meanwhile, in the halls of the magic faculty, someone ran shouting Adrius's name. It was Keklung Volga, visibly agitated. Adrius asked if he really had called his name so loudly, and Keklung replied casually that they could be informal since they weren't that far apart in age. The urgency was about the magic circle from the other day. Keklung had realized it was actually a double magic circle, and wanted to know how Adrius had come up with it. Adrius answered that he always found it more fun when there was a hidden element. He recalled Lucia's message, who had also noticed the double structure of the circle while with DNA and Vivian. She had even asked for his help in new research, saying that if he had time for that kind of trick, he could contribute something useful. Adrius found it impressive that she had discovered it so quickly, even though he had tried to hide it. Keklung commented that he had heard Everlest's potion was made by Adrius and asked what he planned to show in the potions class. But Adrius replied that this time he intended to be discreet, since he couldn't reveal his true tools in front of the class, especially with Professor Kyler watching. At that moment, an explosion shook the corridors of the magic department. Students started running, shouting there was a monster. DNA appeared, protected by a magic barrier, trying to contain the chaos. But the monster was actually Grace Marin, completely transformed by the potion. With black eyes, a dark aura around him, and his body growing beyond human limits, he shouted with hatred, accusing everyone of making a fool of him. The students around were horrified. Some didn't even recognize him. Adrius, seeing him, immediately understood it was the effect of the potion created by Kyler. It was too early for this event to happen since, in the game, this would occur in the middle of the current act. He then realized the story was out of order. He thought of Kyler's name with contempt, realizing the bastard had indeed begun to act. Far away, Kyler was walking calmly with his briefcase, smiling. He muttered to himself that the farewell party had already started. Back in the corridor, a disturbed Grace threatened DNA again, saying he would shut that ugly mouth. He created a huge fireball and threw it with full force, but Adrius intercepted the attack and cut the magic in half with his Gyakura sword. Dini, surprised, called for him, and Adrius replied that there was no turning back now. Grace, recognizing him, called him the lazy bastard from the day before. Adrius noticed he still had some lucidity, which indicated the transformation was in its initial phase. This also meant the potion hadn't reached its most dangerous stage. There was still time. Grace said he was now going to kill both of them at once, and his body grew even more. Adrius told DNA and Keklung to stay back. DNA, frightened, said Grace had killed a Mirko student, and the situation was very serious. Adrius said they would leave the cleanup to the teachers. The most important thing was to gain time. He asked DNA to prepare a powerful spell, something strong enough to end this once and for all. She couldn't understand how Adrius managed to stay calm in such a situation, but he seemed to have everything under control. DNA observed that Grace's body was extremely resistant, but Adrius said that with Keklung's support, they could make it work. Keklung confirmed he was ready. The two began running through the corridors, leaving Adrius alone, face to face with Grace. The enemy launched another powerful spell trying to hit them, but Adrius cut the magic in midair and said that Pig was too noisy for his own good. Furious, Grace used a magic barrier to block the cut, and Adrius noticed the potion had greatly increased his magic defense. Still, he believed he could break it. He advanced with a powerful thrust, forcing the barrier to its limit. DNA, watching from afar, thought Adrius's sword was faster than during the tournament. While he held Grace alone, DNA and Keklung finished their magic circles. Keklung shouted for Adrius to prepare for a new attack. Grace launched another offensive spell, even maintaining his barrier, something that shouldn't be possible. Adrius, using his stone shield, barely avoided being hit, but managed to defend himself. He realized Grace had completely lost control. He was using excessive magic without worrying about limits. His strength and resistance were becoming more absurd. Adrius tried to hit his neck, but the blow had no effect. His skin was already too hard to be cut. It was at that moment that DNA finished her magic and shouted for Adrius to get out of there immediately. He quickly dodged the next attack and ran away. DNA then activated her advanced spell. Several metal stakes rose from the ground and impaled Grace's body in several directions. Adrius, seeing that, recognized it was a high-level spell used only by veteran mages. Even with Keklung's support, it was impressive that DNA had managed to pierce Grace's skin as he was in an advanced mutation state. That only confirmed what many already knew. She was one of the most absurdly powerful characters in Picada. Still, turning the director's son from Mirko into a sieve would certainly cause problems for her. DNA knew that. Even though he had become a monster, killing him would have consequences. Keklung said there was no other choice at the moment. It was the only viable option. Adrius said he would leave from there. He asked them to explain the situation if anyone arrived. He needed to find Professor Kyler. Outside the building, explosions continued. Other monsters, also transformed by the potion, were on the loose. Adrias suspected Kyler had hidden himself amid the chaos he caused. He also thought about the risk that potion could bring to future war scenarios in the game's narrative line. He needed to find Kyler as soon as possible. He then passed by someone specific, a student he recognized belatedly, Antonio Holt, the same one who had spread the chaos by delivering the potion. He was a direct minion of Kyler. Adrias realized he had forgotten him because, in the game, his appearance was minimal. Still, he was sure that if he followed him, he would find Kyler, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone shout Lucia's name. The instinct to protect her spoke louder. Lucia was holding a huge creature alone, also altered by the potion. Even fighting with all her strength, she barely managed to contain it. She shouted for the other two students to run, saying she would stay to delay the creature. She maintained a firm magic barrier, but the impact was so strong that the two were thrown far away. Lucia's body burned with pain, and she wondered if she would die there before finishing her research for the cure she sought. But then, in an instant, a powerful blow hit the creature, a direct kick to the head. Adrias had arrived. Meanwhile, at the Knight's faculty, the chaos continued. Students tried to escape Todlon, who had also transformed. Louis decided to leave Chris with Selena. He himself would return to help his veteran, Vivian. It was then that Ive appeared, asking what all the noise was about. Vivian was involved in a brutal duel against Todlon, exchanging blows quickly. She thought that if she didn't stop him there, he would surely go after Adrias. Despite trying, Vivian barely managed to contain the opponent's strength. At a critical moment, she used a headbutt with all her strength, knocking Todlon to the ground. His face bled a lot, but Vivian was also injured. The potion's effect kept intensifying the monster's strength in front of her. She knew it was dangerous, but that was exactly why she couldn't retreat. Even with her body bleeding, she got up once more. She thought that week, she wouldn't be able to protect Adrias. Then, when Todlon charged at her, she channeled her aura with all she had, but she was interrupted by Ive, who caught the blow with just one hand. The teacher said that was enough and asked if Vivian intended to die there. With frightening calm, Ive declared it was a pity, but she would have to finish him off. In one move, she cut Todlon's head off like butter. Vivian was shocked. The teacher was incredibly strong. Eve commented it was too late to save him, but congratulated Vivian for holding him for so long. Vivian, determined, thought she needed to be as strong as her someday. Meanwhile, Adrias was still beside Lucia, facing the creature threatening her. Running through the corridors, he raised a stone wall to block the monster's path. He thought that if he let that creature escape, it would cause even more problems later. And in that situation, he couldn't summon undead. The environment didn't allow it. That made everything harder. He needed to take Lucia to a safe place and then resume the search for Kyler. Along the way, he crossed paths with Belial Costello. Adrias didn't have a good impression of him. He saw several students being attacked while the dean just watched, motionless. Without wasting time, Adrias threw the problem into his hands. He said he would leave the monster for the headmaster to deal with and, internally, thought with disdain that the damn psychopath could well do his job. Belial watched expectantly, wanting to see something interesting come from that boy. However, with a simple spell, he reduced the creature to dust. His white flame lit everything around, completely blinding the view. Later in the infirmary, Lucia was already out of danger. The nurse explained that she had only suffered a shock from using too much mana and would recover with some rest. Surprisingly, Lucia woke up quickly. The nurse then left to give them privacy. Lucia soon realized that everything had been real. She really had almost died. Adrias confirmed that she had come very close to death and wanted to know why she had fought that creature. Lucia, although reluctant, explained that she didn't want to fight, but there were people who couldn't escape, so she had no choice. Her attitude sounded heroic, and Adrias couldn't help but think it was all his fault. If the game's story hadn't been changed, Lucia would never have gotten involved in that chaos. Lucia, for her part, tried to dodge the heroine image, saying she just saved a cute junior who almost died. Even in the infirmary, Adrias commented that she seemed to be doing very well. Then he said he was busy and needed to leave, but would be back soon. Lucia, a bit sulky, asked if he had only come there to tease her. However, Adrias replied that when all this was over, they would start working together on potion making. She was surprised by the proposal and, remembering the moment he saved her while she was losing consciousness, gave a shy smile. She noticed he had shown genuine concern. Later at night, Adrias reflected on the main events of the game. According to the original plot, the boss Kyler should appear in his hideout at exactly that moment. Normally, an NPC's help was needed to defeat him, but Adrias had the necessary knowledge. So he summoned Timer and Nickel, who easily destroyed the house. Adrias thought maybe they didn't need to cause so much destruction. But then Timur captured someone hiding. It was Antonio Holt, which indicated that Kyler should be nearby. After defeating the remains of Antonio, Adrias noticed how much fiercer Timur had become after his evolution. Even Antonio, in his final monster form, had been defeated without difficulty. Now Timur was a legendary Tier 6 berserker with 2010 mana. Nickel was being strengthened by the 7 deadly sins, making any mid-level boss easy prey. While investigating the place, Adrias found a trapdoor and used magic to open it, believing it was the passage to the terrorist. Going down the stairs, he was surprised by a dark magic attack that almost hit him. Kyler appeared, climbing the stairs, surrounded by dark energy, and asked how Adrias knew about that hideout. Upon seeing the boy, he recognized him as Karan's apprentice. But what Kyler didn't expect was Timur's huge hand appearing from behind. He managed to dodge at the last moment, but looked visibly shaken. Soon after, even his transformed arm was effortlessly cut off by Nickel, who moved so fast Kyler barely felt the blow. The pain made him scream even in his magical form. Adrias only commented that the target was the neck. At that moment, Kyler understood. It had been Adrias who killed him before. However, he also didn't notice Timur approaching, who smashed him to the ground with a punch. Adrias ordered him to finish Kyler once and for all, but when attacking with full force, they discovered he was protected by a resistant cocoon-like shell that trapped Timur as if it were a web. Transformed, Kyler declared that black mages were selfish, implying Adrias had killed his own master. Adrias recognized that form as the final transformation of the dark armor, an ability that also allowed regeneration of lost limbs. Kyler was surprised he knew that, as only Master Jester was supposed to know such information. Without giving time for more surprises, Adrias attacked with an aerial slash, forcing Kyler to release Timur to dodge. Nickel said he knew that rare ability well, with both offensive and defensive powers. Kyler, realizing the enemy knew too much, stated that Adrias had no chance of winning, but Adrias replied he knew one weakness of the armor: fire. Kyler tried to strike, asking if that made any difference, since he wouldn't even have a chance to attack, but he forgot about Timur, who hit him with another punch, throwing him to the ground. Adrias ordered Timur and Nickel to maintain constant pressure. Even so, Kyler mocked them, questioning if 2 weak undead could buy enough time. He was a fake black mage, but still Nickel and Timur charged at him. For a while, they managed to hold him, which made Adrias realize that transformation took longer than he expected. At that moment, Timur was caught by the enemy's webs, and when Nickel tried to attack, he was also caught. Kyler, irritated, said it was ridiculous, that bunch of undead coming at him. However, he didn't expect Timur to free himself alone, much less that Nickel would cut the bindings easily. Kyler was shocked. Shadows being cut by mere undead was absurd. He began to wonder what kind of undead they were, and if they were the same bodies he had taken from the congregation. With no time to think more, he was thrown away by one of the blows. Meanwhile, Adrias finished preparing his bone whip sword. Kyler, caught by surprise, was distracted again and had to redouble his attention to deal with Nickel's now much more aggressive attacks. This distraction created the opening Adrias needed. With Kyler split between 3 fighters at once, he ended up captured by the whip sword that tightly bound him. Kyler mocked, asking if Adrias was stupid for using physical attacks instead of a fire spell. He said Adrias was so weak he couldn't even cast 2 spells simultaneously. While speaking, he noticed Adrias' nose was bleeding, completely exhausted. Kyler mocked him, calling him weakling, but what he didn't expect was the final attack. Adrias activated the bone explosion, surprising the enemy. The explosion was so intense that Kyler, once confident, wondered in shock if Adrias really could cast 2 spells at once. The bones exploded with force, creating a devastating impact wave. Adrias, still gasping, thought he hadn't imagined casting 2 magics simultaneously was so physically draining. He recognized that Diane was really an amazing girl to be able to do that with such ease. Still, he was satisfied with the result. Despite using a lot of mana, his new technique had been a great success. Kyler had been reduced to ashes. Now, with Professor Kyler dead, Adrias knew the congregation would soon start to move, so he decided to grab the items Kyler had hidden in the basement before the academy plunged into chaos. He needed to return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bahat received worrying news. He asked how many victims there were, and the guard informed him that 15 people were involved, including 4 students from Mirko. According to witnesses, the person responsible for spreading the dangerous potion was Antonio Holt, a currently missing student known as Professor Kyler's personal assistant. Faced with this, Bahat considered there was enough information. He ordered the immediate suspension of the academy's activities and the start of a full investigation. He also commanded that all places related to the incidents be isolated. As soon as his subordinate left, Bahat became thoughtful, wondering what, after all, was happening in Rodolin. 5 days later at the train station, Adrias was returning from his trip and was greeted by Lucia. She had been sent by her father, who wanted to warmly welcome an important guest like him. Adrias said they could go straight to her house, where they would continue their research. Since the academy was still closed, they needed to make the most of their free time. Lucia agreed and said they should work as much as possible, but also have fun in the process. Excited, she said she would show him the whole city. Adrias, with a slight smile, replied that they should go right away, since they had no time to lose. Despite the serious tone, Lucia noticed he was more relaxed than he seemed. Later, inside a carriage, Lucia mentioned she had heard that the son of Mirko's director was among the dead. She said he was unbearable, but even so, his death was something significant. Since Diane was the one who stopped him, she wasn't held responsible, but everyone knew she was Bahat's daughter, one of the 10 most powerful on the continent and leader of the Magic Tower. This certainly protected her name and reputation, although the incident still stained the image of House Albin. Lucia then said that, at least, Diane had solid support. She also asked if Adrias had heard that Professor Kyler had died. He confirmed, saying he had heard Kyler was killed by his own monster. Lucia, outraged, said how ridiculous it was for someone to create a creature they couldn't control. control. Adrias reflected that the official report described exactly what he wanted them to think, but knew a secret investigation was underway. Because of that, he would need to be even more careful from now on. As they approached their final destination, Lucia asked why Adrias, who had always been so reserved, had decided to be so proactive now. He replied that he could help her while signing a new contract for another potion. She was surprised and asked if he was serious. But before they could continue the conversation, they heard a quarrel near the mansion. The voice was William's, complaining about the difficulty of gathering material from the forest since the orc of the Great Forest was an extremely tough creature. An impatient female knight asked if he thought the orcs were scarier than she was. William replied that wasn't what he was trying to say, but the mood between them already indicated a new quarrel. Until suddenly, Lucia was called by her own father, interrupting the conversation. The knight beside her, curious, asked if that was his daughter, but it soon became clear she wasn't just an ordinary knight. In an instant, she teleported to Lucia's side, demonstrating great power. The woman commented that Lucia's father had broken a promise, and immediately, Adrias felt a chill. He had no idea who that person was, but could feel the frightening strength emanating from her. William, realizing the danger, ran to her and begged Lady Hagant not to do anything against his daughter, as she was not well. However, before he could do anything, the woman and Lucia were teleported to the nearest rooftop. From above, the woman stated that she would take Lucia back with her the next time she returned and wish them luck, as if the situation were just a warning. Lucia, desperate, begged for help, clearly not wanting to go with that woman. It was then that Adrias noticed something strange. There were magical tattoos on her arm. At that moment, he recognized the mana signature and asked, surprised, if it was Salami. The man, now visible, confirmed with a smile, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The revelation shocked everyone there, as no one expected Adrias to recognize Salem so easily. Adrias tried to negotiate. He asked if Salem could at least leave the girl there since she didn't want to go. But Salem replied coldly, reminding him that just because he had been kind once, Adrias shouldn't think he could boss him around now. Still, Adrias stayed calm and said it wasn't an order, just a request. In exchange, he offered valuable information, something that might interest Salem. When asked if he could really keep that promise, Adrias replied he could. What he knew was about the core of the disaster, the book written by the mythological god of the ages. Naturally interested, Salem descended from the rooftop, bringing Lucia with him, and wanted to know where the book was. Adrias, cautious, asked if he was sure he wanted to hear the answer there, with others nearby. William and the knight immediately covered their ears. Unbothered, Salem said if anyone overheard, he would find a way to silence them. Then Adrias explained that the book was hidden in Lake Irva, located on the Empire's southwest border. According to him, the entrance to the underwater cave was at the 7 o'clock direction, beneath the deep waters. Salem, suspicious, asked if he was making it up on the spot, but Adrias assured him he wasn't. When Salem insisted on how he obtained the information, Adrias said he couldn't reveal it. It was information obtained from the game itself. Salem sighed and complained about Adrias's secrets, but accepted the deal. He said he would leave William alone, but warned that next time he wouldn't be so tolerant. William, relieved, promised to do his part, saying no matter the cost, he would gather the materials. Salem then commented that a merchant lives and dies by trust. He took the moment to ask how Adrias knew it was him in disguise. Adrias explained that recently he had started to see the flow of mana in people, and thanks to that, managed to recognize him. Reflecting, Adrias realized that his mana reading talent, combined with the properties of his magic vessel, was more useful than he ever imagined. He also noticed that Salem had inscribed multiple mana circles on his own body to boost his magical abilities. This, although powerful, was causing his body to deteriorate gradually. Like Lucia, Salem was practically a ticking time bomb about to explode. The book Adrias mentioned contained the secrets of harmony, something essential for Salem to balance his body in mana circles. If he could understand and apply what was in the book, he might survive. William, grateful, said he would definitely repay the favor. Adrias, naturally, replied that he just did what he thought was right. Later, Lucia, still suspicious, asked how he knew Salem. Adrias tried to dodge the question, saying it was by chance, but he preferred to change the subject and asked where her laboratory was. Lucia, challenging, said she wouldn't say either since he was hiding secrets. She stated she wouldn't let someone with criminal ties work with her. Adrias, surprised, asked if not even the Viscount, her father, had access. Lucia replied it was obvious he didn't. Her father couldn't participate, and she teased him, asking why he didn't just sign the contract already. After all, that was why he was there, wasn't it? Adrias explained that it wasn't exactly what he meant, and that the contract didn't need to be signed then. Lucia, irritated, said he was hiding things, but before they could continue arguing, drops of blood fell to the floor. Adrias, alarmed, asked if she was okay. Soon a lot of blood started to flow from her nose and, embarrassed, Lucia ran off, saying she didn't want to be seen like that. However, in the middle of running, she collapsed unconscious. While her body remained still, flashes of Lucia's memories began to surface. Attempt number 1121 had failed. The building in the ancient Han language remained unstable. Attempt 1122 also failed. Various environmental heating variations were made, but the first 3 attempts of the new sequence resulted in failure. Despite nearly every possible combination being being tested, the reagent's instability persisted. Ingredient substitution seemed inevitable. Attempt 2735 failed like the others. But then, in attempt 3160, something began to change. During that attempt, Adria suggested she use yobin root to neutralize the toad mucus, one of the formula's main components. But even with that tip, Lucia found herself cornered in another dead end. The new ingredients were only delaying the process further. Frustrated, Lucia recalled Adria saying he was too busy to work with her at that time. That memory made her a little sad, so she grabbed her diary full of notes, trying to find some direction. Meanwhile, Adrias, watching everything through the system screen that connected him to the game, thought he was now there, right in front of her, on the real battlefield, where Lucia had been fighting to survive all this time. Soon, someone knocked on the door. It was one of the housemaids, informing that Lucia had woken up. She asked if he wanted to see her. Adrias wanted to know if fainting like that was common. The maid explained it wasn't frequent, but was probably a consequence of excessive mana use, aggravated by the disease weakening Lucia's body. Adrias felt partially guilty. She shouldn't have gotten involved in the chaotic event caused by Kyler at the academy, and now her lifespan seemed to be running out. Lying in her bed, Lucia felt her body extremely heavy. The mana flow inside her seemed to pass through barbed wire, tearing her apart inside. She had the feeling death was near. She just wanted to spend the time she had left happily beside her senior. She remembered the desperate look on Adrias's face when she fainted, and for some reason, that made her smile. No one had ever cared about her that much before. She was sure he would remember her after he was gone. At that moment, Adrias entered the room, surprising her. She was shocked by the sudden entrance, and complained about the lack of manners for opening a lady's door without knocking. Adrias ironically asked what she was talking about, and said he was just there to check on the troublesome freshman. Lucia, annoyed, said she had just woken up and looked horrible. Adrias retorted that the only terrible thing there was her personality, but added that everything was fine. He asked her to meet him at the reception when she was ready, as he would sign a new contract with her father in the meantime. After that, he would help with the research. Lucia, still lying down, remained silent. Later, the two were gathered handling business. William, the Viscount, declared he hoped to maintain good commercial relations with Adrias, stating he didn't want such a valuable product to fall into other hands. As the head of a commercial company, he valued exclusivity. Adrias agreed, saying he felt the same and thanked him for the good conditions offered so far. He took the moment to ask what kind of deal William had with Salem. The Viscount replied he had received a potion recipe, which he produced regularly every 3 months in his company. Adrias immediately thought it must be a potion to delay Salem's body deterioration. He never imagined the Everlast group had a direct deal with him. That showed the Viscount had much more influence than he appeared. At that moment, Lucia asked if he was done, and Adrias said yes, almost. She then said they could go. Adrias, saying goodbye, thanked William, who replied thanking him for always taking such good care of his daughter. Later, walking through the corridors, Adrias was thoughtful. He reflected on how, without the player's intervention, Lucia wouldn't have means to find a cure. But now, with all the information he had, there was a real chance to save the girl. Still, now that this world was no longer a game, he needed to discover the correct proportions of the mixture. The biggest problem at the moment was the yobin root, which he had received from the congregation. The remaining amount was very small. Lucia, noticing his silence, asked if he was thinking of Vivian. Adrias, impatient, told her not to be silly and asked her to update him on the research progress. Lucia explained that, as she said before, there had been no progress since the last reaction. The yobin root he gave was almost gone. Adrias was impressed by how much she had advanced on her own and confirmed that the cure was for herself, wasn't it? Then the two stopped. Lucia looked at the floor and said she would probably die soon. Originally, her remaining time was 1 year, but since using too much mana in the fight against the monster, it had decreased. Now, only 2 months remained. Adrias, firm, said she wouldn't die. Lucia, sincere, said she wasn't joking, but Adrias reinforced that they couldn't waste time. Even late at night, the two were in the laboratory. Lucia commented she had already tried that procedure. Adrias, determined, said he would skip that part. He said he had everything resolved up to a point and asked her to sleep. Lucia, reluctant, said she wanted to stay a little longer with him. Adrias replied she would get worse if she didn't rest soon. Then Lucia said at least they could have fun the next day. Adrias remembered there was no time for that, but she, tired, confessed that her life was very boring. She had been stuck in that for so long. To be frank, she thought looking for a cure was a waste of time. Since she was going to die anyway, she at least wanted to make some happy memories. Adrias, after thinking for a moment, agreed. And so 2 hours later, outside the house, Lucia said she had never drunk beer and suggested they do that. Adrias, straightforward, immediately refused. Lucia, resigned, said it was okay, no beer. The next morning they went to the market. Lucia seemed excited. She bought several things and looked genuinely happy. For the first time in a long time, she seemed fulfilled. That day, Lucia was living one of her biggest dreams, going out, having fun, and living like an ordinary girl, doing simple things she never had the chance to do. The next day, they were already back in the laboratory. Adrias remained extremely focused on the research, while Lucia, watching him, silently thought she wanted to live forever. 3 days later, Adrias announced he would leave that same day. Lucia suggested they could go together tomorrow, but he replied he would see her at the academy. Even so, for her, if that short period had been her last lifetime, she would still say it was a happy time. The academy soon reopened. Without Professor Kyler's classes, since he was dead, Adrias had more time to work in his personal laboratory, focused exclusively on Lucia's cure. However, the last attempt had failed. He opened the system interface and reflected that, although he had been using a lot of dark magic lately, it didn't mean his potion skills were improving. On the contrary, his talent in potions seemed stuck, showing no signs of progress. He knew it was impossible to evolve it so quickly. The deadline for the cure was just 2 months, and his only option now was to find a new recipe that would increase the chance of success. Frustration took over his thoughts. It was all his fault. He thought he still had time and, therefore, had delayed the situation too much. He wanted to follow the game events as if he were just playing, but this was real. Now he needed to act. At least the ingredients he ordered were about to arrive. As soon as he left the lab, he bumped into Belial, who was waiting, and commented that he finally answered the door. He said he didn't expect Adrias to take so long to leave the laboratory. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly if Adrias was capable of using dark magic. Adrias evaded the question, feigning surprise and denial, saying no lunatic would use dark magic inside the academy. Belial sarcastically reminded him that even Professor Kyler did. Despite his suspicion, Belial made clear that he didn't see all dark magic users as evil people. Adrias, impatient, tried to end the conversation, but Belial revealed he had seen the magical circles drawn by him. That exposed a contradiction that caught his attention. Assuming Adrias really mastered dark magic, he said it would be convenient to have someone like that around. Then he suggested showing something interesting. Curious, Adrias asked him to get to the point. Belial explained he wanted to offer a private lesson. If he accepted, Adrias could become a warlock. This class allowed one to create their own spells. To him, it was like being an aura master, comparable to Deshurn Fallen, a legend in fencing. Belial was, in fact, the youngest warlock in history. Anyone would accept such a proposal without hesitation. However, Adrias knew getting involved with that psychopath was dangerous. Above all, Lucia's cure was his priority. Even trying to refuse, Belial understood that as acceptance. He said he would return the next day, same time, and they would start with the basics of elemental magic, matter fusion. Then he disappeared. Adrias, irritated, thought that damned man only did whatever he wanted and that it would certainly bring trouble. 6 weeks passed. Adrias brought food to the laboratory and suggested taking a break. He handed a sandwich to Lucia, who looked hungry. He was relieved to see she still had an appetite. During that time, even with the Everlast company's support, Adrias hadn't managed to gather all the necessary ingredients. He started skipping classes and making countless potions. However, his evolution rate remained stuck at 51%. He needed to find a way to advance, because time was running out. After biting the sandwich, Lucia commented that while he was away, she made changes to the formula. Surprised, Adrias asked her to finish eating before continuing. Still, she insisted he look. She had thought the toxins might partially disappear if the ingredients were mixed using heat extraction. After some calculations, the new projection showed a success rate of 74%. Adrias was truly interested. She suggested they try, as perhaps by then it would be enough. But Adrias refused. The ingredients were nearly gone, and a failed attempt would cost her life. They needed to find a formula with an even higher success rate. Finishing her sandwich and drinking soda through a straw, Lucia said she had a better idea. She joked that if she ate all the ingredients at once, maybe they would mix automatically. Adrias, exasperated, complained it wasn't time for jokes. She, with a mocking smile, repeated provocatively that it wasn't time for pinchadas, little pranks. Adrias said he was tired and decided to go home. Lucia, surprised, remained silent, just watching as he left through the door. Inside, she thought he was an idiot. If he kept looking at her like that, he would only make her more scared of what was to come. On the other hand, Adrias reflected that the way Lucia pretended to be fine made him even more desperate. This wasn't a world where people could be reborn if he failed. He needed to stop thinking like that. He needed to focus. Later, alone in his laboratory, Adrias was analyzing the formula with a 74% success chance again. He thought that if it was the worst-case scenario, he would have to use that one. While reflecting, someone knocked forcefully on the door. It was Diane, out of breath and with a desperate look. Adrias wanted to know what happened, and she explained that Lucci was very ill and vomiting blood. Hours later, already in the infirmary, Diane commented that she didn't know Lucia suffered from an incurable disease. She also said she had notified the Everlast house about her condition. Adrias thought the doctors had said she had a few weeks left, but deep down, he didn't fully trust the diagnoses. Looking at Lucia's condition, Diane said they needed the best team of doctors available, but Adrias, with a serious look, replied that he needed to ask her for a favor. Back in the laboratory, the two returned to study the formula. DNA commented they had made great advances, but Adrias explained they were stuck at the same point. Theoretically, nothing should remain after synthesis, but the lethal toxin was still present. When DNA asked if he knew at what stage the toxin was generated, Adrias admitted he did not. They still didn't have the correct proportions, or could determine the exact moment of formation. DNA acknowledged it was a serious problem. She said if they could convert what was left into water and expel it, everything would be simpler. Then an idea dawned on Adrias. Convert into water. Why hadn't he thought of that before? If they could transform the final residues of the mixture into pure water, they might have a chance. He immediately remembered Belial's lesson about the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion, but he thought it was already too late to learn that technique from scratch now. So he asked if Deanne knew how to use it. She answered yes, more or less. Realizing where he wanted to go, Deanne got excited, saying there really was a chance. The two quickly got up and began the process. Deanne performed the matter fusion with water, while Adrias took care of the proportions and ingredient analysis. They worked all night. Meanwhile, at the Everlast house, Lucia's condition worsened. Her body bled intensely, and the mana flow was out of control. William was deeply worried about his daughter, and even the doctors admitted the situation was critical. It was at that moment the door suddenly opened. Adrias entered, apologizing for being late. The next morning, in Lucia's room, she woke up softly. Next to her sleeping was Adrias. Surprised, she whispered to herself, calling him Seaweed Head. Strangely, she felt much better. The mana was stable, flowing calmly without pain. Not long ago, she had felt she was on the brink of death, but no longer. She looked at him and thought that at least she would have the chance to say goodbye. She silently thanked him for everything he had done. Those happy moments had been enough to make her forget she was dying. If it weren't for him, she would have spent her last days suffering. She thanked him silently, looking at him, and said goodbye with affection. But then, Adrias, still with eyes closed, asked where she thought she was going. Lucia, embarrassed, asked if he was awake. He replied yes and said she looked much better. She was confused and asked since when he had been listening. Adrias, with a slight smile, revealed he had been listening since the moment she said she would die soon. Embarrassed, Lucia asked to be left alone. He understood and said that by that point, she must already be much better. He said living with the certainty that one will die is difficult, and that her enduring all that alone was truly admirable. He was happy with the result. Although there was no time for clinical trials and risks remained, she needed to rest for a few more days, just for safety. He said goodbye, saying he would see her later. Just as he was about to leave, Lucia called him back. She asked if that meant she wouldn't die anymore. Adrias replied yes, or rather, that she would, but only in about 60 or 70 years. Lucia, hearing that, couldn't hold back her emotion. She began to cry deeply, saying she never wanted to die. That news lifted a huge weight from her chest. Meanwhile, back at the academy, it was explained that Adrias had gone through great difficulties in the private lessons with Belial, the youngest warlock in history. It was evident Belial didn't get very emotional about his own lessons either, but regardless, the experience had been extremely valuable for Adrias. Every lesson, every headache helped him evolve. Time passed, and soon the midterm exams day arrived. One of the organizers asked all students to line up according to their respective faculties, whether magic or cavalry. Vivian was there, as expected, next to Adrias, and commented it had been a long time since they last talked. She said she heard about Lucia's cure and asked if he was the one who saved her. Adrias, modest, said he only helped, but Vivian insisted that, for Lucia, he probably became like a fairy. Adrias, awkward, thought he was more like a seaweed head, but deep down he admitted that comment made some sense. Soon after, the instructor began explaining the test rules. The exam would be based on the number of floors each student managed to climb. Each floor had traps and monsters, becoming increasingly difficult as they advanced. The entire process would be broadcast live to the academy and the external public. Adrias immediately recognized the structure. The Mordrath Tower was a 30-floor dungeon created by Mordrath Alban, the first chief of House Alban. It was famous for its extreme difficulty, being inaccessible for anyone older than 25. No student had ever reached the last floor. Those who tried were drawn by the legend and promise of recognition. The tower's results were used to determine who was the strongest student at Rodalan Academy. Originally, this test was going to be canceled because of Kyler's involvement, but with that matter resolved, Adrias could finally focus on the exam. The instructor announced that entry would be limited to groups of 20 people at a time. In case of a life-threatening situation, the student would be automatically teleported out. The numbers were distributed. Adrias got number 38, while Vivian received number 16. Once again, the two were not in the same group. Adrias thought that, anyway, after a certain point, the tower became random, and they would end up separated regardless. DNA appeared soon after and asked what their numbers were. Hers was number 3, which meant she would be in the same group as Vivian. She commented that Adrias and Vivian seemed to always be together, and questioned what kind of relationship they had. Adrias became thoughtful. They had saved each other's lives more than once, shared deep secrets, and were more than just ordinary friends. But he didn't really know how to describe exactly what was between them. He simply said that Vivian was a friend he trusted a lot. DNA, suspicious, replied ironically, as if she didn't quite believe it. She asked what Vivian thought about their relationship. Adrias answered that was already too invasive. DNA teased that she thought the two were a good match. Vivian, visibly embarrassed, denied it, saying it wasn't true, and that she didn't think it was rude. Then she ran off, leaving Dini to wonder if it was a one-sided love. Adrias, observing the situation, thought that even so, he was happy for Vivian. She had such a kind heart that she didn't even get annoyed by Diena's cruel jokes. Before Diana could reply, the numbers from 1 to 20 were called. Adrias said that was her cue. Diana replied that she wouldn't have time for conversations and wished him good luck. Adrias answered in the same tone that she also needed to give her all. He was aiming for the top of the tower and didn't bother hiding it. Some classmates around commented that he was too confident, maybe because of his unique constitution. Who knows? Maybe he really could make it. Dina, watching, thought he wasn't joking and said she would be rooting for him. When everyone was about to enter through their respective doors, Vivian, determined, said to herself that this time she would prove she was stronger than anyone. Only then could she truly protect Adrias. It was then explained that the highest floor ever reached in the Academy's history was the 25th, achieved by Maximin Cromwell. After graduating from Rodelin, Maximin became known as the Walking Calamity, becoming the most powerful aura master on the continent. Still, no one had managed to reach the top of the tower. But on that occasion, only 10 minutes after the exam began, DNA and Vivian had already cleared the first floor, leaving all the spectators impressed. 4 days had passed since the start of the test. After nearly lethal battles, DNA emerged victorious. She had defeated the boss of the 20th floor, something only Maximin had come close to doing. It was a historic achievement. For the first time, a mage had reached that feat. Everyone was amazed and began congratulating Bahat on his daughter. But Bahat, maintaining his composure, said there was no need for such a fuss. According to him, Maximin's record should have been surpassed a long time ago. Meanwhile, Vivian had also reached the 20th floor and was facing the same creature that DNA had defeated. Dodging another strike, she noticed that the monster's speed did not match its size. It was as fast as the fear she had felt that time she felt weak and powerless. Since that day, she had trained without missing a single session. Now, as the creature lunged at her, Vivian reacted with speed and precision, delivering several cuts all over its flesh, especially on the beak. The attacks were so fast they were barely visible. She finished by ripping off the creature's beak with a clean and precise move, leaving everyone in disbelief. Vivian Velikan had cleared the 20th floor right after Diana, which surprised the entire academy. Some said she was skilled, but also seemed scared, saying she was possessed like the devil himself. A woman in the audience, however, elegantly responded that every rose has its thorns, and if Vivian was able to handle a beast of that level, she would surely blossom more than the others. That woman was none other than Minius Morhaine, Duchess of Morhaine. Neither of them, however, managed to complete the 21st floor. When they left the tower, they were greeted with cheers and applause from everyone. They were celebrated for having come so far. Diana praised Vivian, saying she had also reached the 21st, and Vivian replied that she arrived a little later, but still considered it her victory. Diana countered that she defeated the boss first, but Vivian insisted it was her victory anyway. Shortly after, Adrias arrived to congratulate the two. Dina, a bit embarrassed, commented that she was disappointed to have said so confidently she would reach the top, but stopped at the 21st. Adrias responded that everything changed after the 20th floor. It was like entering another dimension. Dina, intrigued, asked how he knew that. He said it was just reports from an old book he had read. At that moment, the instructor called the students with numbers 21 to 40. Adrias said it was his turn. Dina said she hoped to see him at the top. Before he left, Vivian approached with a shy smile and wished him to do his best. Adrias, smiling back, said yes, and that he'd see her later. He then thought it was ironic. She, who at first was someone he wanted to keep his distance from, was now one of the people he trusted most. He entered the tower without hesitation. The first floor was already full of traps, but Adrias felt no fear. Meanwhile, Vivian remembered the moment when DNA had commented about the relationship between her and Adrias. At the time, she denied it, saying she didn't find it rude, but the truth was she had run away because she was embarrassed. Now, reflecting, she realized she had indirectly confessed her love, and DNA looked at her confused at the time. Meanwhile, Adrias was clearing the floors of the tower with great agility. He passed the first floor in 12 minutes, the third in 1 hour, the sixth in 6 minutes and 45 seconds, and the ninth in 7 minutes and 33 seconds. He made a small fire to eat something and opened his status interface. He realized that his talent in black magic had now evolved, expanding to affect the entire magical system, not just necromancy. In addition, thanks to his success in creating a cure for Lucia, his potion talent had also evolved a lot. He also acknowledged that his personal lessons with Belial had contributed greatly, although his talent with magical elements was still mediocre. He remembered the skeptical look Belial gave him when, out of nowhere, he managed to perform a feat that had seemed impossible before. Even though strange, that man was being useful. His current evolution rate was 74%, and at this pace he would gain a lot of experience before leaving the tower. He needed to focus and explore the elemental system to the fullest. Moreover, he still had 2 magical interference potions, but for now, he just wanted to rest. He knew that after the 10th floor, the difficulty would increase drastically. On the second day, Adrias had already reached the 10th floor. There, he faced an iron golem. Watching carefully, he noticed that the creature's magical shield had fallen. That was the best opportunity to attack. However, he had to dodge a laser attack, which changed direction unpredictably. He knew the golem had 4 cores, 1 in each arm, 1 in the head, and another in the chest. He started with the right arm, summoning his Gakura wrapped in black energy. He made a deep cut, and black flames rose along the metal arm. He planned to use a potion to end it quickly, but instead of drinking it, he threw it directly at the golem, which didn't understand what was happening. The liquid reacted with the enchantments on the metallic body, causing magical instability. Now only the left arm remained. The golem retaliated with another laser attack, but Adrius dodged at the right moment and cut the last arm. The explosion was immediate, and the golem's body was consumed by magical flames. The fight was over. Adrius looked up at the next flight of stairs and wondered how many floors he could climb that day. There was still a long way to go, but he had no intention of stopping there. At that moment, the narration was in ecstasy. Adrius had completed the 10th floor in only 7 minutes, breaking the previous record and setting the fastest time ever recorded. One of the elders remarked that he was impressive, highlighting his ability to create strategies, execute plans, and use his strength creatively, as if he had already conquered the tower before. It was something unbelievable, and some even believed he might surpass Maximin's record. Bahat replied that they would see about that, but one thing was certain. Not only was the Empire's elite watching, but also the imperial family itself, all deeply impressed. He stated that from that moment on, not only Rodlen, but the entire empire would turn its attention to Adrius. On the 5th day of climbing the tower, Adrius decapitated yet another minotaur. He reflected that from the 27th floor onward, there were no records of progress, not even in the game, which made the challenge even harder. Still, he reached the 30th floor, eager to discover how powerful the enemies would be. Meanwhile, in the spectators and students' hall, DNA celebrated his feat, saying that he had not only broken Maximin's record, but had also reached the tower's final floor. Vivian, on the other hand, felt dejected, admitting to herself that Adrius was still far beyond her reach. Determined to improve, she turned away to train, convinced that he would reach the end of the tower. On the 30th floor, a dense, rainy forest awaited Adrius. He walked for quite some time without encountering any monsters until he reached a clearing. He thought there would be nothing else there, but suddenly, the roots began to move, forming a huge creature, the floor's boss, Graciel. The monster attacked with its claws right away, but Adrius knew that normally, fire magic would be the best option against tree-type enemies. However, the rain greatly reduced the power of that element. He managed to parry the attack with his blade, cutting off some of the creature's fingers, but they grew back almost instantly, revealing absurd regeneration. When he was grabbed by the leg and nearly thrown, Adrius reacted by cutting the root that held him. However, Graciel did not give him any room to recover. A massive mouth opened in the creature's chest, spitting roots toward him. With little information about the enemy, he did not know exactly how to defeat it. He tried to protect himself with a stone wall, but it was destroyed. Seeds and roots began to spread across the field, and Adrius knew that if he were hit, he would be in serious trouble. The battle proved complicated. The underground roots prevented any safe approach. Regeneration was extremely fast, and there were still aerial attacks to deal with. Fire was the obvious weakness, but the rain made it ineffective. To win, it would be necessary to land a single fatal blow that would prevent any regeneration. As the audience watched, they commented that Adrius had been dodging for more than 30 minutes. For some, this would be his limit, but even so, he had already broken the record, which was enough to secure his place in history. Diane thought she could only cheer for him. One of the students remarked that he seemed to be running clumsily, dragging his sword on the ground, completely exhausted. However, Diane realized it was not exhaustion, it was a plan. While everything exploded behind him, Adrius ran at high speed, tracing a massive magic circle around Graciel. The professors also noticed his strategy. Once he completed the circle, he declared it was time to burn this firewood and dodged a few more attacks, then raised a wall of fire. In an instant, the circle was filled with intense flames, burning Graciel to ashes. Thus, for the first time in the Academy's history, the tower was completely conquered, and the name Adrius Cromwell was forever engraved in history. Everyone watched in disbelief, and DNA wondered how he had gathered enough mana to create such a large magic circle. Standing before Graciel's burned remains, Adrias stated that in this condition, the creature could never recover. Minius remarked that Adrius Cromwell was quite an impressive man, and that the more he observed him, the more he wanted him for himself. He then asked Vice Captain Denard what he thought about it. He replied that Adrius could become a very powerful tool, and that his title of Count was essentially useless at that moment, making him an easy target to claim without much trouble. Minius declared that, in that case, she would make him her property. Denard warned that they needed to act quickly, as it seemed the third princess was also interested in him. Mineas assured that it was not a problem, as no one would make a better offer than hers. Upon defeating the boss, Adrius obtained the Rune Stone of Greed, an item that, when used to claim rewards, instantly doubles them. He thought it could be very useful for himself. Shortly after, a portal appeared, indicating the way out of the tower. Adrius believed he would be automatically transported outside, where everyone was already waiting for his exit, but he noticed it was taking longer than expected. The people at Rodelen Academy decided to launch an investigation to understand the reason. When Adrius stepped into the portal, he realized he had not been taken outside. Instead, he stood before a secret floor, with staircases leading to a massive golden door. Even after years of playing Piccata, he had never seen this place before. He knew going back was not an option, so he decided to open the doors. Upon doing so, he found himself in a splendid magical realm, filled with enchanted circles interconnected like the gears of a great mechanism. That magic was the very essence sustaining the tower. It was then that the creator of it all appeared, welcoming the victor and congratulating him on his achievement. He explained that this hidden floor was reserved exclusively for the first student to complete the 30th floor of the tower. Andreas realized that it was not the real person before him, but rather an extremely powerful manifestation. The man introduced himself as Mordrath Albin, the creator of the tower. Andreas's heart raced, for he knew this was the first ancestor of House Albin, and standing before him made him nervous. Mordrath remarked that Adrias seemed to be the quiet type, but if he had made it this far, his skills were truly impressive. He said he had hoped one of his descendants would be able to explore this place, but none had shown as much magical talent as their ancestor. Even so, he would grant Adrias a reward for his performance. But first, there would be one last challenge, defeating him in battle. As soon as he stepped forward, Mordrath launched Adrias away with a single move, without any warning. He declared that he wanted to see the strength of the new era. Adrias, trying to remain calm, thought that he did not know which talents his family had inherited, but the personality, without a doubt, was difficult to deal with. Mordrath said he had at least one piece of good news. Adrias reasoned that if he had to fight here, he would have to proceed with caution. He was far below Mordrath's level in life, but if there was no broadcast of this battle to the Academy, he might have a chance. When Mordrath conjured a gigantic cyclone against him, Adrias managed to dodge it, leaving the mage impressed with his abilities. Mordrath commented that it was interesting to see a mage using a sword, but stated that this alone would not be enough to defeat him. However, he did not expect to be struck by Nickel, who sliced him in half from behind. Surprised, Mordrath questioned how there could be an undead inside and admitted that the attack was impressive, as it caught him in a blind spot. Still, he also did not expect to be struck in the head by Timur, who slammed him into the ground. Even so, Mordrath remained almost completely unharmed, and commented that there were interesting mages in that era, a student who used magic, swordsmanship, and dark magic at the same time. He found it intriguing, but said that Adrias had miscalculated something. He was not a living being, but rather a spectral form, and taking down that old body would lead nowhere. The very next second, Adrias found himself in the middle of a storm of spells, as if under crossfire. He realized that directly attacking Mordrath was pointless, and concluded that the true target had to be the magical clock the enemy carried. Meanwhile, Mordrath admitted that Adrias was dodging like a little squirrel, but decided to change his approach. He shifted his spells from wind to lightning, striking the entire battlefield. Adrias' magic barrier began to take heavy punishment from the discharges, and he ordered Nickel to destroy the spell. Nickel tried to slice Mordrath in half again, but the opponent teleported behind him and struck with such force that he nearly pulverized the skeleton. Adrias knew that undead had a natural resistance to electricity, but if hit repeatedly, it would eventually cause serious damage. Mordrath intensified the attacks, sending out even more lightning, and Adrias noticed that he could only use the element currently active in the magical clock at that moment. Mordrath praised his perception, explaining that this was a rule left by the original Mordrath for this hologram. After all, it would be impossible for a student to defeat him without some kind of restriction, and this limitation made the fight fairer. Still, he stated that Adrias had no chance of winning and kept up the attacks. Adrias thought that if he could drain the opponent's mana, he might have a chance at victory, since even a powerful specter would vanish without magical energy. However, when he used mana detection, he realized that the surrounding pillars provided Mordrath with an almost infinite supply. It was then that he understood what he needed to do. Even Mordrath seemed impressed that he had figured out the plan. Adrias blocked the lightning with a stone wall, but the enemy teleported to attack him from behind. Still, Adrias managed to defend against the blow. The Elder declared that Adrias kept surprising him. Not only had he pulled off a double summoning combining common magic and dark magic, but he had also completely blocked his spell. Adrias was facing a man full of secrets, but replied that he was the last person who could talk about other people's secrets. At that moment, Mordrath announced that he would no longer have any elemental advantage and switched his element to water, forming an aquatic field that surrounded everyone. The water was already up to Adrias's waist, and he immediately ordered Timur to attack while he ran toward the pillars. The first to have his advance interrupted was Timur, who ended up facing Mordrath's water hydra. Adrias realized that, with his ally occupied, he would have to reach the pillar as quickly as possible. However, he was caught in a water prison, though he still had a trick up his sleeve. Mordrath grew increasingly impressed with him, especially when he saw the summoning of Ludo, the giant, something that no longer existed even in his own era. Ludo attacked with such force that, even though Mordrath dodged, the impact freed Adrias from his prison. The fight was far from over. Mordrath admitted he was having fun and that ending it quickly would be boring, while Adrias warned him to be careful, as he had already lost one of his lives. Outside, everyone was still waiting for Adrias to leave the tower. The delay worried Diane, who knew her father would have to give explanations to the nobles. That was when Vivian appeared, surprising her and saying he had still not come out. Diane explained that he had completed the tower but hadn't exited for hours, and she noticed Vivian's torn clothes and worn-out appearance. She suspected Vivian had been disappearing over the last few days to train intensely, since her scent could be sensed from afar. Back in the fight, Adrias had already destroyed 2 2 pillars, leaving 3 remaining, and he thought the advantage was on his side. Even so, Mordrath continued focusing his attacks on him, ignoring Ludo and using teleportation to keep up the pressure. He then trapped Timer in another water prison. Adrius tried to destroy the next pillar, but it was protected by a liquid barrier. Nickel attacked, but Mordrath managed to dodge. Adrius realized that even destroying that pillar would not end the fight. Mordrath asked if he was giving up, but Adrius said his true interest was in the clock behind him. When he ordered Nickel to join him in the attack, he saw that Mordrath did not defend himself and simply smiled. Then, a powerful shield appeared around the clock, and Mordrath revealed that the core could only be destroyed by an archmage. Adrius responded confidently and invoked the power of the Sin of Sloth in Nickel, who, with a single strike, made the entire tower tremble. Outside, everyone was shocked, wondering if the battle was still going on. This time, Mordrath blocked the clock with a water shield, and Adrius questioned why he had said he wouldn't protect it. The man admitted he did it so other students could still complete the tower, since if the core were destroyed, it would collapse. He revealed that if Adrius had destroyed the last pillar, he would have passed the test, but instead he had let his imagination run free. However, the attack had nearly destroyed everything. Adrius remarked that it could have been a disaster, but Mordrath explained that the tower was not built to kill students, but to test them. Even considering Adrius's fighting style a bit reckless, he granted him the deserved reward, the Silver Foam, a necklace capable of completely clearing the mind and helping to control one's own mana. Adrius thanked him, knowing he had received an extremely valuable item. Mordrath commented that he was an interesting person, possessing a fierce prehistoric cat, a legendary giant, and an undead empowered by divine power. He also said that he knew he could never have possessed each of those specimens in life, but what intrigued him the most was Adrius's own body, which carried something from a mythical and distant era, perhaps even older and more dangerous. When Adrius asked if he could leave, Mordrath replied that he could, but advised him not to trust too much in the heavens, and said he hoped he would guide the world toward a brighter path. Adrius was surprised, for even in his spectral form, that man had managed to peer into his mind. Upon leaving, he received a new achievement, being recognized by Mordrath. Finally conquering the tower and passing through the exit, Adrius saw that everyone was waiting for him with concern. He also noticed the large crowd and wondered why so many reporters were present. Before the third princess could speak, Morhaime stepped forward and asked the princess for permission to speak first, which was granted without objection. Diane commented that if even the princess had allowed it, they, as mere students, could only wait. Vivian said that at least now she knew Adrius was alive and well. Morhaime declared that Adrius was the boy who had broken Maximin's record, becoming the first to conquer the Tower of Mura, and that she could not let him slip away so easily. He had already expected offers, but he did not imagine they would come from her, the leader of House Morhaime, one of the 4 great families of the Empire. As she approached, Adrius bowed in respect, instead of shaking her hand, explaining that his hands were dirty. Dinar considered it rude, but Morhaime did not mind. She asked about Adrius's plans for graduation and whether he had a girlfriend. When he replied that he did not, Morhaime said, good, for she had a proposal. House Morhaime wanted to form a blood alliance with House Cromwell. In exchange, they would protect him from political enemies and help restore his family's military and financial power. Adrius acknowledged that it was a generous offer, but questioned whether it would not be a great loss for House Morhaime. She assured him it would not, since it would not be a mere symbolic alliance, but a true one, through marriage. Morhaime declared that she wanted him to marry her. Everyone was shocked, except for Vivian, who seemed overcome with emotion and ran off. Diane felt sorry for her, knowing it would be hard for Adrius to refuse, especially considering his intention to restore House Cromwell. Even so, he stated that he could not make that decision at the moment, and that other offers would likely appear. Morhaime replied that there was no problem putting her proposal alongside the others, but said she was sure hers would be the best. Adrius apologized, saying he did not mean to offend her, and she replied that she would only accept his apology if they had lunch or dinner together. Soon after, the third princess, Michaela Rodelen, appeared with her own offer for Adrius. The next day, during the knight's training classes, Adrius mentioned that he had faced Morhaime and the third princess at the same time, something he never wanted to repeat in his life. That was when Selena approached, very excited, asking to duel with him and show a bit of her fencing. Adrius replied that he hadn't come to train, but rather to see Vivian. Selena said Vivian had been in the training grounds since the previous day, right in the place that had been closed after the incident with the Black Mage. Concerned, Adrius went there and found Vivian surrounded by a refined aura. He realized it wasn't just a simple state of controlled frenzy, but that she had once again surpassed his power level. When he called out to her, she became embarrassed and asked him not to look, saying she was messy and ugly without having bathed. Even so, Adrius approached and placed the silver foam around her neck, explaining that he had obtained the necklace on the last floor of the tower and that it would help clear her mind. He He also said she didn't look well and handed her a potion so she could rest. However, Vivian ran away, and Adrias began wondering whether the necklace would work or if Mordrath had deceived him. Later, in his laboratory, he checked the rewards for having conquered the Tower of Mura. He received a random magic talent and an unusual force detected by the system, the genius-level Luminous Fire class. Although he didn't yet know any light spells, he knew he would get there eventually, but at that moment, he had something more important to do. Nickel took from subspace the body that was missing for him to revive. Adrias was about to awaken Marina, the former fairy queen. After a difficult attempt, with an explosion and smoke, he managed to summon the Dark Banshee. According to the system, the revived creature's stats were exceptional, and her level had increased, becoming an enhanced Banshee with her full consciousness restored and now transcendent. Later in the port city of Muriel, at the floating restaurant Passau do Mar, Adrias met with Morhaime. She had closed the place just for the two of them to talk, ensuring that he could speak freely. Adrias took the opportunity to apologize for his earlier rudeness, but Morhaime said she wasn't there to receive apologies. She was there for her first date with the man who would become her husband. He was taken aback, and she claimed she was only joking, though he suspected it wasn't entirely a joke. Adrias knew that woman did everything for her ambitions, and that House Morhaime had gained power and prestige through mercenary work. Unlike other noble families, she asked if he already had an answer to her proposal for a blood alliance and admitted that patience was not one of her virtues. Adrias asked for more time, saying his family was in a delicate situation and that he needed to resolve many things before graduation. Morhaime remarked that it made sense since the Emperor had not tried to crush House Cromwell by accident. Adrias said he couldn't consider the Emperor's decision unjust, but she asked him directly why he hesitated so much to accept. He weighed how much he should reveal, trying to balance the pros and cons of the situation. She said he was far too cautious and assured him that no one could enter there without her permission, not even a rat. Then, to provoke him, she suggested that he insult the Pig Emperor. Adrias reacted immediately, spitting out the drink in his mouth. Morhaime asked if he would keep measuring his words, and he concluded that she was a true lunatic, deciding that if she had gone this far, he couldn't remain silent either. As Morhaime herself had said, the Emperor was trying to crush House Cromwell. That was why Adrias needed to re-establish his foundations and gain strength at all costs. She commented that his words sounded contradictory, since if what he said was true, joining her should be his priority. He agreed that it made sense, but explained that this would bring another problem. Morhaime asked if he feared that growing too quickly would arouse suspicion. Adrias confirmed, saying that House Cromwell currently had little influence, and if it suddenly gained power, the Emperor would certainly investigate. This, in turn, would place House Morhaime itself in his crosshairs. She admitted she understood his point of view and confessed that her initial plan had been to have an extremely powerful and talented child, but that this could become a double-edged sword. Adrias wondered if that had always been her true goal. Even so, he knew that House Morhaime possessed powerful mercenaries, political influence, and plenty of money, but had never produced an aura master nor an archmage. Morhaime revealed that she had always been curious about why the Emperor wanted to destroy House Cromwell. Adrias realized she was playing strategically and decided that if he wanted to earn her trust, he would need to share a secret. He told her that his father, Cain Cromwell, had sacrificed himself for the Emperor's insane dream of creating an era shaped by supreme gods, as if the Emperor himself were one. For that, he needed to gather the artifacts known as Peccata. Adrias stated that he would prevent the Emperor from obtaining those items and would fulfill his duty as heir to House Cromwell. Morhaime noted that, in the end, this was also revenge for his father. Adrias didn't deny it, but said the greater goal was to keep the Emperor from becoming a threat to everyone. She concluded that the Emperor's obsession with finding something in the north of the continent must be connected to this. Adrias reasoned that if he was searching for Peccata in the north, then it was tied to the barbarian chief's son, the one Dan had kidnapped in the game. In the original storyline, it was never revealed who had sent Dan there, but now he knew it had been the Emperor himself. He predicted that a war would soon break out in the north. Morhaime remarked that he sounded like a prophet, but Adrias explained that if they gave the northern barbarian chief any excuse, he would surely start a conflict, since he was already on the verge of doing so without reason. She agreed, saying that knowing the Pig Emperor, it made sense. Adrias stated that when the war ended and chaos spread among the nobles, the balance of power would change completely, and only the well-prepared factions would survive the aftermath. Morhaime deduced that during the conflict, there would be a high demand for supplies, and he confirmed it. She commented that Adrias was practically handing her a gift, but he retorted by asking if she only wanted to feast on that, since by then, the bloated pig in the palace would be ripe for slaughter. The boldness of his words left Morhaime stunned. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the Emperor was in a meeting with Hector Kazaf, Duke and Prime Minister of the Rodolan Empire. Hector reported that Adrias Cromwell had cleared the 30th floor of Mordrath's tower, and that Morhaime had offered him a blood alliance. The Duke said this was already public knowledge, but no one knew what they were planning together. The Emperor replied that it was pathetic, and asked if Hector was truly afraid of two little figures. He ordered him to drop the matter and bring the report on those who had been sent north. Hector stated they were doing everything they could, but still hadn't found anything. The Emperor said they needed to try harder, Jester, as Jester had already located traces of Picata in the north, and he was certain he could obtain it first. Meanwhile, on the road to the north, Jester, inside her carriage, remarked that they couldn't collect the Sin of Wrath before dealing with a certain leader. It would be troublesome to face that man's son. At that moment, she received a message from a student, saying she had discovered who killed Kyler. The girl revealed it was Adrius Cromwell and asked if she could play with him a little. After the tense meeting, Adrius left the restaurant, thinking that war was approaching and that he would need to track the Empire's movements alongside Morhaime. However, he knew that, in the meantime, he needed to grow stronger. Now that his dark magic was evolving, he decided to focus on studying Kyler and Morum's materials. He planned to go after the Red Dragon Kraybar as soon as the Academy's vacation began. 7 days later, Adrias boarded a train bound for the Kingdom of Grandes. According to the map he carried, the tomb of Keb Mahar lay deep within the Great Biotra forest. Fortunately, he could take the train to a nearby city and then continue on horseback. Even so, the location was outside the Empire's jurisdiction, which increased the risk of trouble. During the trip, Vivian appeared behind him, saying she was going home for the holidays at her father's request, though she would rather stay with him. Adrias thought that if she insisted on accompanying him, it could be a problem. However, she stated she needed to visit her family, and he wished her a safe trip, believing there was no longer a need to protect her as before, and that it was time to let her go free. He arrived in the Kingdom of Grandes only at the end of the day. It was his first time there in the real world, though the place felt vaguely familiar because of the game. The streets, however, were chaotic, and the merchants he encountered complained about the unrest and overcrowding, worsened by the hordes of orcs that had been appearing. This did not sound good to Adrias, who decided to investigate. He headed to an adventurer's inn and, after receiving his room key, asked the receptionist why the streets were so crowded. She replied it was because of the chaos at the border, as for the first time in 40 years an orc lord had appeared in the Great Forest. Adrias knew this was extremely dangerous, since an orc lord had the power to unite multiple tribes under his command. He asked if the forest was blocked off, and the receptionist confirmed it, saying civilians weren't even allowed near it. Then he asked if there was another way in. She replied he could go in as a mercenary, but it wasn't advisable, especially for someone skinny like him. Even so, she said the mercenaries needed more people, and that he might be able to convince them. Adrias considered that infiltrating as a mercenary was a viable plan, but not a very good one. Being a low-ranking mercenary was practically the same as being a soldier, with no freedom to act independently. Later, on his way to his room, he realized that this was why the Everlast Merchant Guild had purchased ingredients from Salem. To reach the Orc Lord, there would be no choice but to register as a mercenary. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows and asked if he was going after the Orc Lord, adding that she had been waiting for him for some time. It was Luna Pendragon, known as the Lunatic of the Crescent Moon, who attacked immediately. The first strike of her scythes almost hit Adrias, and she even pinned him to the ground with her foot, ready to drive the blade into his head. At the last moment, the Cloak of Shadows intercepted the attack, and Luna, dodging the ability, recognized it as Kyler's dark magic. Amused, she commented that Adrias was truly interesting. Not only had he killed Kyler, but he had also inherited his magic. He thought he had hidden the murder well, but in her case, it didn't matter, as Luna had the power to speak with the dead. In a bored tone, she told him to keep quiet, but Adrias wanted to confirm if her goal was to kill him. She replied that, not exactly, though she might at some point. Cautious, knowing she was extremely powerful despite her young age, Adrias asked what exactly had brought her there. Luna then contacted Jester, informing her that she was with him. Jester wanted to speak directly, and Adrias wondered what her true intention was, as he had expected to be attacked for killing Kyler. Jester said he had been rude in treating one of her followers that way. To avoid conflict, Adrias apologized, saying he hadn't known Kyler was one of her men. Even though he found the situation absurd, he kept a humble stance, saying he only wanted to survive. Jester said she would let it go this time, that she bore no grudge, but made it clear that her loyalty was to the Assembly and the cause above all else. She explained that someone needed to keep watch on Rodolin, the center of the entire continent, and that after so many incidents, her options were running thin. That was why she wanted to make an offer for Adrias to join the Assembly. He accepted and handed the communicator back to Luna, saying that now there was no reason for them to fight. To his surprise, she became emotional and even cried, hugging him and celebrating the fact that she finally had someone her age in the Assembly. Adrias, still perplexed, recalled that she had tried to kill him just seconds earlier. As a veteran, Luna explained that he didn't need to overburden himself with work. His only task would be to report the main events from the Academy. Adrias promised he would bring information next time, but she made it clear she would not be accompanying him. Adrias said that what he was doing had nothing to do with the Assembly, but Luna replied that she didn't care. He asked why, having just met him, she wanted so badly to stay by his side, thinking that he needed to get her off his back immediately. Luna said she had nothing to do and was bored. Adrias retorted that this wasn't a plausible reason reason to follow him. But she answered that for her, it was more than enough. She then began praising his performance the first time he had been at the assembly, reminding him that he had almost killed himself and that it had been so cool. Adrias was already about to walk away when Luna pulled him by the cape, insisting that she really wanted to go with him, saying she could be useful because she was very strong. Adrias acknowledged that, indeed, having someone powerful by his side to deal with orcs would be advantageous, and agreed, but with one condition: he wanted to receive the soul seal. Luna commented that this was a big problem, to which he replied that having her around would be as well. Adrias knew that the soul seal was an ability capable of permanently increasing a necromancer's power, a special technique that only Luna possessed because of a peccata. If he could obtain it, traveling with her would be worth it. Luna then set her own condition. He would have to be her friend, and not just in the sense of occasionally exchanging letters. Adrias noticed that, at least at that moment, she was behaving more civilly, and agreed. Luna was overjoyed, saying that he was now officially her friend. He thought that, although she could give him advantages, walking around with her would still bring him many headaches. He asked her to start calling him only friend instead of using his name, vaguely explaining that it was something friendlier. Luna accepted, and he concluded she was a simple girl, happy with simple things. 3 days later, in the Endeavor Fortress, several mercenaries and soldiers were fighting against orcs. On the front line was the head of House Endeavor, Dawson, who with his great axe felled one of the largest orcs, forcing the enemy army to temporarily retreat. Dawson remarked that the cursed orcs had been launching small raids to kill soldiers little by little and weaken their defenses. Then, a soldier arrived with news that reinforcements had come. Dawson said he could finally breathe and asked how many there were. The knight replied, only 2. Dawson commented that not even 2,000 soldiers would be enough for that mission, yet they had sent only 2. A soldier explained that he had tried to find out the reason for this, but so far had received no answer. He added that one of the arrivals was Luna Pendragon, the dark mage considered on par with an aura master. Curious, Dawson asked why exactly she was there, but the soldier said he had no explanation. Dawson replied that it was a shame. If they wanted a dark mage, it would be easier to call a necromancer. He then asked who the other one was, and the soldier informed him it was a mercenary named Barry Sanders. Dawson said he had never heard of him, but stated he would meet the two in person. This Barry Sanders was, in fact, Adrias under a false name. He knew it would be a problem if they found out he was a dark mage. Luna asked if he was really going to keep wearing that ridiculous mask, but he simply said it didn't hurt him. When Luna entered, she announced that they were there to kill the Orc Lord. Adrias introduced himself as Barry Sanders and said it was an honor to meet Dawson, who seemed a little nervous in their presence, but thanked them for their support and promised real rewards at the end of the mission. Once seated, Adrias asked how the war was going, and Dawson replied that, to be honest, the situation was terrible. They had too few soldiers to hold the front line and could not counterattack. If the Orc Lord gathered more troops, the fortress would fall. With no reinforcements from the kingdom, they were practically vulnerable. Adrias concluded the situation was worse than he had imagined, but Dawson said he hadn't yet mentioned the worst part. The Orc Lord was an aura master. Luna, excited, found that fun, and Adrias thought she might be able to face him, though he knew war was never that simple. She declared the Lord was hers, but Adrias realized that this lack of focus could become a problem. A soldier arrived with an urgent report informing that the Orc Lord was once again at the wall. Outside, everyone watched as the enemy approached slowly. He did not attack. Instead, he began speaking in the human tongue, saying that his previous assaults had only served to give his warriors combat experience. But now they were truly ready. He announced that at dawn the following day, they would attack and bring down the fortress. However, to avoid an uneventful end, he would offer the humans one last chance. If 6 human warriors defeated 6 of his in duels, he would grant them one more day without attacks so they could prepare. Dawson suspected that the Lord wanted to force them to lose their best soldiers. One of the officers said it was clearly a trap, while the commander suggested opening the gates and attacking immediately. Dawson, however, reminded them that the Lord was an aura master and that even if they attacked now, there was no guarantee of victory. When asked if he would accept the proposal, he replied that if they held out one more day, reinforcements might arrive. Adrias realized that only he and Luna were capable of facing the Lord, so he asked to be the first to fight. Dawson confirmed if he truly wanted to duel and authorized it. As he walked out the gates, Adrias thought that he wanted to see the enemy up close. The Orc Lord sent his first warrior, and Dawson noticed that the rules of the competition allowed the winner to keep fighting, something that could be either very good or very bad. In just a few seconds, Adrias decapitated the first opponent and called for the next. The second, armed with an axe, died with a blade driven into his throat. Alone, Adrias had already defeated 4 orcs, and when the last one before the Lord advanced, he faced her effortlessly, crossing blades as if it were nothing, showing no sign of fatigue. Dawson was astonished by Adrias' strength, saying he had not expected that man to be so powerful. Luna, proud, said he was her great friend. The commander wanted to know who that mercenary was, since orcs usually tore off human heads with ease. Dawson explained that the Orc Lord had brought his most powerful warriors, and some began to suspect that this so-called Barry Sanders could be an aura master. The commander stated that he would not be surprised if it were true, as his power was truly frightening. In the next moment, Adrias pierced the the orc with his blade, ending the fight and declaring it his 6th victory. The match was over, and all the soldiers were impressed. The orc lord praised the battle and asked for the warrior's name. Adrias, still in disguise, felt a chill standing before that enemy and knew that facing him would not be easy. The Lord assured that his men would remember the bravery of Barry Sanders and that he had granted his soldiers honorable deaths. Adrias expected an attack, but the enemy did not advance. Instead, he acted rationally, keeping his promise to give them one more day before the assault, explaining that he also needed to reorganize after his losses. He told them to prepare well so that his warriors' deaths would not be in vain. Watching him leave, Adrias realized that the orc's battle spirit was so intense that a person without aura might faint just from being near him. He concluded that, to defeat him, they would have to wait for the peak of the battle. Later, during a strategy meeting, complaints arose that the Kingdom of Grandes had completely abandoned the fortress, failing to repay the favor of protecting the continent for so many years. Dawson firmly ordered that no more words of disloyalty be spoken, reminding them that their mission was still to protect Endeavor and the kingdom. He admitted feeling bad for Barry Sanders, who had risked his life to secure that victory, but who still had much ahead of him. Adrias recognized that Dawson was an excellent leader, capable of maintaining troop morale, and also saw that, although the kingdom was acting irresponsibly by not sending reinforcements, his loyalty remained unshaken. He thought it would be a great loss if that man were to die there. Adrias said there was no problem, for war was unpredictable, and at least they had won a day to prepare. Dawson, embarrassed, asked for one last favor. Few captains remained, and many had been sent east to face other orcs, leaving the north gate vulnerable. He considered it risky to leave it under the command of ordinary soldier. Adrias accepted the task of protecting the north gate, while Luna, excited, asked for something fun to do. Those present thought she was crazy, but Dawson asked if she could face the orc lord. Luna confidently replied that she would kill the enemy. Dawson regretted placing such a heavy burden on mercenaries like them, but stressed that retreat was not an option. He knew that Endeavor did not receive the recognition it deserved from the kingdom, but it was still their land. To strengthen his position there, Adrias made up a story, saying he had lost his family to the orcs as a child. Luna was surprised, saying she did not know that. Adrias, however, thought that this war needed to end soon, as he still had urgent matters in the forest and did not want to get involved in kingdom politics. That night, they ate and rested. Later, Adrias shared a detailed plan with Luna for taking down the orc lord, and she asked if he was really that strong. Adrias confirmed that he was. Adrias had felt the orc lord's power up close and knew that, alone, he could not defeat him. Luna, on the other hand, was eager and said she could not wait to face him. Adrias warned her that if the fight became difficult, she should fall back and wait for the enemies to gather on the battlefield, for that would be the moment when their true fight would begin. The following morning, Dawson reminded them that he was counting on the two of them to protect the gates. Before they parted ways, Luna cast a necromancy spell on Adrias, chanting arcane words and saying it would make him stronger for the coming battle. He received the spirit of Dwauer, the warhound, which temporarily boosted all of his attributes. Adrias realized that, with this power, his awareness on the battlefield had become far sharper than even his usual mana detection, thanks to Dwauer's target tracking ability. He was impressed that Luna Pendragon possessed such a powerful enhancement spell, with no side effects, considering her an overpowered character worthy of a video game. Soon, the sounds of battle began. The ground trembled, mist rose, and Adrias knew the fight ahead would be difficult. He could only hope Luna would stay safe. In moments, chaos took over the field. Orcs charged the front lines, pelted by a rain of arrows, while retaliating with bursts of fire. Luna raised a magical barrier to shield the fortress, yet the enemy was already striking the gates. Without hesitation, she told Dawson she was going to have a little fun and leapt alone into the fray. On the battlefield, orc shamans empowered their warriors with spells, while at the north gate, Adrias fought alone against a horde of enemies, noticing they battled in a state of uncontrollable rage. Luna also faced multiple foes by herself, severing heads and limbs with precise strikes. Dawson thought her reputation was well-deserved. Despite her innocent appearance, she possessed overwhelming combat power. Then, a heavy blow slammed into her guard. It was the Orc Lord himself entering the fight. Dawson ordered everyone to be ready, and Luna, excited, said she had been waiting for him. The Lord acknowledged her power and called her a little warrior, to which Luna replied that she intended to capture his soul and place it in her friend's body. And for that, she needed a fair fight and a clean death. Her sweeping scythe attacks were so wide that, even when aiming at him, she cut down several orcs around them. The Lord admitted she was impressive, praising her speed and mana. Still, Luna pressed forward, saying she wanted to enjoy this battle to the fullest. The Orc Lord declared that this was one of the happiest days of his life, but that they would continue their fight where warriors rest. Luna didn't understand his words until he unleashed his aura, forming a gigantic image of himself made of pure energy. Dawson shouted for no one to stand idle and ordered the defense of Endeavor. As soldiers clashed with the lesser orcs, while Luna traded direct direct blows with the Aura Master. A precise strike from the enemy hit her, sending her flying, and she admitted that had been bad. But the Lord did not relent. Meanwhile, at the North Gate, Adrius had already wiped out nearly all the orcs. He declared the area secure enough for him to move, and with Dwarar's spirit, he scanned the battlefield. He saw Luna's situation was dire, but also detected 869 bodies in the area, enough for his plan. Gathering so much mana that even nearby soldiers were unnerved, Adrius ordered all combat-ready troops to move immediately to the East Gate. From that moment, he declared, control of the battlefield was his. Adrius's mana spread throughout the fortress, and in that instant, all the fallen became his. The dead rose from every side, human and orc alike, and the sight shocked the soldiers, who realized there was a necromancer among them. Without hesitation, Adrius commanded them to slay the enemy, and a true carnage began. Orcs against humans, orcs against orcs, and undead everywhere. At that moment, Dawson was gravely wounded, having rescued Luna from the previous explosion. The Orc Lord acknowledged that it was remarkable for a mere human to survive that, but said it would be pointless to continue. Still, he declared that if such a decision reflected the honor of human warriors, he would respect him as a worthy fighter. Dawson apologized to Luna for not being able to do more, but Adrius soon arrived, also apologizing for being late. The Lord asked if he was the Barry Sanders he had heard of, and upon seeing him, witnessed Adrius raising all the corpses around them. Surprised, the Lord remarked that it was incredible to think someone with such sharp swordsmanship was, in fact, a necromancer. He then began cutting down the undead with his own aura. Dawson told Adrius that, as he could see, there was little time left. Adrius suspected he had fallen trying to protect Luna. Neither of their wounds could be healed with potions. Dawson then said that if he were to die, he wanted his body used to defend his land and kill those who tried to crush Endeavor. Adrius agreed to fulfill that wish. A soldier arrived, apologizing for being late, but Dawson instructed him to tell Filion everything, and said that Filion was now the commanding leader of Endeavor. The Orc Lord then questioned how the necromancer dared insult him with an army of broken bodies. Adrius had already expected that ordinary corpses would not be able to stand against him, and that things would become even harder if the orcs entered another frenzy. Therefore, he summoned Timur, Nickel, Ludo, and Marine to finish off the remaining enemies. From afar, Filion observed the fallen enemies rising as allies. He already knew necromancers were powerful in war, but had never imagined something of this scale. The soldiers were equally amazed, especially at the sight of the giant. To them, it was like being in a dream, something unreal. In awe, they wondered how Nickel and Timur could possibly stand against an Aura Master. Shortly after, another soldier arrived to inform Filion that Dawson had fallen on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Timur, using only his strength and fists, was holding off the Orc Lord and the remaining soldiers. The Lord admitted that the surprises never ceased, and that it was remarkable for mere corpses to achieve such feats. He asked if his warriors had already been defeated, and took the blame for their deaths. His warrior's heart had driven him to act in haste, and it had cost much of his people. He acknowledged the strength of Barry Sanders and declared that this would be his final battle, asking if the human could grant him that honor. Out of respect, Adrius agreed and prepared to face him alone. He drew his sword and advanced, but his first strike with the whip sword was intercepted by the Lord's massive Aura Titan, which countered with a devastating attack that split his body in half. The Orc Lord realized too late that the body he had struck was merely an illusion. At that moment, Adrius was already in position to strike with his katana. In the next instant, when their weapons clashed, the Lord's blow was stopped by a towering wall of bones that rose before him. Adrius then formed a complete bone armor around himself. The Lord, surprised, asked if he had still not shown his full strength. Adrius replied that of course he hadn't. A good warrior never reveals all his tricks. With the armor completed, the Lord told him he could advance, calling him a warrior destined to change the world, and saying he would join him with his dying breath. The two exchanged mighty blows as if it were a battle between gods. The Lord stated he had no regrets, for he had found not one, but two formidable warriors. Even as parts of his armor shattered, Adrius delivered a final strike. Meanwhile, Filion was asking where the commander's body was, and a soldier replied that he was protecting the land, just as he had promised. Adrius's attack had only landed because the Lord's blow was intercepted by Commander Dawson's body, which, even without life, managed to stop the strike. When the Orc Lord's blood finally spilled, he admitted this had been his last battle. Adrius apologized, saying he had wanted to end it just between the two of them, but Dawson had been determined to fight until the end. His body had been so resilient that it blocked a direct strike from the Lord, and thus, his final wish was fulfilled. The hero of Endeavor had played his part. The next morning at the fortress of Bayatra, the local commander received word that the Orc Lord and his entire legion had been completely destroyed. Asking about the damages to Endeavor, a messenger reported that few civilians had died, but more than half of the soldiers had been lost, including Commander Dawson, who had fallen in battle against the Lord. The Bayatra commander expressed disbelief, saying Dawson was not the kind of man to die easily. At that moment, a soldier approached in shining white armor, asking about the matter. The commander explained that they had received the tragic news of Dawson's death, but at least the Orc Lord had been slain. The armored man, a paladin named Evan Vaughn, one of the 10 most powerful on the continent, asked if there had been an aura master in Endeavor capable of such a feat. The messenger replied that apparently 2 mercenaries had played the main role, a spirit channeler and a necromancer. He added that the spirit channeler's name was famous, Luna Pendragon, daughter of Eve Millennium. Upon hearing this, Evan Vaughn said that finding a seed of evil like that in such a place could only be a divine sign. The commander then recalled that Evan was from the Holy Nation, an inquisitor specialized in hunting dark mages. The news had only just arrived, and he could not stop it from spreading. He knew Evan would certainly head to Endeavor, with the intent to kill the heroes simply for being users of dark magic. And indeed, Evan confirmed that he would do exactly that, departing to purify the daughter of Eve Millennium. Later, back in Endeavor, Luna was helping Adrius draw a large magic circle around the body of the Orc Lord. She informed him that everything was almost ready to mark Adrius's soul. The effect of this seal would be similar to the spiritual channeling she had shown before, except that now the result would be permanent. She explained that she would not be able to extract all the power the Orc Lord had possessed in life, but it would still be enough to make him extremely powerful. She then asked Adrias to step into a small magic circle. Adrias reflected that he could revive Lord York's body and use it in his army, but since he rarely managed to control undead for long, strengthening his own body was not a bad idea. Besides, he did not know when he would see Luna again. She then announced she would begin the soul seal, and while chanting the spiritual channeling, remarked that the situation was interesting. Her daughter had already called on her to kill someone before, but never to help. At that moment, Adrius realized that the one speaking was not Luna, but her mother, the legendary witch Eve Millennium. Eve asked what his relationship with her daughter was, and Adrius replied that they were just friends. Even a fraction of her power made his body tremble, and Eve remarked that she had never imagined her daughter could have a friend. He, however, thought to himself that, in practice, he had been forced into that friendship. Eve began the process, extracting the soul of Lord York and stating that such a soul found meaning only on the battlefield. Sealing it inside Adrias would be better for it. He noticed that there was a resonance between them, something extremely rare. Before finishing, Eve warned that it would hurt a lot. When she began, Adrias screamed and cried in pain, but remained conscious, something few could manage. He endured until the end, and the soul of the Orc Lord was engraved into his own. Falling to his knees, yet still awake, he heard Eve admit that she was surprised by his endurance. The seal granted him a new skill called 1 against 1,000, which increased mana recovery in combat between 0.1% and 1% per enemy, up to a maximum of 1,000%. It also boosted life regeneration in combat by 200% and constantly emitted an aura capable of influencing enemies according to his charisma and mental strength. Adrius realized that, in a war, he would practically have infinite mana and an absurd regeneration rate. Analyzing the result, Eve said it had worked perfectly, but noticed something unusual. There was room for one more soul inside him. Normally, a person could only withstand one sealed soul. Intrigued, she said it was worth studying his body, which made Adrius think that all the elders treated him like a lab rat. Eve sensed that Luna was growing impatient to return to her body, but before leaving, she asked Adrius to take care of her, as she lived a miserable solitude because of her. He promised he would, calling her a friend. Then Luna returned to her body, now in Adrias's arms. Later, they reached the vast Biatra forest, a region almost the size of the entire empire, unexplored and home to countless non-human species. Adrius knew that finding something specific there would be difficult, but with the help of the map he had brought, he managed to reach the right place. After more than a day of walking, they found a hidden portal inside a cave. Adrius noted that, fortunately, it seemed no one had discovered that place yet. Luna remarked that even if someone had found that portal, she doubted they could enter. Perhaps it was because it was the tomb of a dungeon, but according to her, there still seemed to be many things inside. Adrius found this strange and wondered what she meant by things, since he believed they would only find the corpse of the dragon he was looking for. Without hesitation, Luna entered, and he concluded there was no point in overplanning. Whatever had to happen would happen. Upon entering, Adrius realized he was in a place where a dragon had died, known as the Cry of Krav Maga. It seemed to be the right place, but he saw no sign of Luna. Moving forward, he ended up stepping into a hidden dungeon, which for him was like reliving a nightmare. He soon found himself in a completely different environment, an apparently well-populated city. To his surprise, Luna was there too and remarked that she hadn't expected to find such a beautiful place inside a cave. When he asked if she had noticed something in common, Luna confirmed. Everyone in the city was a ghost. Adrius was shocked and wanted to confirm if she was saying they were all dead, to which she replied it was the first time she had seen anything like it. He thought that he had come looking for a dragon's body and had ended up in a literal ghost town. Not knowing if this was truly the place he was looking for, he decided to investigate. He explained to Luna that the goal of a dungeon was to destroy its core, but there could still be a link to the dragon. When they tried to leave the city, they were blocked by a magical barrier at the gates. Adrius concluded they would have to investigate the surroundings, though finding clues without context or information on how they had arrived would be difficult. While trying to recall previous events, he came upon a theatrical play depicting a knight fighting a dragon. He thought it might give him some hint. Then, a drunken man approached, asking if he was a mercenary, commenting that he had never seen him before and that he was late to join the dragon subjugation group, which had already departed a few days earlier. Adrius asked who exactly they were, but the drunk replied that he didn't know well, as he hadn't been a mercenary for long. He added that this was actually a good thing, as a novice like him would have died. He explained that a fire dragon had made its nest near the city, and fearing for the lives of the citizens, the lord and the high priest had organized an expedition to kill it. Upon hearing this, Adrius thought that this fire dragon could only be Krav Maga. The drunk explained that Lord Let was the city's guardian and deity, and that the squad had left with his blessing. From this, Adrias began connecting the dots. The city must have existed since ancient times, and hidden dungeons were often linked to ancestral ruins. The drunk added that news from the expedition should arrive soon, and that, accompanied by the three most powerful knights, they would surely win no matter how strong the dragon was. Luna, excited, said the play was very emotional, and that it was the first time she had seen something like that. The drunk suggested that Adrius enjoy the city, since he had missed the expedition. He thanked him for the information, reflecting that dragons usually chose the place where they would die, locations known as dragon hills, mounds, or tombs. The message he had received, the place where the dragon died, the cry of Krav Maga, made sense if the expedition truly succeeded. He decided to tell Luna that they could rest, as night was already falling. On the way, however, they ended up crossing paths with the paladin Evan Vaughn, who asked what they were doing there. Luna questioned his presence, while Adrias, upon seeing him, recalled who that man was. Apparently, Evan Vaughn was a nemesis of Luna and Eve's family, one of the 10 most powerful people on the continent, known as the White Paladin. Upon seeing her, he commented that she had grown and asked how old she was now. Luna, irritated, replied that she hated him and told him not to speak to her so casually. Evan retorted that she was being rude and cold, but added that he had heard about what happened in Endeavor and the mess they had caused there. Adrias thought there would be no problem if he were the only one hiding his identity, but he never imagined that someone as dangerous as the White Paladin would appear simply upon hearing Luna's name. Evan then wanted to know what was going on in that city, and at that moment, all the ghosts began to dissipate into purple smoke. He remarked that it must be some kind of magic, but said it didn't matter. He was there to punish black mages. Summoning holy light, he imbued his blade. When Adrias tried to react and draw his katana, his right arm was severed in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Luna was struck with a punch to the stomach. Evan then asked, "So Adrias is your real name?" and immediately afterward pierced his chest with the sword. As everything went dark, Adrias wondered if he would die there. Then he heard a voice saying that it had been shameful, that he had not only died to a ridiculous paladin of a weak god, but also to a mere human. The voice called him weak, but asked if he still had the energy to fight. Without waiting for an answer, it restored his arm, and Adrias woke up at the start of the same nightmare. He realized that this was the message, the repeating nightmare. It was a dungeon where, if someone died, they returned to the beginning. Luna appeared, hugging him and saying she had been worried. Adrias asked what had happened, and if she remembered anything. She replied that she didn't. She had only seen purple smoke before falling, and then woke up there again. He concluded that she hadn't died, only returned to the start of the cycle. Luna said that when she opened her eyes, she was simply back again. Adrias found the mist strange, but the voice in his mind was even more mysterious. He explained that the day in the city seemed to repeat countless times, but the inhabitants were not directly involved in it, as they were all made of magic. At the end of each cycle, only the two of them retained their memories. Luna asked if everyone died, but he said no. He believed that when the clock struck midnight, the day reset. To prove it, he pointed to Evan Vaughn, who reappeared saying that a place outside the jurisdiction of God needed to be punished immediately. When Adrias and Luna prepared to fight, Evan said that wasn't necessary, because if he wanted to kill them, he would have done it already. Luna accused him of attacking them without reason before, but Adrias suggested a truce until they could leave the dungeon. Evan commented that, for someone impure, he was surprisingly smart. Adrias suggested that since they would be investigating together, they should share information. Evan was suspicious, saying they might find a way to escape on their own and leave him behind. Adrias replied that, if that were the case, he would have preferred that Evan had been more civil the first time they met. Staying near him was uncomfortable, but Evan said he was mistaken, because if he wanted, he could have slaughtered everyone there. In the end, Adrias agreed they could work together. He had never imagined allying himself with someone like Evan Vaughn, but he knew they would need to leave soon. Adrias said that if Evan was so suspicious, he could simply follow one of them, as hiding his presence would be easy for him. Evan replied that he would wait and see what happened, hoping it would yield results. Adrias felt great relief when he left, thinking he was going to die again. Soon after, he told Luna they needed to find a a way out before Evan did. Luna said she hated that man, but Adrius explained that, for now, they had no choice but to ally with him. Adrius commented that their next investigation stop could be the church, since he had heard that the high priest was involved in the expedition to kill the dragon. Evan suggested they agree to investigate together, as it wouldn't make sense to split up at that point. Luna, however, said she would stay there investigating and told the paladin to go away. At that moment, one of the priests opened the church door and asked if Luna was one of the priestesses of Nyx. She almost asked who that was, but Adrius interrupted, saying yes, that she was a priestess of Nyx. The priest then asked if they wanted to meet the high priest, and Adrius said yes, asking if they could see him right then. However, the man explained that only other priests and church members could have access to him, so only Luna could enter. Before going in, Luna asked Adrius what role she should play, and he told her to act kindly, like a priest would. As she went inside, Adrius noticed that the priest's eyes looked similar to Luna's, making him think that there might indeed be some connection between her and this so-called Nyx. Evan remarked that black mages were good at lying, but Adrius asked him to stop the provocations. Evan insisted, saying it was actually a compliment, and that once they left that dungeon, he would fulfill his duty as a member of the Inquisition, regretting not having punished Luna and her mother when he had the chance. Adrius replied that, in his opinion, hunting down children to try to kill them was far worse than a lying black mage. Evan called that blasphemy, but before the argument could continue, something exploded inside the church. Worried about Luna, Adrius tried to enter, but the guards stopped him. He then used the enemy of all ability, making them collapse unconscious under the crushing pressure he placed on their bodies. Upon entering, he saw Luna fighting against some kind of shadow. She stated that this seemed to be the right place. An extremely old priest asked how they dared to invade the house of Lady Let, and Luna realized that the man was not a ghost, but a living human being. Adrius asked if he was the one manipulating the time in that city, but the priest denied it, explaining that the power belonged to Lady Let, who had granted eternal life to all of them. At that moment, Evan entered the church and asked if he was saying that the black mist was God's work. The priest replied that those were signs of the blessing of Let's law. The priest claimed that the mist was proof of Lady Let's miracle. However, Evan countered, saying that God means light, and that a true God would never create a shadow, much less something like that. The priest considered his words blasphemy and declared that he would punish him for his wickedness. Adrius commented that, at the very least, they had gotten some information in there, but the priest declared that he would not allow them to destroy that city, even if it had all started because of his own mistakes. He added that, in the end, it was thanks to him that everyone there was still alive, and that they could do nothing about it. Then, without hesitation, he blew his own head off in front of Lady Let's statue. Luna said it was already too late since his soul had left his body and they could no longer extract anything from him. Adrius asked if that meant his soul had returned to the start of the loop, and Evan concluded that the man was probably the reason they kept returning to the beginning of the day. However, he had no idea how it worked. He speculated that it could be some divine illusion combined with black magic, but that turning back time was something transcendental, and a mere human like that priest couldn't possibly do it alone. He supposed there had to be some kind of special tool, magical artifact, or substance involved. Adrius suggested it could be the dungeon's core, but so far, they hadn't found a single clue or piece of evidence leading to it. Luna asked if they shouldn't go somewhere they hadn't yet explored, but Evan said that would be a waste of time, and that the simplest solution was to go back in time, capture the man, and extract the information from him. Then, without hesitation, he slit his own throat. Adrius admitted that waiting until night would indeed be a waste of time, but thought Evan's attitude was reckless. Luna, on the other hand, said she had loved seeing that and asked if they shouldn't do the same. Adrius preferred to keep searching for clues, thinking they might find something important. Later, with no results, Adrius said they couldn't remain in that cycle forever, dying and going back to the previous day, and explained that there were people outside the dungeon he needed to protect. Soon, the black mist appeared again, sending them back in time. This time, Evan was already inside the church and had killed the priest, which enraged Luna. However, Adrius realized that the man had probably killed himself earlier and gone back in time with them to prevent revealing anything. He also admitted that Evan had been clever to arrive earlier, but knew it would only lead to a hard battle. Adrius wondered if Evan was trying to force one side to give up, and concluded that they couldn't afford to waste time there. From then on, they tried the plan over and over, dying 3 times, then 10, 47, 83, 120 times, until Adrius stopped counting. He no longer knew how many loops had passed, and still couldn't get used to the sensation of slitting his own throat. Each repetition filled him with frustration and impatience, feelings that grew as he thought about how long they had been stuck in that dungeon, while Picata's story advanced and became increasingly dangerous. He felt powerless, trapped, and unable to do anything to change the situation. Irritated, he swore under his breath, but later, the 3 of them were in a bar. Evan ordered the strongest drink so they could all have one. Adrius asked if it was okay for a paladin to drink alcohol, and Evan replied that it wasn't forbidden, assuring him that his merciful God would forgive him this time. After all, he had already died countless times. Adrius never imagined Evan would say something like that. The paladin raised raised his glass and said the toast was for them, who had shared death countless times. Luna asked if he had finally gone mad after dying so often, but Adrius suggested that for now they should just drink. When they all downed the drink, Evan collapsed face first onto the table, and Adrius was startled, asking what had happened. Luna took the chance to say this was the perfect moment to kill him, but Adrius told her she was drunk and asked her to calm down. He explained that they shouldn't act like that toward each other. Luna, however, touched his face and told him he was too serious, that some opportunities could slip away without him noticing, and that they had to be seized. She said she was only alive because her mother had protected her, and that Evan also always protected the weak, so it wasn't necessary to do that to him. Adrius thought that indeed Evan was one of the most powerful people on the continent, and perhaps it had been arrogance on his part to think he could protect a paladin. Ending the matter, he said it would be better to get back to investigating to clear the alcohol from their heads. In truth, Evan had only been pretending to be unconscious. Luna asked where they were going, and Adrius replied that he wanted to stop by the church before nightfall, even with the priest dead. He explained that every time they returned to the start of the day, they would rush to the church to interrogate him, but this time he wanted to look for the weapon, the true catalyst of the crime. Adrias was absolutely certain that the time loop was not the priest's doing, but rather the work of the dungeon, and he knew there was always a magical catalyst involved. Standing before the man's shattered body, he stated that no matter how many times they came back, he would still be dead. That meant the cathedral was not only the place where he revived, but also the site where the magic operated. He was convinced that this place hid a secret. Suddenly, black smoke began seeping out from beneath the altar, and Adrius realized something was hidden there. Luna urged him to break the spot, and when he did, a secret passage was revealed, with stairs leading down into the cathedral's underground. Adrius stopped Luna from going in immediately, knowing that the smoke was responsible for the time loop. If they didn't touch it, they might be able to avoid going back in time. He remembered that, at one point before, the smoke had retreated in the presence of Evan's light. Thinking about this, he decided to try something similar, using for the first time the flaming light magic he had acquired as a talent. He warned Luna not to get her hopes up, but when he expanded the size of the light sphere, he managed to push back the black smoke. At the bottom of the stairs, they found a corridor so dark that the end was impossible to see. Then, a voice echoed in their minds, begging to be freed. Luna said there was someone there, and Adrius pushed himself to increase the light's intensity even further, forming several magic circles around the sphere to heat it and cause a burst of light. Then, the figure before them was revealed, a red dragon. Adrius recognized it as Krav Maga, but suddenly a whirlwind of black smoke engulfed everything. The pressure was so intense that Adrius could barely maintain his light, which grew weaker and weaker. In the next instant, they were forced back to the start of the day. As soon as they returned, Luna rushed off, eager to go back to the place quickly, saying they needed to tell Evan. But Adrius asked her to keep it a secret, because even though they were working together, the paladin still wanted to kill them. He preferred to find a way to escape the situation first. Later, they were trying to approach Krav Maga's body directly. Luna admitted that Adrius's light was much stronger than before, driving out the darkness. At that moment, she managed to see something in the dragon's chest. Adrius stated that it was definitely the dungeon's core, and that they needed to destroy it. Luna, however, even striking with all the power of her scythe, barely managed to scratch its surface. Adrius reached his limit, and the darkness swallowed them once more, sending them back to the start of the day. When they returned, Adrius asked what the core looked like, and Luna said it had a red glow. He immediately realized it was a dragon's heart. If Luna's attack hadn't worked, it would be impossible to destroy it alone. He concluded they would need Evan's help. Despite Luna's reluctance, Adrius made it clear that the most important thing was to get out of there. When they found Evan, Luna told him they had located the dungeon's core. Adrius, however, said that before anything else, the paladin had to promise that once they got out, he would stop hunting them for a full month. Evan stared at them in silence for a few seconds, and Luna remarked that she knew it wouldn't work. To her surprise, he agreed. Adrius emphasized that this was a Platon's promise, and that it had to be honored. Later, before the altar, Adrius found it strange that the priest's body was not there. Luna asked if, even without him, they could still destroy the dragon's core. Evan replied that they could, as the man had probably discovered their plan and fled. Adrius thought it made sense, but still felt something was off. Then, the priest appeared, saying they had all been given the chance to be part of that place, and questioning why they wanted to destroy it. Adrius replied that the priest was the true fool, asking what was the point of rebuilding a world that had already been lost. The priest claimed that God had allowed him to do so, but Adrius confronted him, saying it was nothing more than a greedy and useless wish. He reminded him that it was the priest himself who had instigated the expedition to kill the fire dragon, and that, in the end, he had failed, causing even more tragedy. Adrius knew full well that the city had been completely destroyed by Kravara, provoked by humans, and that the blame lay with the priest. The man countered, saying that the law of Let had worked a miracle there, but Adrius said it was a curse. He explained that the priest was sustaining a world where children eternally awaited the return of parents who had died in the expedition. The priest insisted the law of Let was merciful, and then summoned the black smoke. Striking the ground, he made Krav Maga's body rise. Evan asked if killing the dragon would be enough, and Adrius confirmed, saying the core was in its chest, but warning about the danger of the black smoke. Krav Krav Maga, ready to incinerate them, released a single breath that nearly destroyed the entire church, forcing Adrias to throw himself in front of Luna to protect her. At that moment, Eve, the entity linked to Luna, took over her body and said it had been a long time since she had seen Evan, thanking him for taking care of her little one. Evan replied with irony, and Adrias noticed his tone had changed, but stepped in, saying it was not the time for that. The priest declared that Lady Let had punished the creature that burned the city's children and, with his divine authority, had resurrected the place, granting eternal life to all. Eve, however, questioned if he truly called that eternal life, saying she could hear the souls screaming and being tortured. She called him heartless for keeping children trapped there for so long. The priest replied that she would be the first to die, calling her a priestess of Nyx. The dragon attacked again, burning part of the city. Eve said she would clear the smoke while Evan attacked, but he refused her help. As he imbued light into his blade, a giant named Ludo appeared, ready to crush the priest. Eve was impressed, saying she didn't know giants had truly existed, and noticed Adrias even possessed the body of King Timur, wondering who he really was. Meanwhile, Timur and Ludo attacked Krav Maga's body, but to their frustration, both the dragon and the priest remained unscathed. The priest claimed that mere undead would never be able to scratch his dragon. Adrias grew uneasy when the black mist began to approach his undead. To his surprise, his army was unaffected, which even made the priest visibly desperate. Still, the man claimed it wouldn't matter, as Krav Maga was on his side. Adrias then remarked that the priest called that black mist the power of the gods, claiming to be a priest of Let, but in truth, he was nothing more than a servant of a dead dragon. The provocation left him furious. Eve, controlling Luna's body, said her friend was much better at insulting the enemy than Evan. The paladin replied that it was indeed fun to watch, but that seeing those bodies, which should be dead, standing before him was truly revolting. He then struck with his aura directly at the dragon's chest, but even with such power, the attack was blocked. The priest explained that as long as the dragon's heart was there, attacking it was useless. Inside, however, he was panicking, for he had not expected them to be strong enough to almost break his shield. Eve noted that, according to ancient books, dragons were immune to physical attacks, and their hearts were also completely immune to aura and magic. Evan, confident, said it wasn't that hard, and that they just needed to use more power. Hearing this, Adrias thought he was dealing with a real hardhead. He ordered Ludo and Timur to retreat, so they wouldn't be caught in the attack, but the priest countered with Krav Maga, who stomped so hard it caused an earthquake in the city. The man ordered the dragon to focus on Evan, considering him the hardest to deal with, and hit him in midair with a blast of fire. Seizing the opening, Adrias summoned the fairy queen behind the priest, but even so, the shield held. Eve was impressed by his combat skills, especially for someone so young, and remained intrigued by the two spaces she sensed within his soul. The priest, still firm, turned the black mist into an army of draconic warriors. Adrias responded to the threat by summoning his own army. Nickel and Timur charged forward, slaughtering the draconic humans. Ev asked if it was time to go all out and said she could clear the mist. Adrias agreed, counting on her help. The priest tried to drive him back with the black mist, but Ev created the perfect opening for Adrias to strike at the dragon's shield. The man said it was useless to try to hit him, but Adrias retorted by asking why he was panicking then. He questioned whether the souls turned into draconic soldiers were the warriors who had died in the expedition against Krivara, and the priest, surprised, asked how he knew that. Adrias stated that not only had he sent them to their deaths, but he was also exploiting their souls. The man denied it, claiming they were still alive and had been spared the punishment of death. Then, a rain of sacred swords fell from the sky, striking both the dragon's body and the priest's shield. Adrias thought Evan had almost hit him as well. The priest, surprised, asked how the paladin had not been consumed by the flames, and Evan replied that reviving the dead in such a way was nothing but an arrogant wish that violated the natural order, declaring that he would end it with the wrath of God. Even so, Krav Maga managed to rise again. Adrias was intrigued by Evan's attack, so powerful it seemed to have made the priest nervous. The man, however, said death was an unworthy gift for them and vowed to trap them there forever, burning their souls for eternity. As Adrias tried to avoid the flames, he noticed the priest was turning the entire city into a sea of fire and wondered how much mana that dragon possessed. While Adrias was moving through the battlefield, Evan tried to attack him again, but ended up hitting the priest's shield. Adrias thought he was deliberately aiming at him and complained in his mind, telling him to aim at the enemy. Evan replied that Adrias's perception wasn't as good as his movements, and said he was trying to create an opening against the enemy. Only then did Adrias realize that the opening wasn't for Evan, it was for himself. Evan stated that if Adrias didn't want to continue, he would handle the rest alone. Adrias commented that if that was the plan from the start, he should have said so earlier. At that moment, Eve warned them to be careful, as another fiery blast was coming. When Evan tried to take advantage of the opening to advance, he was struck by the dragon's tail and sent flying. Eve said they needed to make a big move quickly, but Adrias feared that if they failed, the situation would worsen. He then focused and used the Sin of Sloth on Nickel, who landed a direct hit on the dragon's neck. When the priest tried to counterattack, Adrias seized the opportunity and Eve spread her mist, confusing the enemy. Not knowing whom to target, the priest formed a sphere of black mist around Eve, but Evan used his secret sacred art, execution of light. Adrias decided to trust his plan and followed the path he opened, striking the dragon's wound, inflicting protected by nickel, together with Evan's attack. Finally, the dragon began to take real damage. Meanwhile, Eve struggled to free herself from the black mist. Adrius attempted to cut the dragon's neck, and at that moment, the priest fell from atop the beast. When a dimensional portal opened, Evan cut the priest's neck and ordered them to get out. Adrius told Evan to go first, saying he would follow. Evan agreed and went through the portal. As Adrius approached Eve, he noticed the black mist was still there, even with the priest dead. He asked if she was all right and if she could get out. At that moment, Luna regained control of her body and said she might not be able to escape. Adrius wondered if she was trapped. He tried to dispel the mist with light magic, but Luna said it was impossible, that her mother's shield was at its limit, and asked him to leave. Adrius refused and used all his light power to push the black mist away, telling her to grab his hand quickly because if she got trapped, she would spend eternity there. Luna, however, said she was used to it. A massive explosion blasted Adrius away, and when his vision cleared, everything had dissipated, along with Luna. Outside, Evan realized he could not return and thought it had been very irresponsible, wondering why they didn't leave in time. Adrius, determined, told himself he wouldn't let that happen and that he would get Luna out. That's when he once again heard the voice in his mind, calling him greedy. He realized he was inside his own body and recognized the voice of the original sin, which told him he wasn't completely stupid. Adrius replied that the sin was as annoying as ever. The original sin said he wanted to save too many things despite being weak, and Adrius answered that it was ironic hearing that from someone who wandered aimlessly for eternity, adding that if he got stuck there, he would remain as well. The original sin asked who had said he was getting in the way. Then he took from within Adrius the crown of greed, saying it was a perfect item for someone like him. Upon receiving it, Adrius entered the transcendental state of greed. His mana absorption, resistance, and control, along with his physical regeneration, increased by 66% until he temporarily reached the state of a genius. Adrius realized that in that state, his magic worked far more efficiently. Using the full power of light magic, he believed he could save Luna. Meanwhile, swallowed by the shadows, Luna thought about how her partner had many people to protect out there. Yet she had enjoyed her time by his side, and whether she wanted to admit it or not, she would miss him. But then, a light literally appeared at the end of the tunnel, and Adrius asked who she thought he was, declaring that he would not leave her behind. Luna warned that it was too dangerous, as they could both get trapped there, but he replied that they were friends. When he finally held her in his arms, the sin warned that it was coming. Suddenly, Adrius coughed up blood and grew weak, not understanding what was happening. The original sin said he knew very well who it was. Then, a great figure appeared, exerting a crushing pressure over his body. Adrius didn't know whether it was a true god or just a false one, but he was certain it was an extremely dangerous entity. Let questioned why the observer had summoned him in that way, and the original sin left Adrius's body, saying it was nothing important. Adrius realized he could feel the sin's emotions directly within himself, vengeance, and a powerful intent to kill. The sin said he was only there to warn that he would kill everyone. Let replied that she expected as much, and the sin said that was all, ordering them to leave. Adrius thought they spoke as if he wasn't even there, but Let remarked that he was listening to a conversation between gods and entities and was still sane, making him quite an impressive young man. For that reason, she decided to give him a gift before departing, saying she hoped he and the observer would fulfill their wish. Adrius then received a blessing from those beyond memories, which would only activate when the right conditions were met. He wondered if it was truly a divine blessing. Looking at Luna, he saw that she seemed fine and felt he could finally awaken the dragon's body. Outside, Evan witnessed something he found outrageous. Meanwhile, Adrius channeled all his power, consuming almost all the mana left in his body. He remained standing, only thanks to the Crown of Greed, as he was trying to revive the dragon Krav Maga. The crown detected the dragon's heart, increasing the chance of success by 15%. Slowly, the creature's body began to rise, forming new tendons and taking the shape of a colossal undead. Thus, Adrius summoned a mythical tier bone dragon, raising himself to an extremely high level. His stats were massive, and he had transcended to the mythical level. The dragon rose and declared it was a cruel fate. Surprised, Adrius asked if it could speak, and Krav Maga replied by asking if he was impressed. Adrius admitted he had not expected the dragon to retain so much awareness after reincarnation. The creature explained that only part of its heart had remained, so it was not at full strength. Adrius realized he could hold a normal conversation with it and, checking the system, saw that Krav Maga was not only level 12, but also possessed 245,000 mana, along with abilities such as Broken Dragon Heart, Dragon Tongue, Decay, Knowledge, and Physical Resistance. The dragon asked if he knew what the crown was, but Adrius demanded that it call him master. Krav Maga agreed, saying he could become his servant if Adrius took the crown, as it belonged to him anyway, and that it was merely on loan. Adrius thought he would always need the crown to summon the bone dragon, but for now he would accept. However, he would set terms and conditions, as he would make the dragon understand that he was the master, even if it had to be the hard way. 3 days later, in the Kingdom of Grandes, Adrius commented that it felt like time didn't pass in that city. He reflected that, although it seemed they had stayed there for a long time, only 10 days had actually passed. He was relieved that Luna had suffered no side effects or lasting injuries. Much had happened, and soon he would need to return to Rodellin Academy. Now that he was back in the Empire, he would have to prepare little by little for the war in the north. On the way, they even stopped to eat grilled skewers. Later, when Adrias went to catch the train, Luna said she would feel very lonely. He told her they would see each other soon, and she decided to leave him something, a small assembly box so they could keep in touch. Adrias told her to take care and continued his journey. By the end of the day, he was arriving at Rodellin Academy and thought it felt like coming home. He planned to rest a little, as the next day he would already be busy again. Suddenly, a man passed by discreetly and placed a letter on his lap without saying a word. Seeing the seal of black magic, Adrias recognized it as a message from the congregation. He knew that assembly or congregation members were infiltrated everywhere, and from now on, all his actions would be monitored. He decided to go along with it for now. As he got off the train, he encountered Vivian, who seemed about to run and hug him but restrained herself and simply asked how he was. He replied that he was fine, and she asked how it felt to be back home. Vivian's smile showed that she remembered what she had recently experienced. She had dueled her own father to prove her strength and worth. During the fight, she demonstrated far more skill than before and managed to disarm him. Impressed, he acknowledged her talent. Vivian said she had met an incredible teacher, and Adrias asked if that was the reason she wanted to become a knight of House Cromwell. She confirmed, saying she saw no other way to repay the kindness. Her father stated that she had become a splendid knight and that a true knight is only made when they choose a master to serve, promising to respect her decision. Back in the present, Vivian said that something big had happened, but it was still a secret. She would tell him another time, though she already showed happiness at the news. Later, Adrias noticed that the academic city was bustling, as everyone seemed to have arrived at the same time for the reopening of classes. He asked if Vivian wanted to go somewhere quieter, but before she could answer, Diane and Lucia spotted them. Vivian was a bit embarrassed by the suggestion, and Lucia commented that it was a coincidence to find them there, noting that they had barely spoken during the holidays. Adrias asked where she had been and if she was doing well. Lucia said she had been enjoying life thanks to him, and Diane joked that she was interrupting their date. He denied it was a date, insisting they had just met by chance. Lucia laughed, clearly doubting him, and Vivian grew even more embarrassed. Adrias asked them to stop, as it was making Vivian uncomfortable, but inside, he felt happy to see that Lucia had recovered, was healthy, and had her mana stabilized. Diane then asked about the two of them, and Adrias realized he was looking just below her face. When Diane wanted to know what he was looking at, he explained that he was observing her mana. Deep down, he thought that, in time, those girls would mature. Later, he decided that conducting research wouldn't be difficult and planned to check on the other night students. After that, Adrias decided to open the letter he had received on the train and discovered it was an invitation to the next assembly meeting. He thought the timing was perfect, as his strength had increased considerably. He now possessed the soul of the Orc Lord sealed within his own and had Krav Mara's body under his control. All he needed was to establish an information network to learn details about upcoming events and gather more intel on the Emperor. He planned to monitor the Empire alongside the Morhaim family and keep watch over the congregation with Luna. However, he reflected that Luna was rather talkative, so it would be better to gradually increase her power before fully trusting her with sensitive information. With that thought, he decided he would dominate the next congregation meeting. Meanwhile, Evan, hooded, recalled the events in that dungeon. He had been surrounded by 3 aura masters and several knights. A priest asked if he was disobeying God's orders, and Evan replied that he had already explained the reason in his report. He had received an enlightenment. The priest suggested that he might have been brainwashed by dark magic, reminding him that he was one of the knights of the Holy See and accusing him of writing a blasphemous report. Evan defended himself, saying it was not heresy, just a different opinion. The priest declared that if it was merely a difference of opinion, then he should prove it with blood. Evan thought that, compared to a homicidal maniac who hunts children, being a dark mage didn't seem so bad. To him, this was not God's will. At that moment, a man approached and asked if he was interrupting something. It was Maximin Cromwell, record holder of Rodellin Academy, and one of the most powerful. He said he had heard that Evan had met God. The priest tried to end the matter, saying it was none of Maximin's business, but Maximin cut him off, threatening that if they didn't shut up and leave immediately, the next day the Holy See would be nothing but a pile of dust. Later, Maximin and Evan spoke openly. Maximin wanted to know more about the god Evan had mentioned, asking if he meant an ancient god. Evan confirmed and said he was searching for him. Maximin commented that there was no harm in at least knowing the name, but concluded that the boy seemed to have the answer he had been looking for. Meanwhile, in the Mage Council, everyone was shocked by the news that someone had conquered Mordrath's tower. One of the mages remarked that the feat had broken Maximin's previously unassailable record and showed a flower that, she said, had been created by the same person. One of the mages thought it looked like an ordinary flower, but another noted that the formula was fascinating. When he infused his mana into the flower, a vast field of petals and blooms appeared all around. Some thought it was just a flower field, but the eldest mage explained that it contained complex formulas involving time, rotation, and reversal, creating a great magical contradiction. He was surprised that a student could create an entire field of flowers using a double magic circle and stated that the invention was splendid, with the potential to make its its creator an archmage in the future. The same mage said that, besides conquering Mordrath's tower, the young person had created something extremely interesting and should be brought to Port Lion. The others agreed, and she said she would send the message. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, announcing that there was a problem. Maximin Cromwell had begun to move. The mages wondered what that monster intended to do now, recalling that he had not taken action in a very long time. The elder mage, concerned, declared that this was a terrible sign. Maximin had a terrible temper, and there was no one capable of stopping him. When they asked what his goal was, the messenger said he wasn't certain, but according to the report, Maximin was already on his way to Rodolin. This represented a potentially very serious situation. Meanwhile, at the Knights' training grounds, Lua was impressed by the fight between Selena and Adrius. He could hardly believe she was fighting so well, especially against someone like him. Adrius asked Chris why he didn't join the fight, and was told that they were no longer the same as during the entrance ceremony and shouldn't be underestimated. Adrius replied that he only said that out of a lack of confidence, which made Chris vow to make him regret it. Even with the two attacking together, Adrius dodged easily and remarked that a barking dog doesn't bite. Still, Chris managed to avoid one of his strikes, prompting Adrius to admit they had improved quite a bit. Selena attempted a quick strike from behind, coordinating a dual attack with Chris and demonstrating excellent teamwork. Even so, Adrius was not hit. Louis noticed that Chris already possessed a considerable aura. When the two clashed their swords against him, Adrius blocked with ease and, smiling, used magic to push them back. Chris complained that magic was unfair, but Adrius asked if he could say the same thing on a battlefield, explaining that it was good for them to gain experience fighting mages. Adrius acknowledged that both had grown stronger. Chris needed to refine his style and adapt his speed, while Selena now used a technique suited to her own body, though she still needed improvement. When Louis was about to join the conversation, Lucia interrupted, asking what Adrius was doing there. He had promised to help her with a new potion and apologized to Louis, saying they could spar another day. Louis showed eagerness for it. As they walked through the halls, Lucia remarked that a new semester was finally beginning and asked if he had any new goals. She said hers was to learn many new spells, as she had been given a second life thanks to Adrius and didn't intend to waste it. She wanted to enjoy school life more, try things she hadn't before, and have fun exploring everything. She then asked what his goal was. Adrius thought that he could not reveal his involvement with the congregation, nor that he intended to gather information with the Morhaime family or keep watch over the Emperor. He simply said that he would conduct magical research to combine multiple elemental attribute techniques with swordsmanship, since there were situations where he could not use his undead. Lucia declared that this made them rivals, as she also intended to focus on magical combat, and that the only reason Adrius received so much attention was because she had not yet shown her skills. He looked at her with a displeased expression, making her ask why, but before he could respond, he noticed something wrong. An explosion shook Rodolin Academy, coming from the main gate. Adrius ordered Lucia to head immediately to the opposite gate and ran at full speed toward the site. Upon arrival, he found Headmaster Zeus and Professor Aive lying unconscious. Maximin was approaching directly toward him. Adrius realized he was a man from the Faculty of Magic who carried a sword at his waist and wondered why Maximin Cromwell was there. The newcomer said he had come to find him, but that before anything else, he wanted to see if Adrius was truly strong. Without giving him a moment more, Maximin delivered a strike that Adrius had to dodge quickly. When he tried to block the next attack with a stone wall, he saw it sliced in half as if it were butter. Maximin ordered Adrius to show the power of God that he carried within him. Inside Rodolin Academy, evacuation was already underway, and the atmosphere was one of emergency. Lucia was visibly worried about Adrius, who, in turn, asked Maximin what he meant by power of God. Maximin replied that he would explain it better later, and his next blow sent Adrius flying to the other side of the field. Even after blocking the strike, Adrius felt the crushing weight of Maximin's strength. He thought there was only one thing Maximin could be after, but he couldn't understand why he was looking for him. Maximin stated that, as Evan had said, Adrius only used his true powers when he was on the verge of death. This made Adrius conclude that airheaded Evan was somehow involved in this situation. Maximin said he would help Adrius unleash his power, and his following attacks were so fast that Adrius could barely keep up. The original sin then told him to stay close. Adrius asked how he was supposed to do that when he could barely block the strikes. The sin responded by asking what he was afraid of, reminding him that he had received a generous blessing from Lady Let. Adrius realized that the condition for using that blessing was his own life. As he moved in to counterattack, he felt something emanating from the coffin strapped to Maximin's back. Those beyond memories had detected the presence of another god, also triggering the condition for Adrius to use the blessing of the Godslayer's seed. Seeing him kneeling, Maximin asked if he had given up, but Adrius revealed the real reason he was being sought. He had managed, even if only temporarily, to suppress the presence of that other god. He then asked Maximin if what was inside the coffin did not also possess divine traces. Maximin wanted to know if Adrius could awaken the person he carried there. Adrius replied that he saw no reason to do so, especially for someone who had just tried to kill him. Maximin observed that Adrius had not denied the possibility and pressed him to help. Adrias told him to leave, as he needed to tend to the wounded, but Maximin offered to do anything in exchange as long as she was awakened. This made Adrias reflect. The most powerful man in Picata was, in fact, begging him for something. Even so, Adrias refused to hear such a request from someone he barely knew. The next moment, however, Maximin vanished, saying he would be waiting in the Golden Apple Forest. Adrias knew he had little choice. After all, that coffin was the only reason Maximin was still alive. That night, under the light of the 3 moons, Adrias met him in the forest and set his condition. Maximin would have to help him 3 times, in any situation, whether in combat or not. Only then would he begin the process. Inside the coffin was a woman in a dress, her body surprisingly well preserved. Adrias's God-Slayer's seed detected the presence of another god, specifically, one of those who fall into death. He realized that the blessing he had received reacted to the power of divinities, and noted that the intense pain he had felt the first time was no longer there. Now, he would attempt to suppress the power of that god within her. Maximin asked him to be careful, for that woman meant everything to him. Adrias understood that if he failed, he would surely be killed. She truly was important to the strongest man in the world, Isabel Lucifer, a direct descendant of a family capable of controlling blood magic, intimately tied to the sin of lust and to vampires. Her beauty was striking, worthy of someone who had captured Maximin's heart. In the next moment, Adrias activated his blessing. Countless vines, like the thorns of a rosebush, emerged and formed a towering structure. He wondered if he had succeeded, but Maximin asked what was happening. Adrias, meanwhile, began to feel as though he might die from the sheer pressure of the aura emanating from within. Maximin explained that the thorns piercing Isabel were what had placed her into a deep sleep. At that moment, a voice called to him. It was Isabel, apologizing for having made him wait so long for her to awaken. That same night, a meeting with Bahat was held to discuss everything that had occurred. They remarked that Maximin was acting more recklessly than ever, and Bahat stated he would rather fight a war than face that man. He asked how many people had been injured and what damage had been done to the academy. One of those present reported that many had been hurt, including Headmaster Zeus and Assistant Professor Eve, but no one's life was in danger. Another reported seeing Adrias speaking with Maximin before the two quietly left together, prompting Bahat to wonder what might be going on between them. He knew that if the Emperor found out, there would be serious trouble. With no further information, Bahat ordered everyone to remain inside the academy and said he would investigate personally. Meanwhile, Adrias, bearing the blessing of the God-Slayer's seed, discovered a new trait and realized the seed possessed another hidden ability. At the same time, Isabel embraced Maximin and apologized, explaining that, in human terms, 40 years had passed since she had fallen asleep. She said she had felt all the pain he endured in trying to save her. Maximin, overcome with emotion, asked if this wasn't just a dream, but Isabel assured him it was real. She then asked if it had been Adrias who had awakened her, and he confirmed it, introducing himself. Isabel thanked him deeply, not knowing how to repay him, but Adrias said there was no need for thanks, as all the credit belonged to Maximin. Even so, Maximin thanked Adrias and stated he would keep his promise. Adrias considered that this was the best ally he could possibly have. Then Maximin asked if the god who had put Isabel to sleep was dead, but Adrias explained that he had only removed the curse from her body and could not say whether the god was alive or dead. Maximin asked if there was a chance she might fall asleep again, and Adrias suggested that they remain in the Empire's territory for a while. He explained that, even without the curse, Isabel still carried something connected to a god, and it would be safer for them to stay nearby so that he could help if anything happened. Isabel found the gesture kind and asked why he refused to stay. Maximin replied that he was still the most wanted man in the Empire. She asked if he feared facing someone stronger and whether the disguise he had used last time would not work again, remarking that she had considered trying to live a normal life for a while. In his thoughts, Adrias knew that, despite her ordinary appearance, Isabel was very close to becoming the vampire queen, the reason why the gods had interfered in her life. He also considered that staying close to her could be advantageous, as he might find clues to the location of the page of the sin of lust, since he needed everything related to Picata. When Maximin asked if the offer to stay in the territory still stood, Adrias confirmed, thinking that with the two of them there, he would not have to worry about security for quite some time. Suddenly, Isabel caught a particular scent from Adrias and said he had a nostalgic aroma, similar to that of Angela Lucifer, revealing that she was her younger sister. Later, in a snow-covered tavern, Adrias found himself reflecting on Angela. He had completely forgotten about Angela. She was the first living being he had helped evolve, and also the first to drink his blood. Now, thinking back, he realized that Isabel truly resembled her. If their relationship was friendly, it would greatly increase his chances of finding the page of lust. The problem was that he had no idea where Angela was, but he decided he could ask Isabel later. For now, his focus would be on the congregation. He wondered why he had been sent to such a remote place. He was in the province of Walgan, up north, without even knowing who the feudal lord of the region was. From what he had heard, the province was involved with dark mages, which made him consider whether the next page he was seeking could be there. His thoughts were interrupted when a large man approached, asking if he could share the table. Adrias did not reply, simply allowing him to sit. The man, fat and talkative, commented that he was drinking before the big event, and that if it were him, he would drink afterward. Adrias coldly replied that he preferred to stay silent while eating, and that the man was embarrassing the congregation with his words, especially by speaking like that in public. The man grew irritated, asking who Adrias thought he was to talk that way, since he was nothing more than a boy who had gotten lucky in joining the congregation. Adrias then asked if he was Brown from Jester's faction, and the man, surprised, wanted to know how he knew that. Adrias replied by asking if it was supposed to be some big surprise and told him to simply do his job and show the way. Brown got up and guided him. They walked through the snow until they reached the castle where the congregation would be held, and the place was crowded. The first to approach was Dragon of the Abyss, who remarked that it had been a while since he had seen Adrias and asked why he was there without Salem, insinuating that he had gone mad. Adrias explained that this time he had been invited, but Dragon replied that he did not remember inviting him, assuming instead that he was there to replace Karan. Though he thought it was a bad idea, he welcomed Adrias and said he looked forward to working with him. Despite his words, Adrias noticed that Dragon was watching him closely because of the incident involving the Page of Sloth. Shortly after, Jester appeared to speak with his guests. Still, everyone in the hall began staring at Adrias with hostile looks. They whispered that this was the boy who had dared to show up even after threatening the congregation, and they said the organization must have fallen greatly to be fooled by a mere youngster. Amid those stares, a young woman pushed her way forward, shoving aside anyone in her path to speak with her friend. It was Luna Pendragon, and everyone was surprised to see how close they were. Luna said it had been a while since she last saw him and asked if he was doing well. Adrias replied that he was and said it was good to see her too. She stated that since he had saved her life, she intended to make the most of it, and that there was a banquet waiting for them. The murmurs grew louder when they realized he was with Luna Pendragon. Adrias concluded that the fact no one had acted against him, despite disliking his presence, was proof of her influence in the congregation. The organization was divided into 4 factions: Jester, Aicha, Fade, and Morn. Adrias assumed his proximity to Luna was the main reason he was still safe, especially since Jester's faction might appear calm, but could kill him at any moment. As for the leader of Morn's faction, she had not attended, sending Dragon as her substitute. Passing near Fade's faction, Adrias also noticed he was being watched. He knew he had died countless times to the leader of that faction in the game Picata, and that, in addition to being a leader, he was a dark mage at the level of an archmage. Even having played the game, Adrias knew little about that man. Then, a member of Jester's faction approached him, the same woman known as Morsh, who had been present when Adrias had once threatened to take his own life. He remained polite, but she made it clear that he did not understand the situation, as she could easily kill him there. Adrias wondered to himself where Jester was to rein in her dog, who seemed to have slipped her leash. He explained that he was there by invitation of Master Jester herself, but Brown confirmed that, as Morsha had said, he should be judged by the congregation. At that moment, a Death Knight appeared behind Adrias, drawing everyone's attention. Only one person would be capable of controlling an undead of that magnitude. Morn, the last of the 4 leaders and mentor to Karan, considered the highest standard in necromancy. Morsha demanded to know why Morn was protecting Adrias, and he asked her to understand, as the young man was connected to one of his former pupils. She refused to accept this, reminding him that Adrias had stolen from the congregation. Meanwhile, Luna seemed uninterested in the discussion, but impressed by the Death Knight. Morn replied that the matter had been settled long ago and hinted that perhaps Morsha was frustrated or jealous that Adrias had received something she had not. At that moment, Jester arrived, stating that Adrias was her guest. Morn confirmed this and asked that no scandal be made in front of so many important guests, dismissing the Death Knight. He apologized for the aggressive behavior, and Luna advised him not to overexert himself. Morn replied that he was not yet on death's door. Adrias greeted him, saying it had been a long time and thanking him for his help last time. Morn said there was no need for gratitude, only that unnecessary conflicts be avoided within the congregation. Adrias also expressed his regret over Karan's fate, but Morn answered that it had merely been the work of fate. Shortly afterward, Jester came over to greet them. Morn said it was good to see her, and Adrias thanked her for the invitation. She replied that, in fact, she was the one who should be thankful, since he had agreed to come despite their disagreements. Before he could reflect on her meaning, Jester was direct. She invited Adrias to join her faction, right there in front of everyone. Adrias thought that, if he accepted, Jester would gain full access to the information from Rodel Academy and earn recognition thanks to his ties with Salem. She believed it was a good offer, but he concluded it would interfere with his own goals. Thus, he replied that he was grateful but intended to form his own faction within the congregation. The announcement shocked everyone. Luna immediately said she was joining his faction. Morsha retorted that the congregation was not a game, and Morn added that he was unsure whether this was a wise idea. Jester asked if he understood the implications of what he had said, explaining that to create a faction election, one must possess a ring that proves the title of leader, and that such a ring could only be obtained if passed down by its current owner. Adrias considered how this worked and admitted that, in that case, he would not be able to do so anytime soon. Morsha then grew angry, saying it was already too much for him to insult the congregation, and was about to reveal what had happened the last time they met. At that moment, Jester made a proposal. She would wager her faction's ring and have Adrias duel Morsha, here and now. Jester asked why Adrias was going so far with this. In her mind, she believed this was a valuable opportunity, since even a boy like him had had direct contact with Maximin. To her, this was the chance to win him over. Morsha, for her part, thought she could finally deal with him, while Morn judged that this was not good at all and would likely end badly. Morsha asked if Adrias accepted the proposal. He reflected that if he wanted to win over the congregation, he would have to take this path sooner or later. When Morn tried to speak about the situation, Adrias cut him off, stating that it was an exceptional offer and that it would be rude to refuse. Morsha declared that the duel would take place outside, where she could show in practice the power of the congregation. Later, they were in an arena specifically designed for duels, prepared to prevent any damage to the surroundings. The rules were the traditional ones, and the fight would take place before all members of the congregation. It was made clear that, regardless of the outcome, retaliation or unfair treatment would not be tolerated. Morsha declared that, this time, no one could save him and asked if he truly believed he could face her. Adrias did not fully understand the extent of her power, but he knew that, even without reaching the level of an archmage, she was certainly stronger than Karen or Kyler. He provoked her, asking if all she knew how to do was talk too much. Irritated, she began the duel, demanding to know how he dared speak to her that way. Adrias blocked her initial attack with his katana, only then realizing she had launched feathers toward him. The other mages were surprised that he had managed to stop the blow. Morsha challenged him to fight with everything if he wanted to survive, and Adrias acknowledged that she was strong. Still, he decided not to reveal his full power right away, advancing with caution. She taunted him again, saying he was afraid, and her next attack nearly broke through his guard. As she prepared another feather, she asked if he was underestimating her, but Adrias thought he had finally reached the ideal distance. At that moment, he summoned Nickel behind her, believing that if Morsha stayed confident in her victory, it would be the cause of her downfall. The crowd was shocked by the appearance of the Phantom. Adrias wondered if the strike had landed, but saw that Nickel had been blocked by her feathers. Then, Morsh took on a monstrous form, resembling a black eagle, part raven, part vulture. Even with Nickel and Adrias attacking together, she easily blocked all their blows and eventually threw them both back. Her screech in that form was so deafening that it broke through the arena's barrier, nearly deafening the spectators. Even so, Nickel kept lunging at her legs while Adrias summoned Timur to attack her head. The congregation was even more impressed to see undead under his command, and Morn recognized that Adrias had indeed reanimated the Tiger King. However, Adrias noticed something alarming and ordered Timur to dodge quickly. The undead nearly took a direct hit from Morsha's slicing attack, and even though he avoided the blow, he received a deep wound. One of her feathers lodged in his flesh. Fortunately, he managed to regenerate, and Adrias decided to retreat momentarily. Morsha declared she would not let him give up without her permission, but he replied that she need not worry. He had no intention of surrendering. Then, he activated the engraved soul, the soul of Ilquis. Morsha shuddered, wondering silently what that power was. The precision and strength of Adrias's strikes increased dramatically, forcing her to recognize that the fight was shifting. The onlookers were impressed to see him actually inflicting damage on her. When Morsha prepared a blast of dark magic against him, Adrias dodged with ease and counterattacked. Realizing he was now much faster and could see every movement clearly, he could now clearly follow the path of every feather Morsha launched. He avoided them all effortlessly, feeling that he had reached a state worthy of an aura master. He knew he would one day reach that level naturally, but he also realized the toll it was taking on his body. He was already coughing blood. Even so, he pressed forward, determined to end the fight. In the next instant, he executed a blow so powerful it could have split Morsha in half. But when he blinked, he awoke injured and exhausted in an unfamiliar place. The system notified him that he had acquired the extraordinary swordsmanship talent, and with it, had met the conditions for yet another evolution. Surprised, he realized he could already evolve again. It was then that Jester appeared before him in the blink of an eye, asking him not to make a scene, as she had no intention of harming him. Adrias asked about the result of the duel, and she explained, at the moment he attacked and collapsed unconscious, Morsha had received a deep cut across her chest. Enraged at being wounded in such a way, she declared she could not let him live. When she tried to finish him, Morn intervened, summoning his Death Knights to protect him and reminding her that this was a duel, not a fight to the death. He warned that if she laid a finger on Adrias, it would mean war against her faction. Morn added that Luna shared the same sentiment, and she, with a deadly look, made it clear she would not allow anyone to harm her friend. Morsha questioned whether they truly intended to let the kid live, calling him an enemy of the congregation. Then, to everyone's surprise, Morn passed his ring to Adrias chaos and joined the Crownwell faction. Even Jester admitted she had not expected Morn to go so far for him, and then made one final proposal: to unite her faction with Adrius's. He asked why they were so fixated on him, since they had already gone far enough when he faced Morsha. Jester replied that, at the moment, they shared the same objective: to obtain the sin of wrath. Adrius knew that, unlike greed or sloth, wrath took the form of a human child, born as the son of the chieftain of the northern barbarians. This child, unable to escape his fate, had been kidnapped by the greedy emperor. The barbarian leader tried to reclaim him, starting a war that the empire underestimated, suffering great losses. In the end, neither side survived. Among all the deadly sins, wrath had a special connection to death. The emperor had sacrificed the child to gain more power, but Adrius intended to extract its power without killing it. This was unexpected for Adrius, as he had believed he still had time before anyone else made a move. Jester pressed the offer, saying it would be simpler if they worked together since they had the same goal. Adrius replied, "What if I said wrath isn't my objective?" However, he knew Jester had been monitoring his actions for a long time. When she asked if he would refuse yet another offer, Adrius apologized, and she said it was fine, as long as he was willing to accept the consequences of his choices. Adrius thought that ever since killing Dan the Bloody, he had imagined the Emperor would make the first move. As in the game, it was the Emperor who captured the child. However, in Picada's story, Jester showed no interest in wrath, which made him suspect she might be working directly with the Emperor. If that were true, his actions would not only be exposed to the congregation and to Jester, but also to the Emperor himself, which would be a far greater problem. He concluded that he should be more cautious with the Emperor than with all the Dark Mages combined. It was then that Luna appeared, desperate, asking if he was all right. Relieved, she said she was glad he was alive. Adrius replied that he owed his life to her, and to Morn, who also expressed his happiness to see him safe. Adrius said he had heard the whole story from Jester, and asked Morn why he had given him the ring and joined his faction. Morn simply told him to accept the gift, as he saw in him the possibility of a new era for the congregation. Luna encouraged him, calling him her friend, and Adrius thanked them deeply. To him, that ring would be the foundation for the revolution he intended to lead within the congregation. Meanwhile, Dragon of the Abyss relayed the information to Isha, who commented that Morn was growing senile, believing age was affecting his mind. She asked how the congregation had reacted, and Dragon explained that hostility toward Adrius remained, but that after watching him face Morsha, they would no longer underestimate him. Isha found this interesting, and Dragon added that he was friends with Luna Pendragon, which surprised her. She said she would have liked to attend the meeting this time, and would love to meet Adrius in person. Later, Morn took Luna and Adrius to an isolated region in the middle of a snowstorm. Adrius asked where they were going, and Morn explained that he had been impressed by the undead army Adrius had shown, but that their defenses left much to be desired. Adrius agreed, and Morn said he wanted to introduce him to a highly skilled blacksmith who had forged the equipment for his own undead. Curious, Adrius asked if this blacksmith had also made the armor for Morn's Death Knights, and whether he was the arcane blacksmith Torala. Morn confirmed it, saying the man was eccentric for living in such a remote place, but his craftsmanship was flawless. The road there was difficult not only because of the snow and steep slopes, but also due to the monsters that appeared along the way. Morn, however, dealt with all of them effortlessly, which Adrius found almost frightening. Looking at Morn, anyone would say he was just a kind old man, but Adrius knew he was one of the most feared dark mages in existence. He asked how long Morn had known Torala, and Morn recounted that their first meeting had been 50 years ago, when the blacksmith was not yet famous. In fact, when he first sought him out, Torala was just an abandoned dwarf. It had been Torala who approached Morn first, something that according to Morn had a very clear meaning. Adrius understood and said that it meant he had lost someone important. Morn confirmed, explaining that only those who experience profound tragedy and fall into complete misery choose to follow the path of dark magic, or those who have lost a loved one. Adrius thought the situation was very similar to that of Baron Balaric. At last, they arrived at a small snow-covered cabin, Torala's home. Meanwhile, at the academy, Ivy was training intensively with Lewis, who, panting heavily, felt as if he were striking against a wall of steel. When she said that was enough for the day, he insisted on one more round before their break. His determination actually impressed her. At first, she had thought he was just an ordinary student, but she had not imagined he could improve so much in such a short time. It had been Adrius himself who asked Ivy to train him, and she acknowledged that his ability to judge people was frighteningly accurate, far better than her own. Lewis in turn remembered something and congratulated her for becoming an aura master. Slightly uncomfortable, she replied that it was nothing special, making it clear she was not good at handling compliments. Still, Lewis remarked that she was the youngest aura master on record, and that he respected her greatly for it. Ivy responded by telling him to raise his sword, as it was time to continue training. He agreed, saying she was going to take care of him now, but used the moment to ask what exactly her relationship was with the seaweed head. According to him, they didn't seem especially close, and he thought she was only training him because she was close to Adrius. The truth was that Ivy herself wasn't entirely sure. She only said she was curious, because Adrius had recommended the boy. Lewis speculated speculated it might be compensation for a promise Adrias couldn't fulfill, since he had to deal with matters outside the academy. Upon hearing the nickname Seaweed Head, Ivy said it had ruined her good mood entirely and ended the session, telling him they would continue the next day. Even so, Lewis bowed respectfully and thanked her for the time they were spending together, saying he was learning a lot. She simply told him to keep doing his best, because if he turned out to be useless, she would not hesitate to abandon him. In the north, Tarala was refusing Adrias's request. Adrias had believed the blacksmith would accept, since it came directly from Morn, but Morn warned him not to act that way. Tarala explained that he had only agreed to the previous request because it had come from Morn. To him, forging equipment for the undead was degrading and a blow to his pride, and in this case, it was for the undead of a boy he didn't even know. He stated that any blacksmith would agree with his opinion, since no one wanted to see their work in the hands of someone unworthy. Adrias was puzzled by the situation, but tried to remain calm and patient. Tarala commented that the fact that Morn's death knights were extremely powerful could be seen as some consolation for him, and suggested that Adrias might have better luck trying to convince another blacksmith. However, Adrias decided to take a different approach and summoned Nickel behind Tarala, saying that if he didn't want anyone wielding his sword, then perhaps he could at least face an undead with an interesting ego. Tarala admitted that the Phantom was indeed impressive, but maintained that it was still nothing compared to Morn's death knights. Morn, however, disagreed, saying that Nickel was truly remarkable, and proposed to Tarala that if Adrias could prove his worth against Morn's undead, then Tarala should consider forging a weapon for him. Luna immediately perked up at the idea of a battle, and Tarala agreed to the condition, saying he had no objections, and even found the idea interesting. Thus, the situation was settled, and the anticipation for the fight began to grow.